The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. If we could have roll call, please.
Carlson. Here. Pertek. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right. Before we begin, I'm going to read a memo that I sent out yesterday in preparation for today's budget workshop special call meeting. Please be reminded that no official action will be taken today. No motions may be made or voted on. All proposals will be brought forth for official action by City Council at the second budget public hearing, which will be September 19, 2023 at 5:01. That is Tuesday, right here in the City Council chambers. The City Council attorney will recite the rules of procedure regarding public comment right after I finish reading this, and the conduct of the workshop at the beginning of the meeting. Public comment will be taken only at the start of the meeting.
We can't hear you.
Huh?
We can't hear hardly at all. Sorry. I don't know whether your mic's too far away, but we can't hear. Normally,
Can you hear me now? Yeah. All right. Would you like me to start from the top? Fine. In preparation for today's 3 p.m. budget workshop special call meeting, please be reminded that no official action will be taken. No motions may be made or voted on. All proposals will be brought forth for official action by the City Council at the second budget public hearing on September 19, 2023 at 5:01 p.m., which is Tuesday coming up, and it will be right here in these chambers. The City Council attorney will recite the rules of procedure regarding public comment and the conduct of the workshop right after I finish reading this memo. Public comment will be taken only at the start of the meeting and will be limited to 3 minutes, as we always do, with no speaker waiver forms. The subject is limited specifically to the fiscal year 2024 budget and capital improvement plan. After public comment, each council member who chooses to do so may take up to 5 minutes for opening comments. Please be mindful of the timing lights or the timer lights on top of the lectern: green, yellow at 30 seconds, and red when the time has expired. At any point during the meeting when you have the floor. When the timer goes off, I will ask you to estimate how much more time is needed for you to complete your comments, and we'll go to the next person. Council members, please refrain from making personal remarks against other council members, the city staff, or members of the public. A council member who directs personal remarks will be ruled out of order by me and will yield the floor to the next speaker. Please be respectful of other council members, city staff, and the public present and viewing at home by abiding by these requests. It is recommended that we all have access to the budget, which many of us do, right up here. To speak, to be acknowledged, please raise your hand. This is to council members, and not interrupt anybody while they are speaking, and please let them finish first. Remember that communication is listening first and then responding. And also, please be mindful that we have a 9 a.m. meeting tomorrow morning, so let's do our best to stay on course today. So if we're done no later than 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, I think we'll be good. All right. Having said that, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of council, members of the public. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. These are from the rules of procedure. Members of the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard at a time before City Council takes official action. As you know, as the chair said, no official action will be taken at this meeting. Speakers shall first state their legal names for purposes of identification in the record of the meeting. City Council may establish time limits for members of the public to address council. Unless such time limit is otherwise established, each member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes. Members of the public addressing council shall observe all time limitations that may apply. Speakers shall refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks. Speakers shall refrain from launching personal attacks against any city official, city staff member, or member of the public. Comments shall be directed to the council as a body and not to individual council members. No one present during a council meeting shall engage in disruptive behavior, including intentionally making or causing to be made any disruptive sound or noise, or displaying signs or graphics in a manner disruptive to the proceedings. All persons shall, at all times, conduct themselves in accordance with council's rules. Persons failing to do so shall be ruled out of order and may be directed at the discretion of the chair to be removed from the council chambers. Such person shall not thereafter be readmitted to the council chamber or city hall during the remainder of that day's meeting. The chair shall rule out of order any member of the public who shall speak without being recognized or who shall not address council from the podium or other established speaker area. And no person shall approach the dais of the city council during meetings except council members and employees of the city unless invited by a member of council. As to the conduct of the meeting, city council members, please, council members should refrain from engaging a speaker in dialogue during public comment. However, at a workshop such as this, your rules provide that any member of council may ask questions of any person present. No council member shall speak to a subject under discussion without recognition by the chair. When more than one member requests recognition at the same time, the order of speakers will be decided as fairly as possible by the chair. Council members shall refrain from speaking more than twice on the same subject at the same meeting and should not be recognized by the chair to speak the second time if another member who has not spoken to the question desires the floor. Council members shall limit their time for their remarks on an agenda item to no longer than 5 minutes. Council should avoid any discussion of matters at a public meeting where the city is or is likely to be a party in litigation without concurrence of council. The chair shall decide all questions of procedure and order, and the decision shall stand unless reversed by a majority vote of the entire city council. Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall cover the proceedings and govern the proceedings of the city council in all cases not provided for in these rules of procedure. And finally, any of the foregoing rules may be temporarily suspended for the meeting then in session by a supermajority vote of 5 or more members of council, unless such waiver is in conflict with the city charter or state or local law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelby. We have one registered speaker online. We'll begin with this gentleman, Michael Randolph. You have 3 minutes, and then we'll go to the in-person public speakers. Mr. Randolph.
Oh, thank you very much. I had came tonight prepared to talk about concerns about the budget. But unfortunately, because of the untimely death of Katie McGill, who was the president of Dress for Success, she was a giant among giants, and she passed away untimely. She was definitely a major force in West Tampa. She focused on providing assistance to low-income a woman. She focused on connecting them to clothes, to Just for Success, to employment, but more important, she focused on empowerment. I first met her when I came to West Tampa, and we clicked right away. As a matter of fact, Kathy gave me my first opportunity to do consulting work. She was one of the first ones. So we kept close to each other even to today. She has touched thousands of lives when it comes to both poor as well as moderate income females throughout the United States. I wanted to take this time to salute a superstar. And it's evident by the fact that on social media now, it's gone crazy. So let me end by saying, friend, you did a great job, and job well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Remember to please keep the public comments to this budget. That's why we're here. Thank you very much, sir. All right, whomever wishes to speak, please come up to the lectern, state your name. You have 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we can't hear her.
Is the microphone on?
The microphone is on. Can we turn up the volume on the speakers, I guess? The microphone it's invisible. It's right in front of you. So.
Just like say hello or something, see if it's.
No.
Oh, yeah.
It's the AV God speaking to you now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
It sounds the same like every day. Can we check this microphone to make sure? Can everybody hear me? I mean, the volume is up.
Hello, hello?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Sandra De Diego Sanchez. I'm a member of the board, of the Budget Advisory Board, but I'm here as a private tax-paying citizen. Last week, I asked you to vote the millage rate down, and you did. Those of you that did, I thank you. While I was up here last week, I asked the possibility of having an audit done, just so we could see where some of the money and some of our questions were. I know that you all have also talked about a budget analyst, but I would like to give you a third option. And that is, there is a possibility that in this budget, the questions that we are asking, the answers are there. The problem is we cannot get to them. I suggest that we hire a programmer that'll help you be able to get to the information you're looking at for. For example, if there's directory at the beginning of it, you should be able to use your computer, your cursor, click on waste management, and it'd take you to anything that has to do with waste management so you can get your answers. So let's look at technology as one of the solutions to having a better budget that everybody can read next year. The other thing is I sent you all an email asking a question. Surely there are interest-bearing accounts that the city of Tampa has. I would like to know what happens to that interest. What bucket of money does that go in? I think it's important because it's the money that making money off our taxpayers' money. So I think that's a question that I'm asking you to ask. I hope this meeting is successful for you this evening. I hope we get answers to some of the questions we have asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker. Lisa.
Good afternoon, Chrissy Taylor. To Councilman Carlson, Councilman Hurtak, Councilman Maniscalco, and Councilman Miranda, thank you for your courage and being the true representation of the city of Tampa and listening to your constituents. Councilman Vieira, I can appreciate your attempt to find some middle ground. But to Councilman Clendenin and Henderson, enjoy your seats because come next election, you will be out. You signed your resignation the day you signed for this tax increase. And it will be a great day for Tampa when you both will be replaced by members of the community that understand what a minimum tax burden of 16% means not only to the poorest of your constituents, but to the greatest as well. My father, who grew up in rural West Virginia, and I apologize in advance for the derogatory manner in which I say it, but he used to say to me, quote, "The government ain't nothing but a bunch of pimps. You work, they take your money. They say they're gonna take care of you. They always want more no matter how hard you work, and you never know where the money goes." Let me be totally and perfectly clear. This is not your money. This is my money, his money, her money, not the government pimp's money. Something is seriously wrong with our body of government when it is we, the people of Tampa, standing right here in front of our government, begging and pleading you to not take more of our own hard-earned money. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you're not fit to represent me or anyone in the city of Tampa. This budget needs to reflect this understanding and not the other way around. People have the absolute right to retire and die in their very homes they own. They own, not you. They have paid their fair share. It is their property, not the city of Tampa. What was your plan, Clendenin and Henderson, to have your constituents kicked out of their house with the double-digit tax increase, then move them into affordable housing, deprive them of their history and their dignity and take them out of their own homes? You know what that's called? Problem, reaction, solution, where the government manipulates the population by introducing a problem and then using their own means to solve that problem. These women from Jackson Heights and many others like them looked you in the face and asked you both for compassion and understanding, and you both gave none. You both have spoken, but not for your city of Tampa constituents, but for your self-interest of self-preservation and status. When your public policy and politics displaces our most vulnerable, you're not fit for office nor the chair in which you sit. This budget needs to be balanced, reflect that to all those in this great city of Tampa community and on all sides. It was a great day when this tax increase was denied. And the great St. Thomas Aquinas once quoted saying, "Love is willing the good of the other." So please wield your will for the good and the love of this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please address the council as a whole, as an entire body. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Bailey. I'm here as a concerned resident of the homeless. preferably the homeless who are without homes. It's hard to say homeless when you don't have a home, because it's like an oxymoron. So my premise here today is that we have, since 2020, we've had 40% homeless increase. And as of 2020, we had a 21% additional increase. These individuals having difficulty keeping up with the ever-rising rental increases, and approximately 1,500 individual people are living without housing. And we shouldn't be saying that for anybody. We should never be without housing. The average rental rate currently in Hillsborough County is $2,799. As an individual living on a fixed income, that's way out of my range. Like my father used to say, you can't feed a closed mouth. So I've had to ask for grant help on some months to pay for rent. And I shouldn't have to. I'm a very proud individual. I've always worked for whatever I wanted. And now to have to ask somebody to help me with my rent, that's ridiculous. So we need to say, what's in this budget to help the homeless? What's going to be done to keep people off the street? And the 62 plus and women and children are the ones who are mostly affected by this homelessness. And if this budget does not do anything to help us, then where are we to go? Me as an individual, I've never had to think about living on the street. But it might come a time when I might have to live on the street because I have nowhere else to go. Because if my rent continues to go up, where am I going to get the extra money? No, at my stage of life, I don't want to have to work. But if I have to, I will. But it shouldn't have to be that way. So as the city council, you have to do something to find a way to put homelessness in your budget and make it a steadfast option to get the homeless off the street. You shouldn't have to have people sleeping up in the viaducts because they have nowhere else to go. Or have people standing on the streets begging because they have nowhere to go.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Stephen Hovsepian. I'm the current chair of the Board of Trustees of the Ybor City Museum Society. It is a nonprofit organization with the mission of preserving and promoting the cultural heritage of Ybor City. For 40 years, the organization has been integral in helping Tampa maintain one of a handful of historic districts in the state of Florida. In 2021, we opened and staffed the Tampa Baseball Museum. Our staff members curate exhibits, provide tours to both museums, develop the educational programs and curriculums for teachers and coaches, counselors, all for educational purposes. We include middle schools to college level, homeschooling groups, Little Leagues, youth groups. The services of the Ybor City Museum Society serve well beyond Ybor City. Recent tours of these museums include Pierce Middle School, Belmont Heights Little League, Town and Country Community Center, Tampa Bay International School, Hillsborough High School, and USF and UT, just to name a couple. The services reach underprivileged children. If these tours are provided and a child cannot pay, the society covers that cost. We also cover the costs of the chaperones. Recently, the Ybor City Museum Society launched an initiative program with mobile museums, taking the museums and exhibits and artifacts to those who cannot make it to the museum. Elderly communities has been the focus. We are booking mobile visits with the Tampa Housing Authority and several tours being booked with the upcoming Hispanic Heritage Month. We sponsor local events in Ybor, like the Legacy Awards, Buildings Alive, Architectural Hot, but our reach is far broader than Ybor City. We have brought groups, tours to the museums, to Tampa, from Belle Glade, Bradenton, Venice, Clearwater, Land O'Lakes, all over the state. The City of Tampa funding for this organization is critical. We receive no state funds. The county funds are available through certain grants for buildings, structures, historical structures, for the operational needs of the Ybor City Museum Society to continue doing what it's doing. The City of Tampa funding is critical. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
Evening, Council. My name is John Miller. I'm Vice President of the Tampa Police Benevolent Association. I've seen many of you several times. I came to basically speak on behalf of the increase in manning. I know that we have one councilman leading the charge on it, helping to push for an extra 200 that we've since gotten with the chief. They've come up with a master plan on slowly incremental additions to help get there. This time, it was basically calling for an extra 30. I think everybody on council has basically at some point spoken in favor of that, knowing that we definitely need an increase in manning and what that means to the department, especially with the growth that this city has experienced as of late. The chief and his staff did a great job going out and finding a federal grant that looks like it's probably going to fund a good portion of that, which should hopefully find out around October 1st whether or not they're going to get that. If so, obviously we have to do our part and have the matching funds. We just want to make sure that is a priority when it comes down to it, because we're essentially getting, the first couple of years, pennies on the dollar for cops, and eventually that burden transfers over to the city as anything would. But turning it on a federal grant because you don't have the matching funds, that's a good way to get yourself blackballed. It's not like that's something that they can apply and get the same thing next year if we want to just postpone a year. That's not a feasible solution. So we just want to make sure that it remains a priority of council, and I think that it is. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker? Please silence your phone.
Good afternoon, Council.
Yes, sir.
Nick Stocco, President of the Tampa Firefighters Local 754. I come before you today in front of this Tampa City Council and the city, representing the 730 strong firefighters in your backyards and in your communities that come to your house when you call 911. I urge to preserve what we have left in the budget for public safety, specifically for fire. And last year, it appears that we were 59% of the budget worthy, and in this year's budget, it appears that we're 55% worthy. We just want to be able to continue to do the same level of service and continue to grow, but we can't be expected to do that with less in our budget. Daily, we see the approvals of the new buildings and high rises specifically, with no growth to the firefighters. The 30 firefighters that were by way of grant were cost neutral at no match for the first 3 years of the city. We hope to continue to grow our membership to be able to provide the citizens with adequate staffing to be able to be on scene at a rapid time. With that said, I am available. I know that no action can be taken today, but I'm available at any time if anyone wants to have any further conversation. But please, let's keep the public safety, most importantly, the fire union, and those firefighters in the front page of your book. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Samara Apsel. I live in West Tampa, and I'm also a volunteer activist for a number of local organizations. Housing, affordable housing. Please keep your promise to fully fund the affordable housing in the proposed budget you said you're not going to raise the taxes, you'd find a way. Please make sure you find a way. Something that's probably never come up before is I am going to strongly encourage you to fully fund the parking division budget. From what I could tell, and as Sandy Sanchez said earlier, it is really hard to find information in that budget. But from what I can tell, there's a request for significant increase in the number of parking enforcement specialists. I will remind you, from what I can tell, they are the only people enforcing the rules. I've talked to them when they've been out there. These are the people who are tasked with keeping the cars off our sidewalks and out of our bike lanes. I've had extensive conversations with these city employees when I've seen them out issuing tickets. They're understaffed. Parking division also generates revenue. Actually, they generate a lot of revenue, so they're self-funding. So again, please, these are the people who are enforcing the violations that put pedestrians and bicyclists at risk because vehicles are blocking the sidewalk or the bike lane. Something that I also want to bring to your attention, which regards the budget for next year. I want to bring your attention to something regarding property taxes. You've already voted not to increase the millage, so let's make sure that the millage as paid now is fair and also brings in all the funds that it should be. The reality is that many of the property tax assessments do not accurately reflect home values. Some homeowners are paying less than their fair share, and others are paying more than their fair share. Just so you know, I'm not making this up. All of this information, a good starting point is the Property Tax Fairness Project out of the University of Chicago. So, let me show you Tampa. In Tampa, according to a national study, 75% of the lowest value homes are overassessed, 75%. And 30% of the highest value homes are overassessed. There's a lot of inequity, a lot of unfairness there. I think most people can probably guess where these are. Here's a map. The green ones are the areas where homes are underassessed. The red areas are where home values are underassessed. So lower income homeowners are paying more than their fair share. Higher income owners are paying less than their fair share. That's what we call an unjust system.
Thank you very much.
Also losing a lot of money.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Betty Bell from Highland Pines and the Jazzy Seniors. I'm here today because I have been coming to City Council for many years, even during the Harvey time that he was here, and up until Mr. Gould. But on the Wednesday night that we were at Middleton, the last one, I spoke to our county commissioner at that time, not county, but city commissioner at that time. And at that time, as me and another senior was talking to her, she made a remark that really, really had me upset for days. And I want to put it up so you can see it. Then at the end of that meeting, as we were sitting there, the builders, one of them said to us at the end of the meeting, "Do you promise to keep this building nice?" And the people, they just responded, "Yay!" And I thought that was just disrespectful. All of these things are disrespectful to the black people in the community. I wanted that to be said. I wanted people to know that. I was asked not to do it by people that are a part of Ms. Henderson's sorority.
Please do not call council members out by name, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I had to put this up. This was very disrespectful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Keela McCaskill, and last week I came and I shared with you why I thought we should not approve the increase. And I also requested in that I asked you all for, until you see an audit. One of the reasons was until you actually saw an audit. So I want to thank the staff that actually got the audit to me. I was able to share it with other people as well. So we saw that. But I'm here today. I'm not sure how exactly you're going to, I've never been to a budget workshop. I'm not sure what the two workshops or what would be the outcome, but I just wanted to reshare the importance of the housing portion of that. I wanted to make sure that you make the maximum allowable within your term, that it's an ongoing commitment, not just this year, and you don't have to go revisit and beg next year, but give it a 4-year commitment. I think that might be your max, 4 or 5 year commitment. I also wanted to touch the public safety impact fee. I requested that you impose that fee or find a way to do that to contribute to the budget. As I think about these firefighters, they don't just do their job. On the weekends when I'm doing cleanups, the police officers, the firefighters, they're out there working like a dog. They won't even accept me buying them a bottle of water, and they're working in the sun. So I want to see them get paid properly, have the right staff. I don't want to overwork them. We don't want to send them out of here early. So hopefully you would include that while we're trying to maintain their budget, find ways to help with the cost. These builders have done an awesome job of making Tampa great. I think they can pay to help keep our firefighters and our Tampa Police Department great. I also hit salaries. And as I thought about this week, the people that worked tirelessly to make sure I got the information that I requested, I reflected back on some nights I'm here at night, and I see the best and the brightest in some areas in the city. I don't want to see them lose, not that I've spoken to any of them, but I don't think we could operate as a city with losing an Abby Feely or Whit Reamer or Stephen Benson or Nicole Travis or Drumgo. I don't think we could operate if we didn't have those people. So if we're not paying them properly, I don't want them to go somewhere else. So I do think that we should look back at making sure salaries are important, because I think those people are critical to the city, and that's what made us great. Also, I also requested that we collaborate with other areas. As we're looking at an increase, people are drowning financially. And so I said it to the mayor, and I even said it to you all, collaborating with other areas that's also raising their costs. Tampa Electric, you know, the water department has resources they can assist people with. Tampa Electric can assist people. I wanted to see for the lady that came before me about the tax collector. Some people aren't paying, or they're paying more because they haven't taken advantage of the exemptions that's there. So coming together with a resource that can educate people on where savings is beneficial, and Tampa Electric has agreed to do that for all entities in one resource guide and push it out there if everybody would be a part. People have already responded and said yes. So I just want to say thank you for what you have done, and let's just reconsider that, factoring everything that I've said, and that guide will go out to the public to help them save where they can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker? Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good afternoon, my name is Stephanie Pointer. First of all, I want to remind everybody that the 2024 budget is dead. It no longer lives. It is completely gone. Santa Claus is not bringing that money back, the millage increase. I think as much as I love my interaction with the administrators for the city of Tampa, and some of them I like a lot and some of them I love, I can't say that I dislike any of them, but the meeting that I was in on Friday was absolutely embarrassing, that not one administrator for the city of Tampa could figure out how to cut their budget by $1. That was embarrassing. A bunch of folks who make the top dollar for the city of Tampa could not sacrifice $1 out of their budget. It's embarrassing. Who told them that? Because I know that that group of very, very intelligent people must have been ordered to do it. So you do the math. I also would like to say that this works against what you have to do today. Every smart person in here about their particular area should be able to produce what they need to do to cut the budget, period. I would like to ask if the vacancy reports have been provided to council, because they were frozen when the budget started. Where are they? Each department has their own vacancy report, and they have not done anything with it since then. I would like to also ask, and I'm going to ask this again, I've asked it on email, how much is the city obligated to pay in budget increase, in payroll increase, according to the union contracts? How much is that? You can't make a decision about next year's budget until you know that information. And anybody who says any differently is telling a story. I have a couple issues, and I don't want to go down the road of defunding the police, or that I have a problem with the police department, but here's my issue. When I look at the police department, this is from the wish list that you guys were provided earlier this week, or on this weekend, okay? The police department has a $3.4 million increase in salaries, just salaries. Now, some of that may be grant related, some of it may not be. But when you look at everything else on here, and $54 million of the FY24 budget, which is more than the tax increase would have been, was payroll. You've got to have the information to make a logical decision. And I don't believe that PAL should be under the police umbrella. Police should have their own umbrella, and then there should be a little umbrella for the kids. Because what happens when the next police chief or the next mayor don't think it's important? You cannot defund the police in the state of Florida. It's against state statute. Please look at the parking statute that I gave you. We can spend money from that department on paving and sidewalks.
Next speaker, please. Please state your name.
Hello, Council. Robin Lockett. This will be quick. So, reoccurring. Housing. There is a housing crisis. Reoccurring. So if you have the expert, who you guys paid somewhat good money, Nicole Travis, indicating that, hey, she's told you guys that in order for her to move housing forward, she needs reoccurring funds. And everybody, based on the last meeting, said housing is a priority. I'm not thinking about, unfortunately, I'm not thinking about any other department other than housing. Once housing is set straight, then we move forward. There is a housing crisis. So in regards to putting money in a budget one time, if she's saying that she needs recurring funds, give her recurring funds, give her what she needs. Because this, you hear people coming in saying that, hey, I don't want to be homeless. And people are still being evicted. You want affordable housing. That's a big word, right? Down payment assistance. You guys need temporary housing. That's a need in Tampa. Found out during the last meeting that we don't have one. So reoccurring. This, with this budget, this is my first time being really at a budget workshop. So I'm learning a lot. And I'm learning that both sides, you guys have to come into the middle. That's city council, that's the administration. Come into the middle, because who's suffering? People. People are suffering. So we need for y'all to put down your swords, pull your sleeves up, make this work. If there's money to be found, find it for housing first, and then move into everybody else. But reoccurring, and let's get this done. It could be, it was said that it can be done. Let's get it done, and let's move Tampa forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak during public comment at this time? Mr. Robinson, yes, sir.
Joe Robinson, I got mad at needs versus wants. If you plan on running for mayor in 2027 or 2028, if it's extended, please be aware that this meeting is being recorded for future use. Now that a millage has been set, it is time to balance the budget. Please be advised that the public will be watching this balancing act and hope that it is a fair and equitable distribution of cuts. Poor and slum and blighted areas do not need more cuts. Black and Latino areas do not need more cuts. Fair Oaks do not need to be cut. Ray Park in West Tampa do not need to be cut. South Seniors Park in West Tampa do not need to be cut. CRA funds are off the market, off the table. Or the Fed's gonna be in here. Let's move on. You missed an opportunity for $100,000 that you could have saved by not funding $100,000 for marketing and media for Ybor City, CRA. $100,000 because you had an existing contract? You missed that, item 1275. You should have denied that. They're supposed to get a marketing purchase for all CRAs. How y'all miss $100,000 you could have saved on CRA last week? When cutting this personnel, there should be no favoritism, no nepotism, no cronyism, and no discrimination. So there will be some justice going on around in here. When you're making these cuts, make sure that you're not discriminating against black, Hispanic, minorities, or anybody else in these cuts. Make sure that the slum and blighted areas, and you know who they are, you know where they're at, do not get the hatchet like the rich areas. Now, I'm going to just tell you that. And if you're running for mayor, once again, this is being recorded. Now, with my last minute, now that we got the business out the way. Listen, this is not easy to do. If it was easy, just get rid of Phelps, that's $40 million. This ain't going to be easy. It's easy. Matter of fact, let's take it another step. Lower it from 6.2 down to 5.2. How bold are you up there? No, you ain't shaking your head. Yeah, okay, that's suicide, ain't it? Well, no, if you really, really want to do something, lower it down some more. You can do that. You can't raise it. Lower it down. Let me see some real guts. Let me see some real grit. If you're really bad up there, lower the mill another mill. You won't touch it. You know why? Because it didn't make sense to start with a low number to begin with. And I'm going to give you back 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers for public comment? All right, at this time, I'm going to go to council members. If they wish to give any opening comments, I'll start with Councilmember Miranda, and we'll go down the line.
Chairman, I just want to say thank you to the public for being here this evening, and thank each council member for the way they voted. That's how they feel, and they're entitled to, or to make enemies. We're here all to vote on what we believe is the best steps to make the city go forward. You know, when you go back and look at history from 2015 through 2019 or so, or 20, we had to reduce staff by 703 people, I believe it was. It was very difficult. We're not looking for that today. I hope not anyway. And we're looking to make this city prosperous and continue to grow forward. But my statistics say that we have an average of 150 people a day moving to the city of Tampa. Everything that everyone said up there is a necessity. But with that necessity comes responsibility and the opportunity. When you have opportunity, you always have necessity. When you have necessity, you may find opportunities. And people are moving here, not because the 7 of us or the 8 of us are elected, not because you live here. They think this is a place to live. And for many, many times, and this place has got to the place, the city of Tampa, because not only of one mayor, but of every mayor who served here, whether they had funds to do or some had 4 years of nothing, and they had to suffer through making the cuts. And I admire all the council members that were here in the past and the 5 mayors that I had the opportunity of working with. But I can tell you that nothing is easy. If it was easy, somebody else would be doing it. All of us would be doing it. When it gets to the nitty-gritty, is where we all have to come together so to make sure that this city continues to move forward. Is there a need in public service? There certainly is. The fire department needs, the police department needs, construction needs. And when you look at, yesterday, so happens I was cleaning out a closet, and I saw the 15 budget of the city of Tampa, $893 million. And guess what? That was in 2015. So 8 years, it's gone up from 893 to almost $2 billion. Sounds like a lot, but then when you look at the expenses and the people that have moved in, it's comparable. It's not just a dollar sign or something that you wish to have so you can do something better. But look at what we've been, look how we come back. I remember when you left this chambers, I don't care what time of the evening or afternoon, there was no one walking in the city downtown because there was no one living downtown. They had 600 people in the jailhouse and that was it. So now when you look around and you see what's happening, when you look to the east and you go to a waterfront, what was that before? Nothing but warehouses where you put shrimp and stuff. And when you were in the restaurant business, you go to your lot and pull them out and go on. You had citrus nitrate, you had Coca-Cola plant, you had banana ships, that the rats were bigger than the cats. That's why you had no cats around there. And you had, what, bee girls and bee bars and everything up. All that's gone. And that is an eye. You didn't have the aquarium there. Look at the difference. The aquarium this year is due to handle 1 million people attending that facility. Why? Because they have discovered what you and I have known for a long time. And we kept it quiet for a while. But somehow the whisper went out that Tampa's a place to be. Still ranked one of the top cities in relocation in every category. And I remember looking at the statistics, and I believe it was 2015 or 2016 and through there, where there was over 11,000 cars stolen in the city of Tampa. And it took about 6 years, and we got that down to just about 450. 0 would be the best one. But I'm asking all of us to stick together, whether you like us or not like us. Try to be the best with your neighborhood and help your friends out. Try to help those that don't have a place to live. Try to help those that can't eat, find food. We're trying the best we can. You know, we were in the business to do business, but all of a sudden you had all these kind of different things, the priorities hit us. And now we're in the same storm that everybody is in. The dollars today match the dollars of yesterday, just the increase in cost is the difference. So we're here to do what we can do to make the city continue to move forward, and that's not easy. But with your help and your consciousness through the CRAs, I appreciate everything you all done, and thank you very much for being who you are. God bless you.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I wanted to thank a lot of folks, everybody who's here to give their thoughts, everyone who's given their thoughts before. I've tried to respond to every single email. I think that's important. I also wanted to thank staff for their work. It's a lot of difficult back and forth and whatnot, and whether or not people are pleased with the results, whether we are as council or other folks, just a lot of hard work that's been going around, and I appreciate it very much. So, you know, one of the sayings I always use in my political life is, I try not to write political checks that I can't cash. I always do that. That's why I did what I did in our last meeting, or the meeting before last, it all jumbles together, on the budget and proposing what I did. I think we got to start with the principle that the mayor's tax increase, the 1.0 millage, sought, I think it was about $48 million in additional spending, right? And I oppose that, by the way. I oppose the full tax. I sought something that was 70% less, as I'll discuss. But without that, right, mathematically, we have nothing that's going to be funding that proposed spending. So we have to find replacements for that. What I sought to do, right, in that 0.3 millage was to have something that would be dedicated to public safety. And to some of those public safety proposals that were identified in the mayor's budget, have some funds left over so that we could talk about cuts and begin with issues like housing first, right? Now we have a lot of different competing interests, all of which are very critical, that are going to compete for the funds that we save from the cuts. So that's what I was trying to do. Is it easy and politically easy to try to find a nuance in something like this where, like I said, with respect to the administration, I believe that the well had been poisoned because of the a large tax increase sought? It's not, but in my opinion, it was the right thing to do in that regard. So like I said, I want to work with my colleagues here on Tampa City Council, all of whom have worked very, very hard, and I salute that work and whatnot. There's certain things that I'll say yes to, and there's certain things that I'll say no to. I'll say yes to sensible cuts. I've talked about before taking a look at the cost of living adjustments of non-union workers with whom we don't have a contractually obligated future wage, particularly those earning over $150,000. I know that cost of living adjustments sometimes are reduced by the administration after they're budgeted for, et cetera. We ought to look at that. I counted, and again, my math may be wrong, $15 million of employees here in the city of Tampa who earn over $150,000. That's a lot to look at. Not for cuts, right? But taking a look at those cost of living adjustments and whatnot, I think that's very important. We look at past spending. Something I've been very clear in is that we, and I include myself in that regard, are all guilty of the spending challenges. When we go, oh, it's the administration and this, we voted for all that, right? The vast majority of things, myself included. Again, I was a critic of the full tax, but I like to be fair. And whatnot, and not politicize things, et cetera. There are some things that I will be hesitant to say no to, if not, or say yes to, if not just fully oppose. When I think that there should be great scrutiny applied to certain fees in parks, right? When we don't look at something like even a minor 3% millage increase, and we're talking about increasing fees in parks that everyday working families use, we ought to apply some scrutiny and cynicism to that. When we look at backdoor taxes, we ought to apply some real scrutiny to that. I think we have to come up with very clear pathways to get done what we want to get done. For example, I talk about fire stations. Fire Station 24. And by the way, I also printed out, I want to make clear that over the last 2 years, I think I've had motion 5 times to talk about stations, including Fire Station 24, where it was originally moved in the administration's plan from New Tampa to North Tampa, et cetera. So this is something that City Council has been looking at, because I seem to make a Tampa Fire motion every 6 minutes, and that was about 5 of them. But we need to create a path. That's why I talked about bonding. If we can't look at something like a millage rate increase to take a look at these at our fire stations and police needs, then I want to look at other alternatives. I support a public safety impact fee. I strongly do. However, I would caution the public, that is a half a McNugget. It's not a McRib. God bless the McNuggets, but it's not a McRib. We've got to look at the McRib for funding public safety. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The McRib. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, public. First of all, let me just address the fact that I am definitely a daughter and I'm also a mother. So the word Negro is used in a friendly tone sometimes, and Black people actually know the difference. If I offended anyone using that, I actually do apologize. The one thing I can say for sure is I'm definitely trying to save your project, and that is called Fair Oaks Park. And so it was done with love, but I do apologize if it offended you. I have no problem saying that publicly on the dais. The reason why I voted for the millage increase is because it provides you with an opportunity to have the discussion, like the workshop today. It doesn't have to be a mill, it could go down. But because of the way that we voted 4-3, it can't go up. That's one thing for sure. And the city still has needs, and everyone, I believe, in this room can actually admit that. So I'm coming from a different perspective than most councils members maybe, because I'm an educator, I'm a single parent, and I'm a caregiver. I'm not a politician. So the bottom line is, if this is the first and last election, then so be it. Every decision that I make, I'm gonna stand by it and I'm gonna live by it. The City of Tampa mission statement says, it is to deliver outstanding services that enhances the quality of life and foster a more sustainable and livable city. I understand that council can't take any formal action today, but I am requesting that council take a non-binding straw vote, if you will, to see if there's a consensus today that would support the adoption of the budget for the 2024 fiscal year that is consistent with the budget presentation by the mayor and staff, that is consistent with the budget presented, but deleting the additional expenditures proposed that would have been paid with the additional millage that the body voted down 4-3. This goes back to the mission that our level of service actually will remain the same. We just won't have the funds to do the things that was proposed. I did it to support the conversation, and I think that that's important. The cuts would mean, with what was presented by the staff, means that there's no longer $17.8 million for transportation. There's no longer $9.5 million for public safety. That's fire rescue and police. There's no longer 8.6 for Parks and Rec. And sadly, although a lot of people came to council and talked about it, not just last week, but all the time, there is not 9.1 million for housing that many members of this community they're begging for it. And sadly, this also includes that there's no room for improvement in technology. I happen to be a technology educator. We have to move forward. That hurts us when we don't improve our technology, but that's also on the chopping board. Every letter that I got was against the millage except very few. And I understand that. Asking us to do more is painful. TICO did it to us the month of July, and it was very painful for all of us. But guess what? The city's light bill went up too. The city's light bill went up. I had to pay an extra $300 in utilities. So we need a conservation energy plan. We should cut out the lights right now. So anyway, please know that eliminating the additional revenue is a reality, but that does not eliminate the expenses. That's just the bottom line. Everybody has to spend more money on expenses. The other thing, let me see. Look, I actually saved paper. I printed two-sided. But nevertheless, the city is not exempt from these increases. In fact, there's a lot of things there's a 40% increase in a variety of places and within departments, and that actually could already use additional support. So in other words, I don't want you to think, with our budget right now, without a millage increase, there are staff members doing without and making things work. That's just the bottom line. The lawyer that was on the mayor's budget, the advisor that was on her budget line, that actually came from the law department. That was an FTE that was somewhere else. They just moved it over because our departments need to be able to communicate, and those legal matters that come into play are important. But you have to ask the additional questions to find out information like that. Here's the thing. There were receipts given to you last week, receipts, and the math was wrong. We have to cut the budget by $45 million. So I have invoices for you. Invoices. We still have a summer program. The city doesn't have to do that, but I want summer kids employed because that keeps them safe. I was a summer kid and I was a custodian, and I'm proud of that. We have social action programs. We give to a lot of organizations, by the way. We actually don't have to do that. So that's what, we don't have to do that. That's extra. And some people ask for more money than others. So there are things that we actually don't have to do, but the one thing I'm not willing to do is cut an employee's salary. The bottom line, I will not vote to do it.
Thank you very much.
And I set my own clock, so let me cut that off for you.
Thank you all so much. I want to be clear about a couple of items that have come up. One, I want to clarify the record, and in spite of the inaccurate headlines of the Tampa Bay Times, 6 out of 7 members on this dais rejected the mill increase. 6 out of 7. So anybody that is repeating anything else, they're not telling you the truth. There's many of us saw this in a different, more strategic way. I think some of us that didn't vote for the actual millage last time we met to discuss budget was concerned that we did not have all the facts, and we wanted to defer consideration until this meeting. We did not want to tie our hands until we came to this meeting to make an informed decision about where the money is and where it's proposed to go. That being said, somebody said there was two sides of this. Oh, I wish there was just two sides. You know, it's the council, it is the mayor, it is hundreds of thousands of people that live in the city of Tampa. It's the folks that are out here. It's the people who are advocating for housing for folks. It is the advocates here for public safety, for safe sidewalks and safe streets. There are so many sides to this discussion. Now, the decision about how much money, how much revenue the city potentially can get, for the most part, has been made, or nearly made. So we know what the size of the pie is. Now comes the tough part. I want to make a couple observations. One, fees are taxes. I don't care what you call it, you're taking other people's money and putting it into the government coffers. Fees are something that the state of Florida, for whatever political reasons, have been using in an equitable way to substitute taxes because they feel like they can hide it or target it. Fees are regressive. They really, in a non-balanced way, affect poor members of our community and people who are great consumers of our goods and services. They do not reflect the actual cost of providing that service to some of those, especially when you deal flat rate fees. So I'm very fearful that I hear a lot of discussion and I want to be clear, there's a lot of our fees that have to be reassessed. A lot of the fees that impact growth and construction, that we have to be recouping the actual cost of that services that our government provides, 100% we need to do that. But some of the more regressive type of fees I've heard discussed, I'm absolutely opposed to that. The single mother that depends on after-school care in our parks so their kids are not latchkey kids, I don't think that we should be imposing a burdensome fee on that single mother and have them have to make a choice between having them latchkey alone in a house or having them in a public parks and rec center where they could be culturally enriched. Have them participate in the police athletic league where they can learn the skills of becoming an adult. The $1.9 million that we need for matching funds for our police officers, it would be negligent of this city to allow those matching funds to slip through our fingers and not fund that $1.9 million. So, I mean, that is a one. And I'm going to also be clear, is when we leave here on the 19th, we're no longer talking about wants. We're talking about us prioritizing our needs. And while we have deferred maintenance for decades, guess what? Some of those we're going to defer it another 12 months at least, because a lot of those needs, we're beyond the wants. We're into the needs. Now we just have to choose which needs we're going to fund for 12 months. And that's where we're at today. It's just the next 12 months we have to survive the budget that we currently have. We have options. I agree with Councilwoman Henderson when she talks about where we need to start, because otherwise it's going to be so overly burdensome. We don't have the skills or the ability to create a $1.9 billion budget from this dais. But what we can do is use the skeleton structure that we currently have. There was $45 million in additional tax revenue by the proposed millage increase that went to increases. I think right from the beginning, we need to strike that from the table, not permanently, but I think to get to a starting point of our discussion, we need to pull back that $45 million. I also think, oh gosh, I'm going to run out of time. I also think that we need to look at cutting $1 million in wage increases that are budgeted for but have not historically been used, that are non-contractually obligated budget increases within the city, which will help compress our pay scale. I believe that we need to look at our reserves, and I'm fearful of this, and I'm telling you, when we start spending reserve money, it is going to affect our budget rating. But there is money there. We can get down to a reasonable level of reserves, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for every email I've gotten and for the number of people who've really dug in. And I want to thank staff for, until the very last minute today, sending me answers to the questions I had. This is a $2 billion budget, and it's really impossible for a layperson to understand. I was in school for accounting at one time. I really wish I had finished some of those classes. And so last week, when I talked about shell games, that is absolutely what I was alluding to. How we move money from Fund X to Fund Y for holding in future use or holding in reserves. To me, that's what that is. Apparently, other people take that differently, and that's not what I meant. I meant that we move money around, and I understand that we have to do it that way, but in accounting, the rules don't let you put money into common sense columns, like reserves, I asked. In this way, it's really impossible to go from one department to another and figure out what's in every department, because we have a lot in every department that's labeled other. We should work incredibly hard in the future to not have other columns. Or if we have an other column, to have a footnote that explains what that other column actually means, because the public nor council can really understand what the word other means. What we have learned is that as we as a council can make our fiscal motions more specific. I've already asked for clarity in financial requests going forward in fiscal year 2024. The motion I made last week requiring fund titles and numbers and balances for each consent item will help with that. We can be better stewards of the public's funds by asking more questions. I found out in a meeting with Mike Perry yesterday that they run monthly reports on the budget, on the actual, where we are that point in time. So I'll be making a motion tonight, or rather tomorrow night, to make sure that those monthly reports are provided to council. So we have somewhere to go, somewhere to look at, see changes. I'm also probably going to ask for individual monthly meetings to learn a little bit more about it as we go, and I recommend my fellow council members do the same. But ultimately, citizens asked us over and over again with heartbreaking detail that we cannot raise the budget, that we need to provide more transparency in an incredibly complicated issue, and we as a council have an obligation to do just that. They've also asked us to right-size the budget, and I have some thoughts on how to do that, but since this is an intro, I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much. And yes, sir, Councilman Carlson.
Thank you. I second the thanks to the public for all the time and energy you all put in. Many, many people in the community spent hours and days looking at the budget and giving us input and circulating information they found. Thank you also to the staff for working with us. For the last 4 years that I've been on council, we've heard loud and clear from the public that there are 5 main things that the public wants. There are many, many things the public wants, but at least 5 main things. Supportive police for safety, supportive fire rescue, housing, which we have a crisis on, also parks that are falling apart, and roads. And I hear more than anyone about roads. In fact, last year I voted against the budget because the road paving budget hadn't risen in 4 years. So the administration listened to us, and they came and said, well, you can have all 5 of those things, and I separate them into 5 instead of 4 because I think police and fire are important enough to separate them. But they said you can have all 5 of those things if you just agree to a 1 mil increase. And as was said before, the public clearly told us that they couldn't afford it, that didn't make sense. We know there are many cases of spending that shouldn't have been done, where we could have saved money. And most importantly, my economics background shows me that raising taxes at this time could have really hurt us more. We may be already entering a recession, and sending us into economic turmoil would not have been a good idea. So what we were told, what we and the public were told is, if you want those 5 things, you need to pay for the mill increase. We voted it down, and then we all really dug into the budget. And we had ideas last week, but we're bringing more ideas today. As we dug into the budget, as the public dug in the budget, we found that those 5 things were the same as they were before. Those were not the things that were the cause of the budget increase. Those 5 things were the same or less than they were before. And so a lot of discussion last week has been, well, City Council doesn't support road paving. We do absolutely support road paving. The issue, if you really look at the budget, the issue is salaries are going up. And if we had had a discussion about salaries going up and how we needed to address that, it would have been a different conversation. And salaries in particular going up for police and fire, which we know we need to support. But we needed to look at it as what was causing the increase, not what the political spin on was what people thought was happening. So had we done that, the conversation would have been different. We also know, in looking at the data, I presented Tampa scorecard again the other day. If you look at the data, look at the census data yourself, you'll see that Tampa does not fare well economically. The last 12 years have not been good for Tampa economically. We have not lots of nice, pretty buildings, but the impact of it has not positively impact the average citizen of our community. We have people coming up every day telling us they can't afford basic necessities, and we know from the data the problem's getting worse. Disparities are getting worse, and we need to address those. To do that, we need to radically change economic development in the city. Otherwise, in 4 years, we're going to be in the same position we are now, where the numbers are getting worse. They didn't improve since the Great Recession to a very great extent, and we need to fix that going forward. Today, there was an announcement that a big company decided to choose Dallas over Tampa for its headquarters, and the excuse was given that, well, they didn't really take Tampa seriously in the first place. Okay, well then maybe you shouldn't have told the public about it. The public is tired of hearing excuses. They want real economic solutions. The key to affordable housing is to help people get better paying jobs. We also know that there are lobbyists and others in and around the city that promote things, actively use taxpayer money to promote things like toilet tap, $6 billion unfunded mandate that could triple or quadruple water rates. We need to make our only pushback against that to help the public is to cut those budgets. As we go forward, I've got a lot of ideas. I'm stepping out into this meeting knowing that that it's a kind of shark-infested waters, and I'm going to be careful about what I say, and maybe my colleagues will do the same. But I hope that we can create a collaborative environment. I hope, most importantly, that as was said, we need to be respectful of staff. I hope staff will also be respectful of us, and it doesn't turn into a situation where staff is saying no, 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 no. We spent a lot of research and time on this, and we need to work forward. Lastly, I talked to the mayor a few months ago and said, if you're thinking about increasing the taxes, let us know so we can work with you on it. And I just met with the mayor and chief of staff and the CFO, and I said, we need to radically change this process going forward. Not only do we need monthly updates, like my colleague said, city council needs a window and eye into it. Not because the charter requires it, but because we need to have collaboration in the city. We all need to work together to solve the problems of the city going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and I'll make my comments. So here we are without a millage increase, and we're having to present or approve an approved budget, or a balanced budget. And there are a couple of ideas that I have, and we'll talk about them further as we continue this discussion, since these are just opening comments. But what if we looked at salary increases, capping them across the board, non-union folks, to no more than 3%? What if we look at eliminating proposed positions in this new budget that are absolutely not necessary? I know that, and I've asked this question, that we've looked at positions that were proposed in the current budget, the 23 budget, that haven't been fulfilled, and we've looked at that, or I asked my question on that. My priorities are preserving public safety and housing. We heard loud and clear. We hear loud and clear every day during the campaign, and hear housing, the housing crisis that we have, and also the need for public safety. We have the opportunity here with bringing on more firefighters with a grant. That is very helpful. That'll cover us for, I believe, 3 years. But with police, we have to have matching funds, and it's right under $2 million, 1.8, 1.9. We should find that money to again, preserve that so we can move forward. With housing, we need to look at creative solutions beyond just the general fund, and I talked about at the CRA, and I've mentioned it now 10 times, about purchasing the police station across the street. That's just one idea that Councilwoman Hurtak brought up, and we made a motion on, but we need to look at other opportunities. Somebody mentioned surface parking lots that the city has, and the abundance of parking that we have. That's very expensive real estate that we can free up, should we go that route, to get money into that general fund that we could put towards housing, put towards our needs. There's so much that can be said. With the millage proposal, we could have done X. But I look at it as, if I gave my mother as a kid a Christmas wish list of 5 items, and she came back with 2, I wouldn't say, well, Christmas is ruined. I would be happy with whatever she was able to do. And I think in this situation, terrible analogy, and I'm the king of bad analogies, but we need to look at what's absolutely necessary, our needs over our wants, and I think housing and public safety are the top 2 biggest priorities. We need to look at the future meaning the CIT expires in a few years. Will that CIT be renewed? Because that CIT, and we don't know how it will be structured, but looking at the CIT now, it went to fund a lot of police, a lot of fire, a lot of other things. It's a lifeline. It's been a 30-year lifeline to allow us to do certain projects. And moving forward, should that CIT be renewed, we need to strictly focus it on transportation, on housing, if we're able to, and public state, however they allocate it. But moving forward, I think we need to make better budget decisions. I think back to the Great Recession and how property values were going up and up and up, and people were spending, and credit was being thrown out and given, and this, and then everything crashed. We are not going into that crash, I hope not. We may be going into that recession, but we need to be mindful of it's not going to be sunshine and rainbows. We have to prepare for the rainy day. And we've been very good at putting money in our reserves. The city's savings account, are healthy. Our credit and bond ratings are healthy. But in the situation that we're in, wants and needs, we have very specific needs. I know that it is perhaps unpopular, but we need to look at perhaps visiting our reserve fund and what we can take from that fund that won't impact our credit and bond rating. We need to look at everything I mentioned with positions that are proposed that haven't been filled, looking at raises, because every dollar counts. And I think if we really scrutinize the available dollars, we can get to the goals that we're aiming for and be able to pass a balanced budget, move forward together while being able to tackle our most pressing issues. I look forward to a collaborative effort. Each council member made their opening statements as I am making mine, but I am hopeful that by Tuesday the 19th, we'll be able to move forward with a budget that is balanced in meeting the deadline, because we're required to pass a balanced budget before the end of this month. So time is of the essence, and I'm going to stop there at this time. I'm going to go to item number 1. I'd like to bring up Mr. Rogero. He's going to talk about a few items, and then we go into item number 2, and council is going to have many, many opportunities to talk in regards to the budget. So, Mr. Rogero, item number 1 is regarding feasibility of including design funds and potential land acquisition plans for fire stations and/or expansions. Y'all want to take a break? Mr. Rogero, I'm going to do a 5-minute break. A couple council members need to just step out. Is that all right? Okay, we're going to do a 5-minute break. where Mr. Weaver is standing. All right, we're going to begin. If we could please have silence. Thank you, and please take a seat. All right, welcome back to Tampa City Council. Roll call, please.
Carlson. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
All right, Chief Bennett.
All right, good afternoon, Council. John Bennett, Chief of Staff, and of course, good afternoon to our public. You mentioned item number 1. I'm going to go through that real quick, and then I'll turn it over to Chief Barbara Tripp, who's online. Of course, we have Chief Milt Jenkins here for any other technical support. But I did notice that Councilman Vieira, who made the motion, is not available. Do you want me to continue?
Let's grab it.
While we're waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say that I got an email from Ms. Zellman that explained the salary increases for those bound by existing collective bargaining agreements only, and the total salary increase. So people had questions about that, and so I just made a photocopy and gave it to the clerk and all of you.
Thank you very much. I was just looking at that, so that is a very good number to have, and that'll come up in conversation. All right, Councilman Vieira, this was your motion regarding the fire station, so Chief Bennett is going to kick it off here. We wanted to wait for you.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll speak after they're finished. Thank you. Well, thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Our pleasure. We know your support for public safety is great, as with all the council members. I want to read the motion just for the sake of Chief Tripp, who's online and may not have access to the motion, so we can be as crystal clear and supportive as possible. And just a preamble to that, I just want to point out that, we kept our promise to have staff here to help council work through this tonight, and we're in full support of getting a balanced budget to support you and the public and getting the best level of service possible. But item number 1 is for staff to report on the feasibility of including design funds and potential land acquisition plans for fire stations and/or expansions at the following 3 locations in the fiscal year 24 budget, specifically downtown, North Tampa / Fowler, and K-Bar Ranch. And before I turn it over to Chief Tripp, I think the key words here are feasibility and funds, obviously. And so for the feasibility part, that would be the strategic purpose of the fire department's strategic plan to have the highest level of service in all neighborhoods. And of course, Chief Rogero and the budget team are here to talk about the funds that are not only in the fiscal year 24 budget, absent the millage, meaning available for capital improvement, but also maybe the history of that as well, because I know Councilman Vieira and the firefighters are all interested in making sure that we have the best opportunities to serve the community. Chief Tripp, I believe you're online.
Good afternoon, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue. My apologies for not being there in person, but just to elaborate on the motion, and I believe part of it was dealing with North Tampa. Currently, I'm in the process of finalizing information concerning North Tampa with putting a fire station that will be Station 24. Just need to find out exactly as far as the funding, and I understand that we do have 1.5 in there for the design. Survey has been completed for a particular area. As far as K-Bar, which that is an area that is definitely growing, and we're looking to add additional resources to that. And as I look at the call volume as well as the response time and some of the, I don't want to use the word quick fix, but some of the items that we could do a little bit sooner to try to help that North Tampa, because the call volume does not equal up to downtown or central Tampa. One is the roadway, which we are working with the county to see if we can gain access to that bike road, as well as adding additional resources. We're also looking into maybe partner with another unit to help provide that service up there until we can get the units in place. I do have a transport units that's going to be dedicated to Station 22 that will go in service that provide that ALS service for the north side. And I believe downtown Tampa, of course, downtown Tampa as we speak, of course, no property. I have been looking, I've been reaching out to try to find land in the area. I've also looked in the area over by the port because that is one of the areas that's developing as well. And of course, I have been trying to redesign Station 6 for the port, and that to add more additional resources, but we have been coming up zero with property. So in the meantime, to help the men and women in downtown Tampa with the call volume, once we be able to get these additional resources that's coming in from your manufacturers, which I'm hoping by the end of the year, no later than the first of the year, because it's been a manufacturer delay and taken about 2 years for equipment to be produced, looking to add more resources to the station until we can find a location to put another station there. And hopefully I answered everything that was in the motion. If not, let me know.
Councilman Villa, are you satisfied?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief Tripp. We appreciate you, your information and your hard work, and to our friends at Local 754, we appreciate you all, and Chief Bennett and Mr. Rahera and everybody. So I made a motion last week at City Council to have us look at bonding for fire stations. You know, my idea was to take a look at using the millage in the future for fire stations, and if we can't have a process that's dominated by pay-as-you-go, we'll have to look at right now some sort of a bond, which I'm not a big fan of, but again, I don't care if we do it through a millage rate. I don't care if we do it by bonding or if we do it by saying 12 Hail Marys and 8 Our Fathers. I just want to get this thing done because we need to get this done for the city of Tampa. We all agree that we've waited very, very long on this. And that includes for Station 24, which for background is going to be helping us for the North Tampa area, which has Station 13, which recently was the 54th busiest station in the United States of America. And we helped out with Station 25 with work from the union and the administration and strong support from City Council. My question is, so I want to make sure that I'm hearing this right, is that we have $1.5 million right now in the budget that's set aside for Station 24 for design, and that has nothing to do with the millage increase, correct?
Correct. Good afternoon, Council. Dennis Rahera, Chief Financial Officer. You are correct, sir.
Great. And then Chief Tripp talked about having additional rescue and ambulances, talking about K-Bar Ranch, et cetera. Getting right now in the budget, are we going to have additional funds for more rescue vehicles or ambulances, or was that something that was predicated upon the millage?
Much of it was predicated upon the millage. We do have some funding available for vehicles. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Perry. What will still need to be decided is if it's police vehicles, fire vehicles, or a combination of the two. Well,
Yeah, come on up to the mic, sir.
Mike knows the details.
Good evening. Mike Perry, Budget Officer. For the last 3 years that we're having the CIT, making a concerted effort to push more money to public safety vehicles. In the proposed 24 budget, we have $16 million proposed for public safety vehicles. Did I say $16 million? So that's currently in the proposed budget for public safety vehicles. So then that's what Dennis is talking about, is the allocation thereof.
Great, thank you very much. And yeah, again, we are where we're at right now, et cetera. It's good to see that we can at least make some advancement. I'll be honest, I mean, this is not the budget I wanted for public safety. I wish we were able to move ahead. We're going to continue to push for the public safety master plan to get done so that we can see what all of our deficits are at through an objective report that is, supported by both sides, et cetera. But obviously this is not the budget I envisioned for public safety, but we are where we're at. And at least we're going to see some movement forward on Station 24, and we're going to have very soon a discussion on bonding so that we can meet those needs, again, by whatever means that we can. It's not the budget that I wanted, but we're here, and we'll have a dialogue on cuts and how to fund some of our core critical needs. But again, I thank you guys for all of your work and your openness. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtag, then Councilmember Carlson, and then Councilmember Clinton.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I don't know if Chief Tripp can answer this or other members of the budget staff. How much will it cost approximately to build a fire station? So Fire Station 24, what kind of money are we looking at? I've heard numbers anywhere from 4 million to 11 million. What is?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Chief Tripp.
Okay, sorry about that. So the average, it all depends on the size of the building and what's the going rate for the square footage. So currently it's anywhere between $5 to $11 million.
Okay.
And the reason for that spread is you have to think about the land acquisition, if you have to get land, if you have to get equipment, of course, personnel. So it varies. I believe the going rate right now is about $550 to $750 per square foot.
Okay, thank you. So if we were just, if I'm going to ask Mr. O'Hara, if we're looking at just the building itself, what can you give a closer approximation?
No, as Chief Tripp said, I would defer mostly not only to the fire chief, but also to our contract administration division. Again, there's any number of variables in terms of timing. When do we anticipate it will be constructed? How long do we anticipate it will be for design? You heard Chief Tripp mention land acquisition, things like that. I mean, and again, as we all know, the further out, well, the further you, or the more you can anticipate, the cost estimates will increase.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go in the middle and just guesstimate about 9 million. How many vehicles, Chief Tripp, do we currently have that we have already paid for or encumbered funds for that we're waiting on?
So we have 15 rescue units that we've already paid for, as well as 5 engines.
That we've already paid for?
Yes, so there was 22 and 23 budget.
Okay, that's good news. It's just so sad that we have to wait so long to get those. Mr. Perry said that we have 16 million for public safety vehicles. And my question, this is from the CIT money?
All community investment tax, right? Yes.
Okay, and then, but the CIT money doesn't have to be used for vehicles.
It does not specifically have to be used
Okay.
for vehicles. It does have restrictions associated with the referendum that was passed, nearly 30 years ago. And then every 5 years, those bumper rails, if you will, are reviewed and set. I don't know offhand, but we can find out as to what the compartmentalization is now. But right now, the plan, or the forecast going forward is for vehicles. But
Okay,
you're quite right.
but
Public
could
safety
we,
purposes.
yes, and so I guess my question more specifically is, could we use that toward the building of yet another fire station?
And I'll let legal interrupt me if I'm wrong, but we could use it. What we can't do, of course, because that particular revenue source sunsets in just a few years, we cannot bond it or go into debt service or anything like that.
But we could use the 16 million as possibly building another fire
Public safety
station this
purposes.
year instead of buying vehicles.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Yeah, from my understanding, the original CIT, I think, went to build the police substations and other facilities, so I think it's allowable, so.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carlson, Clendenin, Miranda.
Yes, one thing I mentioned earlier, I wish that we could, council and staff, refrain from talking about what would have been covered by the tax increase. A couple weeks ago, we, city council, I think I made the motion, asked for a copy of the budget without the tax increase, and the staff decided not to give it to us. And that's their choice, but we don't, if you compare last year's budget, this year's budget, there are a lot of changes. And so anything could have come from that bucket. And this is not a battle over public safety or anything else. We're trying to figure out how do we not hurt, as Chief of Staff would say, level of service, but also try and enhance those 5 things. And I think we agree to the 5 things. But as the memo just says that was just handed out from Ms. Zellman's memo, just the difference this year in the city employees' salaries, bargaining agreement salaries is 22.2 million, and then total salary is 28.5 million. So if we're measuring against 45 million, that's most of it right there, and then you're putting a big chunk in the reserve fund. So we can pick anything that's an increase from last year. We could say, well, that was what the increase was about. It's arbitrary as to what you pick. I mean, it's obvious that salary had a huge impact. It's not like we're starting from zero on fire safety or anything else. What we need to do is figure out what the number is. Is it 45 or something else? And then we need to figure out what those cuts are to meet the same place we are now. So I wish we would get off saying, what would have been included if we had the tax, because we could pick anything that's an increase and talk about it. Second, Mr. Harrow and I were trading emails and calls yesterday, which I appreciate. I talked to the mayor a little while ago. I at least until last week thought that the 3 or 4 years of hard work that Councilmember Vieira had put in on this Station 24 had resulted in us approving it a year ago, and that it was moving forward. I didn't know until Nick Stocco said last week that it was not going forward. If my colleagues knew, then maybe I'm the only one. But we need to communicate differently. The charter says that we have control of the budget, which city attorneys reminded us of. We don't have control over forcing the administration or everybody to execute. But if you decide not to execute, please let us know, because we thought it was happening already. And so the emails I was exchanging last night is kind of why it didn't happen, and maybe, Mr. Harrow, you could say this just for the public, because the public's been digging into this as well. But as I understand it, the 11 million that we had approved was going to be bonded. And could you tell us what else was going to be in that bond? And if you all waited because you think the rates are going to be better in the future or something, I understand that. But it would be nice for us to know, and be nice for the firefighters to know. It'd be nice for the public to know why we're making those decisions. And if 11 million is going to be bonded, what else was in that bucket? And then to the next question is, could you also, I'm adding a bunch of questions, so I'll have to talk again, but what's our bond to revenue ratio, and what's the standard in the industry? We know that you always talk about the reserve fund percentage, which I've been a big protector of, but what's the total capacity of bonding that we can go to with this revenue size, and how much more do we have, and what do you all plan on bonding this year? As I said last week, sometimes I feel blindsided because suddenly things are paid with bonding that I at least didn't know we were going to use bonding for. And so can you give us some line of sight into that? Is there a bond issuance coming up? How much is it? What else is included? Is this fire station included? And what's our total bonding capacity?
I'm writing these down so I don't forget, sir. Yes, thank you, sir, and again, appreciate the continuing discussion about Fire Station 24 with both you and Councilman Vieira. And I'll start with Fire Station 24. And I think you were holding up some CI pages just a few meetings ago, Mr. Vieira. In fiscal year 22, as part of the capital improvement program, we had, I'm going off memory, so I'm going to round the numbers, about $12 million in total anticipated for Fire Station 24. In fiscal year 22, very little was actually appropriated. Again, we can only appropriate, council can only appropriate money on a single fiscal year. So $1 million or $2 million was in fiscal year 22, and then as you looked out into the 5 years of the capital improvement program, you saw in fiscal year 23 another $11-ish million for completion of the project, whether that was construction, FF&E, et cetera, et cetera. And the funding source for that $11-ish million was an anticipated debt issuance. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was site location or if it was an implementation schedule, but for whatever reason, the construction of that station was not imminent. Because construction of that station was not imminent, the debt service was unnecessary. And please remember, it was always anticipated debt service. Council has issued no debt for that 11-ish million. And because we, in the financing arena, didn't know the anticipated time frame, we took the anticipated revenue and we took the anticipated expenditure out. And that's how we end up with the 1.5 million we have now. If a decision is made, or if we're told that construction of that station is imminent and we get a construction schedule, we will put that funding, of course, back into the capital improvement program, barring, a cash, as you were talking about, Councilwoman Hurtak, barring cash. We continue to anticipate construction of fire stations via debt service. We don't have to do it like that, but that's typically what we plan on, so we don't have to save that money up. So that's how we arrived at the 1.5 million, and that is a carried or a continuing project from the current fiscal year into fiscal year 24. I'm a visual guy. Was that
Just one
was that clear
follow-up.
enough?
You said, if I heard correctly, that it was in and then we took it out. Maybe a question for you or Ms. Zellman. If city council has the expectation that something is in the budget, or if we approve something that's in the budget, does the administration have the obligation to tell us or get our approval before they take it out of the budget?
I'll certainly defer to the city attorney, but I will tell you, and again, if we can do a better job of communicating, as you know, we've got hundreds and hundreds of projects, and things are changing all the time. The budget changes all the time. But the mechanism we would view for city council to approve that change would be adoption of the fiscal year capital improvement program, and city council did adopt it with that revenue and expenditure taken out. Now, if, again, if council members feel we should or could highlight that more, please let us know. But that's our mechanism for approval or disapproval by city council.
Clendenin Miranda Henderson.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Feels like it was just a little while ago we were speaking on the
I
phone.
know, a long time now.
Exactly. So the $12 million that had been allocated to Station 24, that is no longer encumbered and the money no longer exists. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. It was, it never reached the point of being encumbered, and we never issued the debt, so we never had the money. It was a plan.
And I think to address Councilman Vieira's concern, and I think you have addressed it, but I want to reiterate it so people hear this, is that when we're spending money on especially infrastructure that has a multi-year lifespan, and I think you referred to it as generational financing, yes, when we set these bonds, because it would be irresponsible for us as a city governing body to burden existing taxpayers with the entirety of a debt when that is going to have a useful life of X number of years, that you spread it out so that the folks that are senior citizens living today are not paying for something that's got a 30-year lifespan, that the next generation are all these immigrants that are fleeing to the city from New York and Pennsylvania and elsewhere. They will be able to pay their fair share. So I think bonding is an equitable way of paying for this infrastructure. And of course, any time, not just with fire stations, but any of our infrastructure, I think that is the smart way of equitably paying for these priorities. There's $16 million in vehicles that is I want to make just it's in the CIT funds. That's correct?
Yes.
The $16 million that is paid for in the budget. Okay. And so this now I transition to Chief Tripp. Are you still with us?
Yes, she is.
Chief Tripp, thank you so much. So
Yes.
I want to address the needs. I've had plenty of conversations with 754 about priorities, and I've also had many conversations with you about priorities of Tampa Fire and Rescue. We have these vehicles that have been bought and paid for, and I know by our conversations I've had with you that one of our greatest needs and our deficit in Tampa Fire Rescue is the advanced life support vehicles, and being able to supplement that so that when folks call 911, that we have a responsive, we meet their needs and we're responsive. So do you have the capacity to house in an equitable way across the city where they need to be housed the vehicles that are currently bought and paid for and we're waiting for delivery? And right now with the existing infrastructure?
Yes and no. So a couple of the stations, we were able to go in and do some modified changing to house like 2 additional personnel for the rescue cars. And a couple of them, they actually cannot even hold another chair. So Station 6 is one and Station 10 is one. But my goal is to place them in service to go ahead and provide the need. to the community, and then eventually try to get them a complete location. So I have 5 stations currently now that's in need of, that do not have an ALS transport unit, and I am able to fit 3 of the 5.
Do you know how much money you need to accommodate all of these vehicles in the stations that you have a need?
So the vehicles are paid for. Are you talking about
No,
the station itself?
Actually deploying them in the field, what it would cost to provide the infrastructure improvements to be able to deploy those into the field?
Okay, if I understand your question correctly, to deploy them out, we would need those additional personnel, and that's where the SAFER grant will come in, to have those additional personnel to put on the rescue cars. Once those units come in from the manufacturer, we'll be able to put them in service. And like I say, 3 of the stations, I currently have, when I say the overhead, the facility for them. The other 2 stations, one of the stations, like I said, which is Station 10, which is a 1921 or 28 station. And of course, it has no room nor land around it. But my plans is to do other things like with our facility and fleet building, to supply and fleet, to try to house them together. So then I will have more land to redo Station 10. Station 10 is one that's in East Tampa that need an additional rescue car, but has no land around it. And we talked about Station 6 that's in Port Tampa. So to update some of the stations as far as renovations and remodeling, the amount is going to vary, but I can tell you, we just did Station 25, and that building was already there. We went in and rehabbed that building, and it costed $1 million for that location. So in order to go into these other stations, rehab them, bring them up to codes and standards, add more dormitory space and room to facilitate in case if we have like a natural disaster, when we do recalls, it's probably going to run us anywhere between $1 and $2 million.
Okay, so.
Each station.
Okay, so if we budgeted $2 million, you could accommodate per station, so $4 million, you could accommodate the advanced life support vehicles in the existing infrastructure that we currently have. So if, I know we have a dire need, and again, this is not a want, we have a dire need in the city of Tampa to make dramatic improvements to at least 7 of our fire stations. And I know one of them has mold, and others just were never designed to accommodate what they're currently trying to accommodate and haven't been touched in decades. If the political reality is that we do not have the funding to do what we need to do in all 7 stations, if there was 3 of the most critical stations, could you identify what those are and what the implications, how much money you need to meet those needs in the next 12 months, and if we had to defer those improvements to the next fiscal year, just give me what's your absolute need on the top 3 and how much money that is.
Okay, so Station 9 is definitely top 3. Station 6 and Station 10 would be my top 3 needs because of the conditions of the station and as well as the manpower that's currently in the station. But of course, with Station 9, it'll be hard to, unless we find another property to build a station, but we have property, but that's where the fleet facility is located. So when we talk about price, Station 6, in order to get like a 5-base station, that's going to be a whole nother new building, which is going to take, anywhere between that $5 to $11 million. But if you ask me what can I do today, that will be for 1 year. It's going to be hard. Of course, it will go into the next year. It will be trying to remodel the 6 of the stations that was built in the 50s.
Okay, so, but again, can you give us, and maybe you can take an IOU and just get that figure to us between now and the next meeting and work with the administration, all the finance geeks to incorporate that into the budget of what the actual needs of that 9.6, and I believe it was 7, to be able to meet the needs and go beyond, I think, honestly, this is one of those things that it's a need to do all 7. But with the reality is, I don't know how we're going to get there. But if we have to start somewhere, that at least we know what those top 3 are. You know, I want to be able to get to all, and again, I want to emphasize to everybody that's listening, these are not wants, these are absolute needs. And when we leave here tonight, there's going to be a lot of needs left on the table for the next fiscal years after that, because that's just what we're going to have to do. The wants are going by the wayside. Now there's no fat. We're cutting into the meat.
Councilman Miranda.
Could I say one thing, Council?
Go ahead, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. So, like you say, when we talk about the needs, those are the primary needs right there with those 3 stations. You know, that is definitely a must that we need to try to see if we can get taken care of. But because of, you know, the time frame, of course, it won't take place. You know, it's going to take us at least a year to get things situated.
Thank you.
Councilman Miranda, Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you look at the realities of all this is not a desire, this is a real need for all the people that live in this area and in surrounding areas. Public safety is utmost no matter where you live at. And however, I want to question myself when you look at bonding. When you start bonding out things that were never bonded before, some other government, we're not going to be here forever. Some other government may say, well, it's done before, let's do this and let's do that. And bonding is expensive. When you build something, and I'm going to use the PIPES program for an example. That PIPES program is $2.9 billion. Let me say that again, $2.9 billion. It had to happen because we were spending millions on a yearly basis. 28 by now would have been $30 or $35 million just fishing and repairing the same pipe. We were not extending the pipe. We weren't putting in a new pipe. We were just repairing where it cracked and broke. So, however, that was done a different way. When you hear about your water bill, it's really your utility bill. All of it encompassed in one bill. That means your pickup by the good people in solid waste that they pick up twice a week, or sometimes they miss 5 days a year because it falls on a Monday. And these are the things that are happening in life. So we're paying 54% of that without bonding. I hate the word bonding. I despise it. You see, the first time ever in America that the general population of America is in debt for over $1 trillion. Let me say that part again. $1 trillion. And that interest rate ain't 5 or 6%. So where are we going? We have to have done what we have to do. And sometimes I look around and I say, what have I done to help things out? Well, all of us should start looking how to save money for your own benefit. Save the environment. Solar. A year and a half ago, I put solar in the house. My electric bill has never been over $26. Let me repeat that, $26. The difference that the savings, it'll be paid for with their money, not mine, in about 10 years or less. So it's a benefit that we start looking that way so that we can have a residual value of helping nature and also saving money to pay for something else. We have to think in a broad form that we never thought before. The fire station is needed in New Tampa. However, there's another fire station in need. 9 certainly needs to be replaced in total in downtown Tampa somewhere. The cost of land in downtown Tampa is prohibitive. So I would imagine, just me thinking out loud, that the next fire station that's built will more than likely be the first floor of a tall building, where we can make some arrangement with someone so that we can facilitate the needs of the society and also not put society in debt. You do much more when you have 2 pennies in your pocket than when you have no pennies in your pocket. So when you look at that and you understand that life is what it is, and you have to plan not for today, but for tomorrow, there's another thing I've never done. I have never bought a new car. Why? Because when I drive it out, it's no longer a new car. So why should I buy a new car? I have never seen a government, including this government, get a dealer's license and go to the auction and buy whatever you need that has 6, 7, 8,000 miles. It's got the same warranty as a new car. If it ends in 5 years, that one's a year old, you got 4 left. So what's the difference? Every 6th car you buy, you get one for free. May help, may not help, but I'm not in that division. I'm in a council member on the legislative side, not in the administrative side. We have to change the way we do business if you want to survive in the atmosphere that we're in and in the crunch that we're in with the amount of people we have coming in. We can't put a wall around the city of Tampa, so, whoa, go back home. It doesn't work. So we have to do what we need. We need to fix the fire station. We need to have the firefighters on hand. We need the police station. We need different things to happen. And I believe that that fire station downtown, wherever it's at, is going to be on the bottom floor of a pretty tall building, because that's the only way we can build it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mr. Herrera, first, let me start with going back to file number B 2024-2, which is for you to come back with a report to address the possibility of 3 stations for this fiscal year, 2024. Is that truly possible with this budget,
Well,
in your opinion?
It's possible. I mean, 3 fire stations, depending upon council's priorities, potential additional revenues, which I'm prepared to talk to, and potential reductions in the proposed budget is possible.
Yes.
Off the top of my head, it would be challenging finding the necessary additional revenue and the necessary necessary further expenditure reductions, but it's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
With that being said, we allocated $16 million for new vehicles, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
$16 million using CIT funds. Why did we do that? It's a big number, but there's a reason behind it. And I think for the public and for us, we came up with that figure for a reason, and I think that it should be addressed.
Certainly, I can speak to that. Again, it's a question of prioritization. We generally in the city, across the board, but this discussion is specific to public safety, we have aged vehicles.
Right.
We're constantly needing to replace existing vehicles, and then, of course, as we get additional positions, as we provide additional services, whether it's placing, I'll point to the potential additional positions associated with the cops and the SAFER grants. So we need additional vehicles or new vehicles, and we also need to replace vehicles. Don't quote me here, but our standard replacement schedule for our police sedans are 9 years, I think. It might, maybe even more, and at one time, we were shooting for 7, so we've got a lot of very, very old vehicles out there. Chief Tripp will tell you she has a very large number of aged ambulances, engines, things like that. And she has to not only have frontline assets, but she has to have reserve assets. So there is not only there is the reliability associated with newer vehicles, but as we've discussed before, there's the ever-increasing amount it costs to maintain these vehicles.
To maintain them. When it was reported,
Yes.
in presentations past, I know this is a difficult conversation to have, but when the report came back initially, Chief Tripp, I know you're still in line, so I know you're gonna have to chime in on this about, wants and needs of fire stations. Here's the hard part. Yes, I believe that we do need fire stations, but when the report was presented, what was presented to us is that we need to renovate and improve the fire stations that we already have. When Chief Tripp made the recommendation, she did not recommend that we build a fire station in 2024. She did not negate that we didn't need any, but she did indicate that there were none. Is that correct, that none for this fiscal year for 2024? It was more so about renovating and repairing what we have.
That's my understanding, but I would defer to the fire
Yeah, Chief Tripp, you can come on the line for that, because that report was not just a general report, it was something that we paid for, and that was recommended. I know that Local 754, that was a hard pill to swallow for them to hear that, but that data just didn't come from out of anywhere. There was a study done that provided us with this information. Can you address that for the public, please?
So are you referring to my initial presentation about updating the stations?
Yeah, the stations in terms of not, building the fire stations this fiscal year, but repairing and updating the, stations that we currently have. Wasn't that what the report said?
According to what I've been presenting, each time I come up to council, I always talk about rebuild, remodel, or renovate the stations, you know, so they're based on the needs. Now, if we talk about emergency needs, once again, it'd be nice if we could remodel all the stations, but some of them are in conditions where they need to be rebuilt. Now, as far as Station 24, that was in, when I say prior budgets, and of course, I didn't say anything about it this year because I'm assuming the money was there to go ahead and move forward and wasn't part of this year's budget. But obviously, I see I need to include that in every year so we can get additional funding. But my presentation has always been to, you know, rebuild, update, remodel the ones that are feasible and able to accommodate a remodel. And some of them are not. Some of them are in conditions that they actually need to be rebuilt.
Okay, thank you for that. And just for me being on council, even if we found the funding for fire stations this year, 1, 2, or even possibly 3, as requested in this feasibility report coming back to staff, even if we did, what year would those fire stations be done? Is that a construction services question? Because it seems to me as though it takes quite a bit of time. It's taking years to build Fair Oaks. It's taking years to build Rome Yard. It's taken years to build our major projects. So how possibly could we put money together fast enough to get fire stations done immediately? Like, how does that happen? Construction services, please. Because what I'm trying to do is hone in on the reality of, I'm not saying we don't need the fire stations, but even if we put them in the budget, it's gonna take 22 months to build Fair Oaks Park. So that is in 2026, right? And we're in 2023 right now. So when would a fire station get done if we had the money?
Good afternoon, Council. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. I'll offer an estimate to your question. The reason I would be offering that estimate is our Contract Administration Department, which manages all of our construction in the city, whether it's new vertical or horizontal. They would be assisting the fire department in this endeavor to build 1 or more fire stations. I would just estimate 2 to 3 years before any ribbon cutting would take place. There's a lot of work to do, again, for site identification if sites are not available currently, appraisals and purchasing of those sites. Then there's a site analysis that leads into a design with permitting, and then procuring of those different phases. Each procurement is at least 4 months. Procuring for the final construction is 4 to 6 months, and then the actual construction schedule. So this is typical of any capital project. The money is over a number of years for most capital projects. It doesn't go in October 1st. It gets spent by September 29th, September 30th, excuse me. As I'm sure you're all aware, I just want to reiterate that for the public's knowledge. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. So even for the public, the emotion and the urgency for needing fire stations, in reality, it still would take years to get a fire station. And we're in a budget crisis of cutting $45 million. And so I would say to this is that just like we've deferred and we're putting things down the road, kicking the can down the road for so many things, housing, parks and recreation, transportation, it seems to me as though fire would be falling into that same category based on the fact that the funding is simply not there. And that's not to say that it can't be a future project, or if we come back and our public is more educated about what it is that we really need and how much it's going to cost, because the reality is that, you know, things cost money and we got to find it from somewhere. And the last thing that I want to say is that we were presented with a scorecard by a council member. And one of the key things, I actually took a picture of it, it talked about inequity. And so that would even, maybe you should come back up from construction services, is that even in these, this opportunity to address funding, the staffing of even construction services would struggle because we have so many projects. And how would that fit into even adding more projects? And we're looking at a budget where there's a possibility, maybe depending on the pleasure of who's up here on the dais and how we vote, in terms of that and the cost of people that we would need to deal with it from a construction service standpoint, because it's not just about the fire station.
Yes, Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure Mobility. To answer your question, for any capital project that we do, we're looking ahead to not only the funding of the project, but the future operation and maintenance. So for this particular project, as I mentioned, the contract administration, construction services is what we consider the permitting group under Nicole Travis, just to kind of get the bingo a little straight. But the contract administration would be assisting with the procurement and to a certain level of construction management. The facility management team would also be assisting with the vertical construction because they would own the operation and maintenance of the facility going forward. So every project, there's a projection on staffing and workload, and whether that workload is sustained where we need extra FTEs, or whether that workload is a consultant-based need in terms of supporting the project through its completion, and then the city can take on operation and maintenance with the staff that we have. So there's a constant checking of workload impacts, manpower loading, and the best method for accommodating that workload under the circumstances and depending on the time frame of things. So sorry if that's a very general answer. It's probably as specific as I can be with this particular question.
Okay, I appreciate that. I won't belinger the point, but I think I'll just close. Thank you, Ms. Duncan, with about CIT funds because of the public output about CIT funds and, paying for capital projects. Some people are banking on that as a way of us addressing capital projects, and so maybe you can speak to that, Mr. Herrero. But we know that CIT is expiring, and it's actually a gamble to expect that a conservative county commission will put it back on the ballot to even vote for it. Because that's what some people are hoping for, that we'll have those funds that we've had for 30 years. And that's not necessarily true. If you look at the makeup of our county commission, that they don't have to put it on the ballot. And so because of that, I just want to put that in everyone's head, that is a possibility. Because it's a tax that you're used to paying for, so that one wouldn't necessarily hurt you over a millage. And the other thing that I want to say is those traditional funding streams are gone, like the gas tax and the commercial tax, things that we have relied on. And going back to the scorecard, there's already some inequity in our city. And so if you want to cut, that is why I said let's just leave the budget as is and take out the things that we asked for the millage, because the inequity that already exists has to already be improved. And I'm not willing to I'm not willing to take the food off the table of one city employee for anything, even a fire station. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Hare, while you're up there, just a couple of thoughts and questions before I ask council members if they want to add on. But I'm looking at public safety and I'm looking at housing and what the millage increase would have gone to, 9.5 million and 9.1 million.
Yes.
And how do we get there to meet that? So, Councilwoman Hurtak passed around a piece of paper that came from the city attorney, and everybody got it, and I can submit it to the record. I did. But regarding salary increases, so total, this is only collective bargaining, which that's off the table, that's a dollar amount. But the total salary increases, including all city employees, is $28.5 million. Deducted from those collective bargaining folks, which I'm not touching, because they have their contracts and the obligations, that gives us a $6.3 million difference. That means we're not doing Is that any pay raises, or is that beyond the 3%?
That's any.
That's
That-
total
that's
pay
any.
raises.
That's
So
the-
if
that's
we
the
do
delta.
0 pay raises.
Excluding
which
all,
means
yes.
we're not laying off anybody, everybody keeps their job, but no pay raises, we would have $6.3 million.
That's correct. Just one caveat there, of course, and again, that's without any that's excluding members of the unions, but we have no agreement with the unions yet. We're in the middle of wage negotiations, so those numbers are only what is in the proposed budget.
Okay, but I'm not touching that number because that's an unofficial number, let's say. So there's $6.3 million that is outside of the unions. I know it's not popular to talk about our reserves, but we have a very healthy reserve balance thanks to you and your team because you've been very good at saving money for that rainy day. And I think that rainy day is here. If we were to look at taking from our reserves at 1%, I would think it's maybe $6 million, $5 million. Let's say it's $6 million.
Mm-hmm.
6 million plus the 6.3 million would give us right over $12 million. And that would go towards, in my opinion, we could put that towards, because from what I hear, public safety and housing are the two most important items, and I agree with that. That puts us at a $6 million give or take shortfall to meet the needs of that 9.5 million in public safety and 9.1 million in housing. Now, there's also transportation and parks and rec, but I'm looking at what I consider the two most pressing needs right now, housing and public safety. We would need to find, and this is going further into the discussion, which is item number 2, $6 million in order to meet those obligations. And I think we should look at taking from the reserves. However, that CRA thing that I keep talking about of buy the police, buy what, which is coming back at a future CRA meeting, I think October, November. We can take, let's say we buy the police station building for $30 million. And that's CRA money that we can put towards that. That I'd like to take that property and build affordable housing. Perhaps put a fire station on the first floor, CRA money. That would be $30 million that would be freed up for the general fund. We could perhaps pay a little bit of what we took from the reserves out of that 30 million, put it back, because I know some people have reservations on taking out of the reserves. But I'm just thinking, if we were to take just that 1%, and I know the credit and bond ratings are very finicky, just like we talked about FICO scores are very sensitive, and how people's credit scores go up and down even if they have no debt or a little bit or they pay on time. However, I don't think it would affect the city that much by taking 1%. It's our money. We are meeting the minimum 21% that we need to be at for the reserves. But in this situation where we haven't raised the millage, and we're not gonna raise the millage, I think, because I've seen past mayors do it. I know Mayor Iorio was very good at setting money away for a rainy day, and Mayor Buckhorn, I believe, we did take money from the reserves, and it's okay to do so, but I think that would help us get 6 million plus no salary increases, another 6 million. It's that 12 million that's getting us closer to the goal of at least addressing the proposed dollar amounts in that public safety and in that housing, which again, I'll close with, those are the two most pressing items. Am I wrong in anything that I've said?
Yes, but only because I believe I led you astray. The $6 million of non-union, citywide. Budget officer, just remind us, not general fund. That's not general. And I have some slides under the next item where perhaps I can level set as to where we're at. But to make a long story short, you were out of balance by 45 million in the budget. It's a $1.9 billion budget, but the out of balance isn't solely in the general fund. So that is solely the fund that we can deal with. So we will get in, we're calculating, we will, to use your example, separating out the union, or the non-union members, will gain us something, but it won't gain us 6.3, that's citywide.
Okay.
So I just want to provide an accurate figure.
But there is an opportunity there, whatever that number may be.
There is an opportunity.
And again, I think we should look at our reserves, because we're in the position now, we haven't raised the millage, we're not raising the millage, and I think this would be that one opportunity where we look at that. Because remember, next year moving forward, we're gonna see increased revenue in what we saw, 13% increase from last year to this year. I don't think the housing market is gonna cool in the next 12 months. It may adjust a little bit. Inflation may adjust itself, reduce itself a little bit, but Tampa is in such demand, and we're seeing so much coming on the books that we're gonna see, let's say it's a 10% increase next year. We're gonna see continued funds coming in, and then the CRA discussion we'll have at the CRA board. But we can meet many of our goals without cutting the absolutely necessary items, which again are public safety and housing. And perhaps we can, this would lead us on the path of getting to that goal. Does anybody else like to speak? Yes. Would anybody else like to speak? Councilman Clendenny, Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilman.
Of course we do. We're politicians. And we've got a mic.
No, I'm a teacher.
And we got a mic in front of us. So a couple of observations. One, the 1.5, right now, this council, not that long ago, I think unanimously supported adding the 1.5 million, which they've incorporated into the budget for the design and design phase of Fire Station 24. And to me, that's an obligation. You got to start somewhere, and that seems to be a very fair with balancing out these needs. I mean, it's something that I'll fight for to make sure that that stays in the budget as we move forward as a city. You've got to start somewhere, and then in 25 and 26 we can add others hopefully if funding becomes available. But you got to start somewhere. We all unanimously supported that. I believe it was unanimous. The 1.5 million. It's there. We need to make sure that it's fenced and that it. I thought we just did that one. Yeah, we introduced the motion that we did that for the design of. We just did that in the last meeting. Maybe we reiterated it. Let's see. Where do I start? Reserves. I want to remind everybody, and by the way, I think we're going to go into the reserves. I think it's a fait accompli. We're going into the reserves. But I want to remind everybody that's a one-time. We get one bite of that apple, and so we go into the reserves this time. Guess what? In 2025, we're right back here chasing the same squirrel, trying to find money somewhere, and we've already spent whatever's there. But I think we've kind of painted ourselves in a corner that we don't have any choice. We're going to cut into the reserves. It's just how much we're going to cut into the reserves, I think, is the question. If we're going to operate like, people want us to operate like a business, or at least have a business mindset when we're dealing with the kind of dollar figures we're talking, we really need to start operating like a business. I think we're going to cut some of the salary increases and the cost escalations, especially in some of the areas where we can. But we have to remember that some of this cost escalation in salaries is performance management, performance-based merit increases, step-based merit increases. And I think as any good business, that's almost, even though they're not covered by labor, it is an agreement that we have with our employees about their condition of employment, that if they reach certain metrics, that they could expect these types of raises. And I think that's something that we have to shield, and we have to respect that of our city employees. That if they're meeting the metrics of their job and they're performing and meeting that, then we should meet our obligation to them as an employer. And so I think that as we look at these decreases in budgets, we need to make sure that we shield that as well. Some of the other stuff I think we can talk about. Police station. I want to emphasize, I know, Chairman, you bring this up a lot, but a lot of times, again, we start acting like a business. The best use of that property, the city does own other properties that we can use things for. I think that we're going to sell that property eventually and use that money to rebuild a police station somewhere else. I hope to see that we retain the parking garage for the city and just parlay the use of the Big Blue building. But again, in a business model, while it may look like free money, it's not free money. The money's best use is taking that money, parlaying it, and constructing the new police station somewhere else. If there's excess funds, great. We'll figure out a way. I guarantee you we'll find a way to spend them. But the best use is to turn that into a private, on the tax roll piece of property, because it's going to command premium prices and it's going to be a higher return on investment for the taxpayers if we turn that into tax-paying property. And I think I just covered all the things I wanted to. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilmember Vieira, Councilwoman Henderson. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the number one, the fire stations. We may not have money for 3 fire stations, but we certainly have money for 1. This is obviously a public safety priority for all of us. So I'm going to say that I know we can't make motions, but I really think that we should take 11 million from that CIT and put it toward Fire Station 24. Like, just do it. From my understanding, we can't talk about the land, but we have the land. We have a site plan. We can work with that with the 1.5 million we have, and we can expedite this. I know it'll take 2 to 3 years, but everything's going to take 2 to 3 years. We need to get it started. We owe our firefighters a new station in Station 24. That still leaves $5 million for vehicles, and then I think to me that's a pretty good place to start. So I'm just gonna. That's my idea.
Wait, Vieira, Henderson. We gotta go in order. Vieira.
I mean, if you want to make a quick comment now.
I just want to make a quick comment to that, is that we're allocating the design, which is what the need is in fiscal year '24, but
We have a design. It's already done.
No, they have to.
I've seen it. I've seen the site plan.
Well, according to the budget and the chief, that's what they need to do this year. And as far as money that needed for construction, that can be, we're actually, they're going to start putting in when we actually have to have that money. It won't be in '24, it would be in '25, am I correct?
I think we could do it in 24.
Well, I'll defer to the experts of that. Can we put a shovel in the ground in '24?
Yeah, I can't speak to the construction timeframes. All I can speak to is the funding and the anticipated availability of the funding.
Councilman Vieira, Councilwoman.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Hurtak, I appreciate that 110%. I know that's why I started talking about bonding and having that come up in October, November again. But by whatever means we can, I would, when it comes to the reserves, we have to approach with be very careful in that regard and make sure to rely upon experts. It's not just something, nothing is free. Nothing is free. It's not like you can go, hey, let's take all this money with no repercussions. There's always gray, there's always risk, and we just want to make sure that before we take funds out, we measure how much we're going to take out and then what the financial risks of that. I'm an attorney and I'm an elected official. I'm not a financial expert, and I'll rely upon the experts in that regard. But I salute the chairman for talking about that, as well as for continuing to talk about some salary issues that I think we have to look at. With fire stations, I remember when we did Fire Station 23, that took a couple of years. Everybody knows that. Fire Station 25 was really fast because we refurbished an old building, and that was done relatively fast for a medical-only unit. It's sort of strange that we did 25 and skipped over 24, but whatever. I think people get confused by that. I would say, by the way, that fire stations in areas are an issue of fairness and inequity. You talk about the community that Fire Station 24 will serve. That is Bush, that is Fowler, that's the university area. Some of the areas with the highest child poverty rates in the Tampa Bay area. And, though everybody deserves the best response times in public safety, but all too often we find that marginalized areas throughout our whole country, not just obviously the city of Tampa, sometimes get left behind in that equation. So that's when I was talking about Station 25 in Sulphur Springs to help out 13, I would always push equity, which is the high number of folks living in poverty out there and how they deserve very good response times. So, and I also want to inform council again, when I went through, I think I had 6 motions on the fire stations, including 24 over the last 2 years. Part of the challenge was, and for Chief Tripp, please correct me if I'm wrong, we were first looking at K-Bar Ranch in the new Tampa area, 33647, for a station, right? Then you're looking at more conservative measures to get things done. And I always tell the chief and Local 754, I'm not a public safety expert, okay? I just try to champion it from a political office. And then the emphasis moved, the need moved to Fowler and Bush area, thereby sort of restarting the process on a number of things. And that's why I made those motions, because I want to keep that front and center. One question I do have, the design money, $1.5 million, is that typical for fire stations costing so much for design?
Chief Tripp, are you still on? Or
Yes, I'm still here, and to be honest, I'll let Ms. Duncan talk about, what it normally costs for design. I've seen anywhere between, 0.5 all the way up to 1.5.
Yes, so Gene Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. To answer the question about the cost for design, those design costs are typically estimated as a percentage of the estimated construction costs.
Okay.
So
you're
the
right.
higher the construction costs, the higher the design. It would not be unusual or atypical for a design for a fire station to be $1.5 million. And if I could also just throw out a little bit more semantics, a site plan does not indicate that we have a design. Design usually refers to a set of construction drawings. A site plan is a conceptual layout of a facility or whatever the item is. So just want to kind of make that differentiation for the public. I know many of you, or all of you, are aware of that.
That enlightens me. Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Duncan. We always appreciate you. So again, I appreciate Councilwoman Hurtak's motion, if we can get that done now, or if we can wait till October, November, whenever my motion on the bonding comes. We just got to get that train leaving the station inmediatamente, as my mother used to say when she used to tell me to clean my room in Spanish. So that's what I want. I think that's what all 7 of us want. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
No motions today, remember, motions tomorrow or Tuesday. Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman?
Yeah, that is not what all of us want. You're talking about taking money from salaries of people. Mr. Herrero, that money is already in the budget of the 1.9 billion, right? The salary increases? Have we already
Yes.
factored for those salary increases for all of our employees?
Yes, that is in the proposed budget, and we have refined that figure. It's $4 million in the general fund.
Okay, does
As
that
opposed to
include,
6.
does that include fire and police and everybody? Who does that, I mean, no, they're union.
Yeah, those
That
who are
includes
not
our
union.
executive level staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Supervisors, managers,
And how many
professionals.
people is that we would take money off the table for them just to do this? How many people is that?
You know that? About 1,000? Whoa, nice. Approximately 997.
997, okay. Okay, so, thank you for answering that. So what we're essentially saying, that this is so important, that 997 people who work hard for us every day, because they are our top-level staff people who have all kinds of expertise, who work in municipal government, don't deserve a raise, so that we can get this done. I just will not support that. I want to be very clear on that. Also, our bond rating, because I actually, teach a little personal finance at the secondary level, and bond ratings, credit ratings are very important. So because we're over our reserves, this is just a question, a learning question even for me. We're at a high level, AAA rated, correct? For our bond rating.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
AA1 to AAA, yes.
Okay. Even if we shaved a little bit off of that, the expectation of the organization that evaluates us, would they consider that a negative because they're so used to us operating at a level beyond what's minimum?
Yes, if I can, no, thank you for that question.
And wouldn't that cost us money? That's the secondary part B to that.
It could, and thank you for allowing me to speak to the potential risks. Again, I always want city council's eyes wide open on any decisions you made.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to more so challenge questions or things and ideas, because it's just not an automatic 7 vote. I will not take $1 from an executive level employee just because of any reason, just because they make more money than everybody else. They should take the sacrifice, the hit. The whole city should have taken the hit, not 997 people.
And if can I speak?
Sure,
further
go
to
ahead,
the-
please answer it.
And again, it reserves in general. Can I have the Elmo up, please?
Yes,
There
go
you
ahead,
go.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Council. You've seen this chart before, of course, and this is from 2007 to the anticipated 2024. And the sensitivity, and I think someone spoke to it, is for well over 10 years, you see we've had 24, 24, 24, 23, et cetera, and 23. We've established very consistent levels of fund balance. You see the 2 out years, which we talked about before, associated with the federal funding, associated with the pandemic. The difficulty is, and although we love the fact that it continues to exceed 20%.
Excuse me, I can't
sorry?
hear you because people are talking on the dais.
Apologize.
Proceed.
Yes, thank you. So we love the fact that it's above policy. But the market, investors, the credit rating agencies, and we've discussed this before, but I think it's worth reiterating, they're not looking at the policy, they're looking at our history. Do I know the impact of taking 1%? I do not. It will get viewed, again, we're surveilled all the time, and after establishing that consistency, there is a risk in lowering what's been a very, very stable level of fund balance. Moreover, there's more of a risk if that reserve is used for a one-time expenditure. A recurring expenditure. Then you're taking non-recurring revenue, using it for a recurring expenditure, which begs the question, well, what's going on in the city of Tampa? Why are they eating into their savings account to pay for things that they will continue to pay? So there are some nuances and there are some subtleties. I can't tell you that there would definitively be an adverse impact, and if there is, I can't tell you what that will be, but there is a risk, and council should be aware of it when making that decision. And further to our overall credit rating, as Councilman Carlson asked a question earlier, which I'm prepared to answer at council's convenience. What is our anticipated debt issuance, especially from, we're talking about the general fund, which has historically been a non-ad valorem. What are our anticipated debt issuances, and how will a reduction in our fund balance affect what we'll pay in interest when we go out for that debt? So there are risks, and I just want council to be aware of it.
Yeah, and the public. Okay,
And the
so,
public, yes.
thank you. The last thing is, since we have ideas, and this is a workshop, instead of 997 people having to take the hit, we have this, which is really great. It's actually non-departmental. It's called Social Action and Arts Funding. So this is $6 million. Please listen very carefully. This is a teachable moment. We, the city, take care of our city assets and other organizations. And I would just sum it up by saying, because we're being nice and we're supporting them. See, these aren't people, these are organizations who have their own money. And so we support them by giving them some dollars. And I don't know if you have those PowerPoints, but I'm just going to read a few of them just to entertain you, that we give money to, that we don't have to give money to. And it adds up to, how much is it in the budget for this year? Last year, 2023, it was $6.2 million.
It is this year.
Yeah, see, these aren't people, these aren't jobs.
Fiscal year 24, $5.4 million.
Oh, it went down a little bit. We're giving out a little bit less. Okay, but it's still a big chunk of change, right? So we give money to Catholic Charities, Florida Health Services, the museum, the Strass, the Florida Aquarium, the zoo, Tampa Theater. I want to get these all on. Catholic Charities, Feeding Tampa Bay, the museum, Glacier Foundation, Tampa Bay Chamber, Hillsborough County BOCC, Board of County Commissioners, Entrepreneur Collaborative Center down the street on Palm Avenue, the Humane Society, Master Corral, Mendez Foundation, Metro Inclusive Health, the museum, the NAACP, Senior in Service, Sister Cities, Spanish Lyrics, Speak Tampa Bay Public Access Television. Probably a lot of people in these organizations that didn't want the millage. If we look through all of our public service, probably there's some citizens in here that wrote, people who work for these organizations that wrote us and said don't support the millage. I'm just saying. Ybor City Museum, Ybor City Chamber of Commerce, the Urban League, the Florida Orchestra, the Florida Aquarium, Tampa Theater, Metro Inclusive Health, just to name a few, CDC, Corporations Develop Communities, the HB Plant Museum. And if you look over at the University of Tampa in their endowment, they have a lot of money in their endowment. They actually don't need us. And I'm not picking on them, I'm just using it for an example. These are organizations that we just support, right? Are we obligated to give these people money?
Not to my knowledge, although we do have agreements with some of them, so I wouldn't know the particulars about exiting from the agreement, but we can find that out.
We don't have agreements for 2024 because we haven't voted on them.
So, some of the agreements are dependent upon budget appropriation.
Okay, do you know who they are so that the public can know?
I do
that
not,
for
but
sure.
I can
There's
find out
I
for
saw
you.
the slide with the agreements. There were 3 sections, and some of them were agreements.
Yes, ma'am.
But these aren't people, these are organizations, correct? And it's $5 million?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much was it for the 997 people? How much money?
4 million.
4 million, that we would take food off the table of our top-level employees, because they just at the top and they don't need it or whatever. But the organizations, we're willing to give them 5 million. And maybe some of them are obligation, I don't know. I think that should come back to the public just to say that. So that's just another idea to consider.
And if I
Yes.
can, City Attorney, thank you, ma'am, just also one suggested I add, and I think it's a good idea, it's not just top level, it's just those particular employees who are not members
Not members of the union. Yes, that's like our legislative aides who stay here to 9:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean, 9:30 PM.
Yes, sir, Chief.
So, thank you, Chair Lee Burkhaw, Chief of Police. We were talking earlier about the CIT funds, and I just want to bring it to the attention, you solve one problem, you could create 2 more. With the CIT funds, currently, it's our only source for getting vehicles. It's our budgeted source, not even counting the above and beyond requests that we made for additional vehicles. So if that was reallocated to somewhere else, not only will we not get the additional vehicles that we were requesting above and beyond, we would get no vehicles at all. So reallocating that fund would not only take the additional request, it would take our core request off the table. And those cars are in dire need. You know, I'm not taking away from fire. Fire have their houses, police officers live in their cars.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Can I follow-up question like somebody else did? So in doing that, that means the deferred maintenance on those vehicles, now we're moving into, rather 9 years, we're moving into 10, 12 years?
We're
that
already
they're
at,
dri-
no, we're already at 10 to
there,
12. We're
correct?
trying to get to 7 to 9 years.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so you put it, you made that request for a reason. It's a need, not a want. Would you say that, Chief?
Correct.
Dr. Chief
And
Burkhoff?
the request is above and beyond, the original core budget comes out of the CIT funds.
Okay.
And thank you, Chief. Obviously, I was a bit too optimistic, so it's about an 11-year turnover, which is very, very long. I don't need to tell you all that.
Okay, thank you, I
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
it.
Mr. O'Hara, when you put the slide up about the reserves, it said in the bottom left corner with the proposed millage of 7.2. Are those numbers?
I'm sorry, sir.
It said with the proposed millage of 7.2 in the bottom left-hand corner of that slide regarding the reserves.
Mm-hmm.
So without this proposed millage being now at 6.2, how much would those numbers change?
The numbers will not change appreciably because, again, we hope to get to a point where $45 million worth of expenditures have been removed. So, and our fund balance is indexed to the amount of expenditures. So the revenue will go down, the expenditures will go down. For instance, we were adding some funding in our projections to fund balance to keep up with that expenditure level. So from a percentage perspective, the number won't change appreciably, although when we do arrive at that balanced figure, we'll bring you the revised number.
Okay, and in regards to, I'll go to Councilmember Carlson, in regards to the 997 people, we're not talking about laying off anybody, as was done several administrations ago when we had the economic crisis, the housing crash in the city of Tampa, and it was 750 people, I believe, that were laid off in the city. This is status quo, and that generates $4 million. When we're looking at dollars here, no one's losing their job. It's a completely different scenario from whatever it was, 2009, 2008. Councilmember Carlson.
Mr. Herrera, could you put that
yes, sir.
slide back, please?
Oh,
Could you
yes.
put- yeah.
Good
I just
to
want to
have
thank you, and the reason why I was whispering earlier is because I'm so thankful that we finally have this slide, and I'm going to take a picture of it and frame it. I mean, this tells the financial story of the city of Tampa, really. The Great Recession, which was the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, ended in 2009. And Mayor Iorio left in 2011. But look, can you move it to the right a little bit?
Oh, I apologize. Am I right?
I'm sorry, the other side. I mean, she saved right at $150 million in the general fund reserve during the Great Recession. And there was a high cost of staff members and other things, but she had a scalpel to the budget to make sure she get everything. And if she could do it then, we should bring her in and ask her advice on how to do it now, because she did it. But then what happened, the reason why we're in the financial situation we are now is partly because of spending for the last 3 years, but look at what happened after that. From 2011 to 2019, we took over during the greatest economic boom in American history. We were not in a recession plus 2009. We were not in a recession in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. That was the boom time of the economy. And the city, under the last mayor, who apparently didn't understand finance or economics, raided that fund. That's why, it went down $60 million. It was completely reckless and irresponsible. Had we had that as a reserve, it would have helped us to get, most people when they're saving money, think about your personal finance, you save money during the good times so you can have the money in case of a rainy day. Anything below 20% is not a rainy day fund. Below 20% is minimum requirement to keep our bond rating. Above that is a rainy day fund. Pamela Oro had 17% extra at one point. But when we got handed the keys, we only had 3% extra. We took it all the way up to 8% extra. But in the meantime, the budget has grown because of the stormwater fees and water fees. And then we went through the COVID. But still through COVID, this administration and city council managed to keep it at 28, 27%. And we're on track to move it up again. We don't, Chairman Maniscalco mentioned economic crisis. I think we're going to be in an economic crisis a year from now. We are in a horrible crisis now, but it could potentially get a lot worse. And so we've got to figure out what are we going to have going forward. Right now, maybe we've got 4% wiggle room. There's no way, if you look at this track record and what you said and what Councilmember Henderson said, there's no way we can take more than 1%. 1% maybe, but we need to show the track record of consistency. Already it's down a little bit. So we need to make sure that we protect those reserves because the bond rating is important. If you're going to issue more debt, we have to have the right rates and we have the ability to borrow, but we need to make sure we protect those reserves because we don't want to have to cut service dramatically during the downturn. The other thing is, just to remind everybody, there is no budget right now. There's last year's budget, and there was the proposed budget for this year that included the rate increase. But we asked for a budget without the increase, and we didn't get one. So there's no budget. There's no asking, like, is something included in the budget or not without the increase, because there was no budget presented to us. All we have is last year's budget and the budget with the rate increase, and so it's up to us to cut the $45 million or whatever. And we can decide where it goes. There's all kinds of things that increase, so we can decide how to cut. But we shouldn't just start with the 5 things that everybody thinks are important. There are a lot of areas, Councilmember Henderson went through that list. One of them obviously is the EDC. We pay $550,000 a year, which is more than the county spends. Their budget is many times bigger than ours, and we pay more than they do to the EDC. It's an exclusive organization that doesn't hit their goals. They don't hit their goals, and they have proven that they don't even present accurate data to us. If we want to get rid of the equity problems in the city, we've got to create an inclusive organization that is about inclusive economic development, not setting it up so a few millionaires can make more money. We need to cut that budget, and we need to relook at economic development and figure out what we're going to do going forward. Lastly, and I can give you a whole list of other things, we have a lobbyist, I can't find the exact number right this second, but it's somewhere around $1 million, and they lobbied to put language in the last administration, they lobbied for toilet tap. This administration, the lobbyists lobbied to put language in it that now the DEP is holding up to us as the reason why we need to spend $6 billion for something we don't need. So we need lobbyists who are going to do what city council says, because the charter says city council sets policy, not the administration. If there's a disagreement about policy, city council is where it holds. The lobbyists cannot go out and contradict what city council wants in regard to that in Tallahassee. The mayor may control their budget and control their operation, but if they're going to continue to lobby for something we don't need and the public doesn't want and doesn't want to pay for and will hurt our economy worse than the tax increase, we should just cut their budget. We don't have the budget, we don't have the power by charter to manage them, but we do have the power by charter to line item them out. Thank you.
Has anybody else that has not spoken wish to speak before I go back to Councilwoman Henderson? Anybody? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, the EDC is small potatoes. That's like $500 million, right? But I want to speak 100,000. How much?
500 million.
500,000. Yeah, that's small potatoes, y'all. The same lobbyist you know, I've only had an opportunity to meet them once, and so I just decided to ask them a lot of questions. And, you know, whether they do what we want or what the administration wants, I'm not sure about the tag teaming on that argument, but they did bring $200 million to the city. So it's not all bad. I just want to point that out. I don't want to eliminate someone's job when they have brought $200 million to the city. So we can't be so fast because they do something that we or a particular council member or the council may not like. $200 million is a lot to bark at. Also, you know, they say we have a spending problem. Some people say we have a spending problem. And, you know, listen tomorrow. Tomorrow is a CRA meeting. We have what we call organizations that we've obligated a lot of money to. A lot of money. The STRAS, $25 million. The Tampa Convention Center, $25 million. SPP, $37 million. Tampa Theater, $14 million. That's a lot of money. And so we're obligated. I've been coached to say, Gwen, you should leave those alone. Those are some powerful people. But once again, I'm just proving to you that I'm a teacher and not a politician. So we've obligated. They initially, the ask was 15 million, but for some reason, we were even more generous of CRA dollars of giving them 25 million. And so, you know, we'll see what they have to say when they come back regarding if they've met the obligations for us. But I just want you to think about all of these things. I'm doing my homework, so I'm just sharing information up here with the public when we're looking at big dollars. Is that something that we really have to do? Because I want you to drive down that street. I don't see any slum and blight.
Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you. Mr. O'Hara, can you please
Yes, ma'am.
put that wonderful chart back up?
The fund balance?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I knew I put it back too soon.
No worries. So-
Can I have the Elmo, please?
Yes, yeah, it's
There
up.
you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you're saying that if we decrease the fund balance, that it could negatively impact us, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to know from FY 2020 to FY 22, did our bond rating go down? And if so, by how much?
It did not. It did not.
Why not, though? Because we lost 4%.
It's a good question. The rating agencies and the market realized that spike was due to federal assistance, not the capabilities of the city itself being able to maintain that level. But you do see a decrease, and we discussed it with the rating agencies, and we discussed it when we issued non-ad valorem debt. That was why. They recognized it as a very temporary infusion associated with the pandemic.
Okay, so it was pandemic money.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I have a question for Mr. Stocco. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nick Stocco.
Good afternoon. So we've been talking a lot about fire stations and fire stuff, and so I just kind of wanted to, I mean, we've gotten information from Chief Tripp, and we've gotten information from budget staff, so I just kind of wanted your input. Station 24, do you want money for that this year? Is that something that would really help the firefighters, the morale, the focus on the building, or you know, focus on moving forward?
I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this topic. Fire Station 24 is something that was, with all due respect to the city, it was something that was promised. And the firefighters were promised, the citizens of the community were promised a fire station in K-Bar Ranch. The previous union team was tasked with finding locations. There were several parcels up in the K-Bar Ranch that I believed were found. I had the conversation, or we had the conversation in labor management, I believe there was 25 acres up there that were found. This is a station that was promised to the firefighters, not in the future, but last year, with all due respect to all other departments, housing, police, we love all the other departments, but this is something that was promised to us in the years past, where we should have been cutting the ribbon already. And it is something that is you know, near and dear to our heart, because it is gonna help with the response times up there. Just recently, you know, we had one of our members, there was a pediatric drowning in the pool, where they had to call for a helicopter up in the K-Bar Ranch area. And the fire truck for the landing zone got there at the same time as the helicopter. That's pretty bad. That community needs that fire station. Our first responders need that fire station. And it would be a huge benefit to all parties involved if the firefighters can just get what was owed to them in this last year's budget. That $11 million included equipment, I believe it appears, included equipment, included personnel. It was the whole kit and caboodle, tax, dealer fees, titles, whichever is included, was all in that, what appeared in there. If it's 650,000 or 1.5 million, I got a hard time understanding that for surveys and architects, but that's just my personal opinion, especially if we're doing a lot of copy and paste from previous station designs. Hopefully, we will get with this current code book, with the health and safety standards, to assure that we're up to standards on the building of Fire Station 24. We have a lot of available resources within our own department that can help to make sure that those plans are done. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak on Fire Station 24. Any question?
Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson, your hand was up, and Councilmember Clendenin would also like to address you.
Nick, can I ask him a question and move to something else? You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead, and then Councilmember.
Or do you want me to ask him a question, then you could have the mic and
Yeah,
keep
go
it?
ahead.
So, if you had, so in fiscal year '24, if you had X number of dollars, let's just, I hate to throw out arbitrary things, but like $15 million, and that was meant to renovate fire stations or build a fire station and renovate less fire stations, from representing the men and women that work in our fire stations across the city, we've heard from the administration what their priorities are. What are your priorities in fiscal year '24?
If we're speaking on facilities.
We already have the $1.5 million for design for Fire Station 24, but 24, right? Yeah. We already have the $1.5 million, so set that aside. That's a given that we keep that in the budget. Now we have a set pot of money. Can you prioritize representing the men and women of the Tampa Fire and Rescue, where your priorities are in that 12-month segment as for between renovation and new construction?
Yes, and I second what Chief Tripp said. The fire chief was very accurate in those three immediate station needs, being stations 10, 6, and most importantly, top of the list being 9, with the amount of people that are housed there with the supply division, with the fire shop being housed there. That is definitely one of the top priorities. In 2018, a fire station, I believe, was 3.3 million, maybe 3.9 million for brand new. I believe Fire Station 23 was 3.9 million, and that's because the classroom or the multi-purpose room in the back was $800,000 to $900,000, which I'm not here to question price, but for a room, it seems a little expensive.
We all have sticker shock on prices nowadays. I mean, I opened up my TICO bill too, okay? So, and the cost of sidewalks and the cost of roads, yes, it's
Right.
crazy. I agree with you, it's crazy. It's just insane.
And if we're at that 5.3 to 5.5 to 5.9 because of 2018 to now, versus investing, $1.5 million into continuously putting a Band-Aid on what could be a bullet wound. These stations are 100 years old. Many of them are 70% past their life expectancy. At what point do we draw the line and get the bulldozer and build a new station, other than continuously putting money into these stations to renovate them?
So that's a good question. Do we build a brand new station 24, or do we tear down our worst station and build a new station in its place? If you had to pick one, would you replace an existing station with a new station, or would you add Fire Station 24?
I think that question has two parts to it, because they're both equally as important, right? You have one issue up north that's distance with response times to get to that pediatric drowning. But then you have, supporting what Chief Tripp's mission is of adding those ALS transport units in these stations that can no longer sustain them. We don't have room to add those resources in these stations. So we can't move further in the existing stations if we don't rebuild them. We've renovated Station 9 before. We added about a foot of lip off the back to try to add another vehicle there. We're back in the same boat talking about Station 9 again. It's just a continuous wheel, but the importance level is, it's both. You have the response times for the community up there and the long response times, but then you have the health and safety component that's more than just one station, by the way.
Right. So I just to kind of bring it all together, if I hear you correctly, you're in line with Chief Tripp on the priorities of we need to renovate these stations to meet the needs of the men and women in Tampa Fire and also the citizens of Tampa. And I hear there's a deficit because you highlighted an advanced life support issue with where we would normally place the new Fire Station 24 at some point, which we're in the design phase now, or we're going to be in the design phase in fiscal 24. That maybe we can have a Band-Aid approach of deploying ALS somewhere up there to try to shorten that without immediately constructing that station. That maybe we can put something temporary to meet that needs until we actually come out of the ground. But the most immediate needs, if I hear you correctly, are renovating those stations or tearing down the ones that are in such bad condition that we have to replace them. Am I correct?
The more correct statement would be to rebuild those stations.
Right.
The renovating of a station from 1906 or 1910 was already done. The 13 Ugly Men came in and they helped renovate that station. For those of you that remember, were around hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have reports now of some bad conditions in that station, and I don't want to get too detailed with them, to where the bulldozer needs to come out.
So of the three that have been highlighted, 6, 9, and 10, would you say that two of those need to be raised by your assessment, your professional opinion?
I'd say 9 is a top priority because of the amount of people that are housed there, followed by 10 and 6. I defer to the chief.
Okay. Well, you know, the men and women of Tampa Fire have my 100% support in what you all do, and anything that we can do in this budget. And I know you have a lot of support up here. Anything that we can do to make sure that we meet the needs of the people that are actually providing the service, I think we're going to try to step up and do that within the constraints of the budget we have, and knowing that some of this, especially construction money, is spread out over multiple years. So I think we need to meet the 24 needs today, and then budget for 20, and think in our heads how we're going to get to 25 and 26 to be able to get to the ultimate goal of getting you guys what you need.
Sure, I appreciate that, and I want to highlight some things. The 30 additional personnel are from a SAFER grant and no match cost for the first 3 years. The chief mentioned 15 rescues were purchased, I believe also 5 engines, a tiller, and 2 heavies. Those have been purchased. The people are grant, and the third one I forgot off the top of my head. But really it's the rebuild and the Fire Station 24 that's owed to us. Aside from the union salaries and the salary conversations.
Yeah, you're safe.
Yeah, join a union.
Yeah, exactly.
And
you know where I'm at.
But so I just wanted to highlight those, that the 30 people are from the SAFER grant. The 30 people from SAFER grant, and from what we heard today, 15 rescues, 5 engines, 2 heavies, and a tiller truck were already purchased a year or 2 ago. So we've got the vehicles, sounds like they're coming. We've got the people, sounds like they're coming. We just need to house all this stuff.
So do you agree with Chief Tripp's assessment, this is my last question, that we have the infrastructure now to house or deploy the vehicles that are on order? Could we have a place to put them?
I believe we can all take a trip with the chief's permission down to the supply center so you could see it. I don't believe there's room in the supply center to house 15 or 22 vehicles right now. But Station 22 can definitely take a rescue tomorrow. Station 12 can fit a rescue tomorrow, and Station 17 can fit a rescue tomorrow. And those 3 can fit rescues tomorrow, and that will meet majority of the chief's goals and definitely the men and women of 10 Firefighter 754 in the community.
It was very informative. Thank you for those answers. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Carlson, Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I want to say what my colleague just said too, that I'm also 100% behind you all and the police. You know, fire safety is, fire rescue, fire safety, and public safety are important things in this community. Our community can't operate at all unless we feel safe. And had a lot of conversations with folks about that, so we want to be supportive of you. I just want to ask you one question and then quickly go to some other things and let everyone else ask you more. But a year or so ago when City Council thought we approved the $11 million for Station 24, did you have the expectation then that it would be built or that it would start?
I think we thought that in 2019.
And when did you find out that the 11 million was not allocated to that station?
Probably the same time y'all did.
Last night?
On a Sunday when I sent 2 screenshots to Councilman Vieira.
Yeah. So sometime in that. So, I mean, at the very least, we need to improve communication because, you know, if Nick thought it, the hardworking firefighters out there thought that there was some relief coming, and we just found out that it wasn't approved. Just like when the budget was initially pushed, it was said that the new tax was going to pay for 30 firefighters and 30 police officers, and we found out that they're being paid by grants instead. A little bit of money in the first year from for police, but anyway, I wanted to mention a couple things real fast. As one of our community leaders said, this is not the CRA meeting. We're going to talk about CRA tomorrow. But in the last administration, there was a philosophy to use CRA money to subsidize developers. I completely disagree with that. And what we've done over the last few years is we've supported mostly city-owned facilities that directly are tied to the economic vitality and innovation in this community. But in addition to that, you'll remember groups like HOPE and others lobbied for 10 or more years to get affordable housing funding at the county. And the city's affordable housing budget was very low. In one decision, we, sitting as a CRA board, voted to create a fund that this year is $25 million. It's the biggest amount the city, I think the city or the county has ever put in affordable housing. So we as a city council have been the leaders in our community on affordable housing. It's not enough. As a community member said last week, there are big numbers. If 50,000 people need some kind of home, that's not including everybody who can't afford where they live. If 50,000 people need homes, and if we spent just 100,000 with each one, that's $5 billion. So even if we allocate $100 million, it's not even a dent in that huge number. We've got to have other strategies to try to figure this out. But we as City Council and we as the CRA Board have really pushed toward that. Mr. Rajero, I just want to respond to something. You can respond if you want, but you talked about the 27% reserve funds came from federal money. If we wanted to, could we have spent that money, or was it designated specifically to be put in reserves?
No, it was being held in reserves pending the decision as to how we spent it.
No, I mean, did the federal government, when they give it to us, did they give it to us for the purpose of putting it in reserves, or did we decide to put it in reserves?
That's where, well, it wasn't in, and again, I hate to get wonkish on the nomenclature. Well, I just got wonkish with that word. It's the fund balance. We like to call it reserve, but it's simply funding that is not appropriated for a particular purpose.
What I mean is that although if you pour a bucket of water into a lake, and you pull another bucket out, it doesn't mean you pulled the same bucket of water, right?
Understood.
Same thing we're talking about tonight with the budget. So although we got federal funding, which helped cover our costs and things, we made an intentional decision. I remember those decisions every year. We made an intentional decision. You and the mayor led on it. I supported you, others, we all supported you in increasing that. So it wasn't just that the federal government gave us money and increase it. We made a conscious decision.
Oh, yes.
Because we could have spent that money on something else.
Yes.
But we knew we needed to secure the economic vitality of the city.
Yes, sir.
Last thing, thank you, sir. Last thing I'll say is, if we've got to hit 45 million, we might have to do it in smaller bits. We're talking about the bigger ones right now. If the lobbyists are $1 million and the EDC is $500,000, that's $1.5 million right there. So if we have to do it $1 million at a time, let's do it. But hopefully one of the things we can agree to, if some folks are worried about cutting existing positions or raises for existing positions. Let's cut this new position, 165,000 the mayor's proposing. There's nobody in that position right now. It seems like that would be low-hanging fruit. We might not get to 45 million with big chunks. We might have to do it in smaller ones. Hopefully, we can build consensus at least on that, not to create one more new position. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, your hand was up. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna go back to fire rescue real quick. Chief Tripp, are you still on the line? Is she still there? Okay.
After Councilwoman Hurtak, we'll go to Councilwoman Henderson, and then we'll try and wrap this part of the discussion up, and we're going to take a break, because several people have requested.
Where's the fire union president? Can I just ask my question while she's waiting?
Well, I can ask him the same question.
Okay.
Mr. Stocco.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Nick
So,
Stocco, 10 firefighters.
While it's true, we have 15 rescue units coming and 5 engines coming, and it seems like we only have 3 spots for them, for new ones. From my understanding, from both conversations with Chief Tripp and you and the union members, a lot of those are going to replace aging vehicles. Am I correct?
Without having those exacts, that seems like an accurate statement. These are emergency vehicles, and I understand the police with the ask from the 9 to 7 years. We have some that are in the 20 years. And when these vehicles are 50, 60 mile per hour, huge ton vehicles running emergency up and down Nebraska, east and west on Hannah, these do put a high risk to the community and the firefighter safety. So the replacement portion of it, I believe in the 2021 workshop, it was like 17 vehicles were outdated, and that could potentially be where they're going. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number, how many are replacement, how many are new.
But really, you have a 20-year-old, is it an engine or is it a rescue car?
I'd say you could find both.
Wow.
Councilwoman,
My
I'm
goodness.
on. I'm sorry, you had a question?
Yes, and Mr. Stocco may have answered it, but you can help here. We were talking about the 15 rescue units and the 5 engines. Mr. Stocco, don't sit down. Sorry, but I got more for you. The 15 rescue units and the 5 engines that we've paid for, and you have talked about having only 3 spots for them. But from my understanding, from conversations with you and conversations with Mr. Stocco, a lot of those are going to replace vehicles. And Mr. Stocco just said that we have fire engines and rescue cars that could possibly be 20 years old. Is that accurate?
Yes and no, semi. So currently how it operates, we have what we call the frontline vehicles. We have vehicles that are in reserve. So the reason I ordered that number of rescue cars, because the life expectancy for the vehicles is 5 years frontline, 5 years reserve. So after 10 years, it should be decommissioned. The engines are 10 years frontline, 5-year reserve, and after 15 years, they should be commissioned. The aerial, the truck ladders is 15 years frontline, 5-year reserve, 20 years, they should be decommissioned. So over the years, since this administration has been working on this project, we actually kind of just pulled the information out to see what vehicles we have, what's their life expectancy, and where do they fit on that chart. So pretty much we have 21 rescue cars, that's frontline, and maybe, I want to say 10 or 11 should be in reserve, and maybe 3 or 4 of those should be definitely decommissioned. And basically, there was the front line. So those new 15 vehicles that I can get you the accurate number, but those 15 rescue cars that I did order, they will replace the ones that should be decommissioned. Also add the additional 5 to the field, as well as replace some of the ones that are outdated. And the same with the engines as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I wanted to talk to both of you about, so it doesn't seem that we need the $11 million like immediately for that Station 24 because it's not shovel ready. I still would like to hold on to the money for that, but when looking at Station 9, nothing can happen with Station 9 until we find a place to move fleet and supply, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, so then while we're spending this year finishing up the plans for Station 24, including finalizing the location, which from my understanding we do have, or at least close to, I think that we should allocate money toward the purchase and planning for the fleet and supply so that then in next year's budget, we can tear down and replace Station 9. Does that sound like a possible plan that might work for the both of you?
So over the last, I'm gonna say last year and a half, that's what I've been working with multiple internal departments to find land for the facility and the supply and the fleet building, and that's what we've been looking for. Because once again, that whole system of how it's been operating is basically is ineffective, so we definitely need to find a fleet building. So I'm going to continue working with those internal departments because that's my primary goal, to try to get them. So, and I guess I can let Ms. Duncan, if she have, or I can let Chief of Staff, because I can't remember if there was any design money in there for that facility that came up under LAM. I'm not 100% sure, but I have been working with internal departments trying to find some property for that.
For Nick Stocco, President Tampa Firefighter 754, as I've mentioned many times, I really appreciate the chief's comments. But as we talk about growth, housing, 1 to 3 years for stations, you know, fiscal year 2019, we thought we were exceeding 24 by now. We need, whichever it is, we need to act. We need to act, we need to act, we need to act. 1 to 3 years, the city's gonna probably, we're gonna have more people in the jail cells, or however Mr. Miranda says it, but we're gonna move further down the line, and we're gonna continue to put these stations on the wayside. We need to act and act quickly and efficiently, knowing that we were promised a fire station by now already in the K-Bar Ranch area.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Stocco. It's my first time asking you questions publicly at the dais. I just want to be clear about wanting to support fire stations. So in the starting and planning of new fire stations, if we find money to put away for that line item while exploring new revenue, is that something that the union could get behind, along with even the $11 million, put half in fleet and half in a new station? You know, something like that? Is that something that you would be open to your union?
I would just want to make sure that the question's clear, if you can restate the question.
Okay,
please.
well, the construction services, Ms. Duncan, Administrator Duncan stood up and said how long it's going to take, even if we had the money right now, how long it's going to take. So the dedication, at least from my perspective, is to take what we have, to commit to the line items right now so that we can get to it while looking for the revenue to really do what we need to do for the 3 stations that the 3 stations that are the priority. In other words, I know no one wants to hear this word, but maybe the public, because they're listening now, remember, 1 mil is a start, but you can negotiate, you know? So maybe the public is, because they're listening to this, would say, you know, I could give, what you asked for last week, 0.3? You see what I'm saying? So something that could get us there quicker. Maybe it's in 12 months, but we commit those line items right now with what we have, like that 11 million, use half of it, 5 of it million for fleet. And I put my notes here really quickly. So you know, allocate half for fleet and then half for, you know, a new station or 2 or 3. I just feel like the reality is that it's not gonna get built this year, and that's just based on reality. But the commitment starting right now, and instead of scrambling and trying to take people's salaries or raises, or whatever the case may be, is that maybe the public will be more open to giving us what we need for the priority in 2024, because they hear us now. They know that this is serious and we do need those stations. But yet our commitment starts on next week, where we commit on those line items so that we can get there. I just don't, you know, I want to support fire, and I want the reality to be in place that even if we took all the money that you desire to build a fire station, it's not going to get built in a year. And, but we can start that process, and, you know, it's just like having a baby. 12 months go by real quick. Next thing you know, it's their birthday. So I just think that we can find a way to make the commitment, just like we did when we made the commitment here for the set aside of 30% of CRA dollars going to housing. So we can make a commitment with, if our commitment starts today by allocating money to fire, and then working really hard, even with a great marketing plan, having the mayor come out right away, hopefully with her next year's budget, saying we have to address this, and this is why we're asking for a millage increase. And maybe, you know, the public will be open to just a point what? Something like that, you know what I'm saying? Because we have to have something to negotiate with. Our pot is our pot. And it can only, we can move it around as much as possible, but we're still gonna have needs. I don't wanna take it from Dr. Chief Burkhalls just to give it to you, you know, and justifying that just doesn't work well with me. So I just want us to work together in that way, and I'm just putting it on the table to say, let's make a commitment to a line item on the 19th, and then do what we have to do to convince the public that this is real and this is why.
All right. Councilmember Vieira, Miranda?
Yeah, do you want to respond to that before?
Can I say something,
Mr.
Councilwoman?
Sacco,
Yes,
Chief Tripp, go ahead.
Okay, my apologies, I didn't mean to try to cut you off, but as you speak about this, and we know the fire station is going to take years, you know, this administration.
Uh-oh, we lost your audio.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. So what I wanted to say is that this administration has been working over the last 2 years to, when Councilman Vieira said he wants some answers now up on the north end for Station 13. You know, we implemented a couple of changes to make sure that we provide the needs to the men and women that was up there. So with that, we have been starting from scratch, trying to see where the needs at when it comes to the fire station, when it comes to personnel, when it comes from equipment. That's how I come. When I went to finance and say, hey, I need 15 more rescue cars to kind of offset. They say, okay, perfect, we did that. So now when I sit here and look at the call volume that we run into with 80%, just want to say 90% of the calls are medical calls, we need more rescue units. How could I make this quick and convenient for the community that doesn't cause so much overhead? And that's what we've been implementing. Now, with that being said, the stations need to be remodeled, rebuilt, renovated, you know, brought up to codes. That's how we was able to do Station 25. With that being said, as we look forward, because stations is going to take the 3 that I talked about, it's going to take years for them to get built. But what can I do now? Which we do need to do station improvement. Like I said, I have quite a few stations that were built in the 50s that could take a good overhaul. We could increase some space to help accommodate for the men and women that we're putting in the stations, as well as whenever there's a natural disaster, when we have to call individuals back into work to be able to house that. We could do that with some of that. We can do that now. And what I'm saying, if it took Station 25 almost a year to get renovated, we should be able to do that with a couple of those stations that was built in the 50s as we continue to find resources to build Station 24. Now that we have that design money there, we're going to move forward. Of course, like Ms. Duncan said, it's going to take a couple of years, you know, for the planning, for the contractors and all of that stuff. But stuff that we can do now, if the money is available, is renovate some of those stations that are capable of being renovated until we can, you know, get the property, the land to rebuild the ones that need to build. Now, initially, you all asked me what was the top priorities. When we talk about the top priorities, those were the 3 stations that are in the worst condition or the worst situation, but it's going to take years to get that done. But we can do some things now by taking, I believe it's 5 or 6 of those stations that were built in the 50s to go ahead and try to get those renovated. And I'll end there.
Thank you. You want to respond, Mr. Stocco?
Yeah,
Before I
yes,
make my closing
please,
comment?
Nick Stocco, Tampa firefighters. I really respect y'all's time, y'all's comments on this, especially how far we're into this. And it almost seems like a little bit of a replay. I know that I'm young, I look young. However, I've been very involved, very active. And it's like the commitments, the promises. I know y'all are new, and I want to give you all, the council, the benefit and the trust and the hope that we will grow and we will be able to cut the ribbon one day and shake a shovel. It just sounds like an auto rewind replay from many, many years in the past, even prior to 2019. And that's really why, you know, we're as passionate as we are about adding these stations. Many have told, you know, hey, we're just not gonna get one. But we've been told that for many years. Mayor Iorio, it was in the CI capital improvement plan from 2006 to 2011 to add a station downtown. Not there.
Okay.
It seems like every time it's been a continuous, and I really, really respect y'all's time and y'all's efforts, but it has been a huge replay, rewind of the same over and over again. And then it'll be an all-new council, and it'll be an all-new union staff, and they'll get the same promises in 15 years from now.
Okay. Mr. Stocco, you know, I'm making the commitment right now publicly in front of you. I think that the public is seeing me come into my own in this position, and I will commit to you and Chief Tripp that this will be a priority. I believe in fire, and I want for you to have what you need. But we don't have the revenue right now, but I'm making the commitment. This is not kicking the can down the road. I said that a few minutes ago, but of course you got to keep listening. You got to be open or whatever. And so I want it to be line item on the 19th. So that's the start. We're putting it in the line item. We're working toward these goals, and we need either the revenue source in some kind of way, whatever that is. The finance people are the experts on that, or we need a slight millage increase so that we can get exactly what you need. And I'm committing to that, and I think that you should at least give us the 12 months to do that, to give us to the 19th, to put it on the line item, to make it a reality, because that's not kicking it down the road. That's a commitment right now. Saving, putting that fund away, those funds away, and then, asking staff to find how we can generate the revenue, because even a tax is a tax, even if it's a fee or if it's, a millage, it's still a tax. But we need the support, and we got to come up, the staff report needs to change to that, to go, okay, what can we do so that we can get a commitment from, get the 4 votes that we need to make this happen. But we start with the commitment on the 19th. That you got to believe that these are your new girlfriends up here, and new neophytes. 2 neophytes up here. We're, everyone else has been up here, and you've been coming back and paying attention. But I can make that commitment right now publicly that I will fight for that to be the priority, especially because we're asking to find the revenue for it, and it's specifically for the fire stations that we need. I'm willing to commit to that to you and Chief Tripp. So I know you've heard it before, but
I'll still be here.
Exactly, and you gotta, you gotta at least, give the new council members a shot. And that's gonna take a little bit of time. Thank you for, coming back to the podium.
Councilman Vieira, Councilman Miranda, then we've been requested to take a recess here.
Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
And just very briefly, I want to make sure, another issue I also wanted to add into the history of this, because it's said that we just found out about Station 24 not being there. A couple of things. Another thing, Nick, I want to remind you, is also Station 24, Station 25, which there was also under the leadership of, I guess it was 2 union presidents before this, to put Station 25, kind of give that priority as well. Given the massive overwork burden that Station 13 was getting, there's been a lot of intervening things that are there. With regards to the comments that were made as to commitment to that, I think, again, I'll say it again, I think we're all committed to that. I was so committed to it that I proposed to have a small tax increase for it. Again, I think we're all committed to that through different means, and we're going to get there. I worked really hard for a long time for Station 25, and we're going to get to 24. I have no doubt about that. And two last things, which is we also have a discussion coming up on bonding very soon before City Council. I brought that up because thinking that we're not going to fund the level of fire stations that I wanted in this budget because of the lack of additional revenue, looking at that other source, right? That's very important. And then lastly, in closing, this is why, and this is probably the 800th time I said it, but that's why we need a public safety master plan. Why? Because what are we doing here? We're being reactive. We're being reactive. We continue to be reactive in this city when it comes to our public safety needs as they come up based upon tragedies. And if we had a plan that shows all of our deficits all at once, we could be proactive. And that's the whole idea, is so that we're not reactive on it anymore. I'm not going to say anything else because it's a long night. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been real quiet just listening. You can't spend money you don't have for whatever reason. And as I listen and you see the trim notice that went out doesn't include all the taxes that they're going to pay. Their stormwater tax comes in the second one. It says the stormwater tax on it. The trim notice that goes out does not say that. So you're looking at the stormwater taxes added to it and I'm just making a statement on what it is, not what I'm for or against. When you look at that, we have a problem. It's just like having a family, just like having 2 children born in 2 years. And all of a sudden you got 6 kids and your salary hasn't gotten to that 6th kid to feed. It's a basic problem. The same thing as running a household. When you're married and you have kids, or you're not married and you have kids, you still got to support them. And all these things that go by are very difficult to deal with. You're right, the funding. How do you get more money for what you need? Let me get to the chase. This year, the ad valorem taxation went up in value because of the great growth in the city, so you had more money coming in. But that money didn't meet all the requirements of the city. Because you had an expansion, you had more expenses to do. It's a give and take. This budget in 2015, if I had the time, I compare it with this one, and you'll have the same problem with this one you had with this one. Maybe a degree or 2 different, but basically the same. We've been talking about this and how you figure it out. You can have all the plans you want on what you want done, but unless you have the revenue committed to that plan, it doesn't work. So where's the money going to come from? You got one hope and one hope only. And if it fails, I'm going to be driving my same car for the next 200 years. And that's called CIT, extension. We gave it all away. The city gets a portion, the county gets more, this, that, and the other. It's not based on revenue, it's not based on population, it's not based on anything. So all these things have happened, and the storm, that perfect storm that you want to go somewhere else, finally hit us financially, not as a hurricane, but in the pocket. And here's where we're at today. You've got to face the facts. For me to make a commitment without having any revenue fund coming in, it's a false commitment. I don't want to do that. And I'm not questioning anyone's ability. I'm saying that you just have to understand, not you, I have to understand, how am I gonna make a commitment when I say something knowing on this side that I don't have the money to pay for it? You can go out and buy a new car today. If you finance it, you get fired tomorrow, what happens? You ain't gonna have that car long. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking about realities of life. And we're faced with many things. Certainly, the individuals that need housing. Certainly the ones and we never put this kind of money into housing, ever. In 1 or 2 years, we put more money than we have in the last 20. Check me out. But what happens to the people that got that home, that are making a payment? Their insurance went up, their taxes went up. Next year, in my estimation, you're going to have another increase of value of 10 to 12%. Why do I say that? There's still 6 buildings at Cranes that are going to be building buildings in downtown that haven't been up. That's only now. So what happens when you have another 6? And where do we put these buildings? You have another problem we haven't discussed. How are we going to fill the need with the neighborhoods when they don't even want you to split a lot? How are we going to have the people? Where are they going to live at? How are we going to supply them? With what? We have to come to a consensus before we make commitments on what we do, because if not, I'm just talking BS and I'm not talking about Barbara Streisand. You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to tell you is the facts are that I want to help. Everybody here wants to help. And we've been talking for an hour and a half. We haven't showed you $1 we're going to give you. Because you know what? We don't have it. It's the way life is. We have grown so rapidly and so fast, but the fire department needed these stations, not this year, 10 years ago they needed them. You're right about the plan, but do we have the money? There's where it's at. You have to say your priorities on money. You cannot continue to give money away to those who already have it. And I ain't talking little money, I'm talking big money, 200, 300 million, 400 million for this, that, and the other. And then you say, oh, what happened? What happened to it? You can't even get in the stadium yourself. You can't afford it. I'm not a game player. I tell it what I see it. I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat. I'm right in the middle, stuck with you. Saying, what do I do now? Where do I go? I'm a realist. I'm not a right or left. I see it like I see it. I say it just like I think it is. We have a problem, and the problem is all of us here and all the employees and all the citizens of the city of Tampa. How do we solve that problem? That's what we're talking about, a much bigger picture than what we have here on stations, and you need that, don't get me wrong. But we have to come to a plan. How do you do it? If we keep on, and the public keeps on taxing, they will not pass that CIP. And once that happens, you can move out, because you ain't gonna have the money to do anything, no matter what happens. That's the only funding you're gonna get. You meaning us, not you, sir. So I'm looking at it much broader form. What's gonna happen in 10 years from now? That's a 30-year commitment. 30-year commitment. It's gotta be tweaked, and it's gotta be fair to the citizens of the city of Tampa. Not like before, not all the money going somewhere else, and everything else that happens somewhere else, we pay for, and they sit back and relax. Send me more. Send me more. Can't do that. We did it. And now, reckoning time is here. That 30 years up, 2027, and we're going to be and they got what they want. And we're eek, and that's how it is. That's how life is. So you can't give away something that belongs to us to somebody else and say, oh, I need money now. Well, you gave it away. Not this council, not this mayor.
I was 12.
Well, you look like still 13. But what I'm trying to tell you is, to all of us, give us a break, give us a time back to understand what's happening. Give this administration a chance to revive a plan to come back forward between now and the 19th. They're on board. They want to make sure that everybody's happy. We're certainly on board to make sure that the citizens are happy. If we make the citizens happy, you know, we make you happy, because we want them to have the protection that they need in fire and police. And that's how it is. There's not one city living that doesn't want a good fire and police. And another thing is, why was downtown developed? Any city in the United States of America that's got 250,000 people or more that does not have an active downtown, it's dying, not surviving. You have to have citizens, you have to have the ambience. You can go out, 20 years ago, out of this building here, never even look to the right. There was no car coming. There was no sidewalk. There was nothing. And you make a left, you went home. You can't do that now. And thank God you can't do it. Because if not, we wouldn't be talking here. We'd be flat broke. You have to go with times and you have to make the changes. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Miranda, if I heard, and I don't know if the news cameras picked this up, but tonight Charlie Miranda declared himself immortal, that he's going to drive the same vehicle for the next 200 years. Is that what I heard?
Mr. Clendenin, everything I buy, I use it and use it and use it, and I don't abuse it.
I think that's the headline of the night. Charlie Miranda declares himself immortal. He's going to live for another 200 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Stocco. Before we go to recess, is Mr. O'Hara still here? No? Okay, I had a question, if it's for Mr. O'Hara or the Chief of Staff. Do you have a dollar amount on proposed new hires in the city of Tampa in this proposed budget? This is meaning positions that have not been filled, that are not police, fire, union, ATU. Do we have a number on how many new positions are being proposed in this budget that have not been filled, that are unfulfilled?
I do not have that. I don't know if HR, Chief of Staff?
Because I brought up the salary increases and that, that $4 million figure. But would it be possible for, between now and once we return after this break, to have the dollar amount of what those unfilled new proposed positions are? Is it $1 million worth of new people, $10 million worth of new employees? That's what I'm asking.
And John Bennett, Chief of Staff, just for clarity, for FY '24, not in FY '23 that are unfilled.
No. These are, what is in the proposed budget that we're talking about now?
Okay, and I just want to make sure that also includes the two discussed grants of fire and police.
No, this is
just-
excluding police, fire, and ATU, non-union, non-bargain,
Okay.
non-bargaining. No, I'm talking about general employees that don't fit within the,
General
police, fire,
employees
ATU.
of all grades,
Yeah,
not public safety.
exactly.
Can I make an amendment?
No, it's not a motion, it's not a motion.
No, but can I just ask that to be divided out between enterprise funds and non-enterprise funds?
So, okay, so both numbers and,
Yeah, just to know which ones, because enterprise, we're not.
Yeah, so if it's parking, whatever, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, my example is this new position that the mayor's proposing, advisor to mayor on mayor, special projects, development, something like that, but $165,000. So how many positions are like that where we could cut the funding? That's what I want to know, because we've got to cut the funding somewhere, and if folks don't want to cut existing jobs or cut the raises, I think 12% raise is in some cases is too much, and if we're trying to hit the 45 million, we're going to have to cut maybe 10,000 at a time even. But here's at least one position, 165,000, that we could. Are there others that are not, that we won't affect somebody's job if we cut it?
no, understood, and we looked at those unfilled. That position, again, it was ported over from legal with the actual hopes that it was going to serve in the capital improvement space, and there was a pilot going on with Ms. Duncan, which is proved, and the mayor said that she's happy to eliminate that position, so she's already said that.
Please thank her.
But if I could, I just want to put a pin in something on personnel real quick. In the non-bargaining space, the 997 we're talking, we have salaries as low as $38,000 in those areas. So it's not just high end on that. So I just want to make sure there's a spectrum in supervision that's outside the union, professional services, including other positions, and of course managerial. So they're not, there is an overlap there, but I just wanted to put that out. And we can get the information for you stratified that way, but it's not, there is a connection to those as well.
Just one quick question.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you so much. There was a position, we were very close to hiring someone and it didn't happen. I think somebody out of Oregon, remember that? What was?
I'm sorry, close to hiring, in what category?
I can't remember. It was someone that it was the
Director of
one we did the
purchasing.
search. It was a director.
Of purchasing.
Oh,
Thank you,
so,
Councilwoman
yeah,
Hurtak, I appreciate that.
Yeah, if we're talking about the purchasing director?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, we were going through the final opportunity for that individual. He was supposed to do a site visit, and he got a little disrupted, I think, in his travel plans, and then he called and bowed out of the opportunity.
But just because it's available, I mean, that position is showing as something that we need. We can't cut it, right? Because we really do need that position.
Well, in
Can you
fairness,
speak
and
up?
this would have happened before your and Councilman Clendenin's arrival.
Yeah.
Council was gracious to give us a contract to carry Mr. Spearman over while we did the search. Because of the pandemic, it was really hard to recruit at that level with those kind of certifications. And we're really close again to bringing you another candidate.
Okay.
So that would replace that contract.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that's still something that we need to fill, even though it's open.
Yes.
Just because we have open positions doesn't mean that we have to cut them, because we really do need them.
Yeah, there are some positions that are extremely unique and
Yeah.
difficult to.
During the break, can I ask for an IOU as well, and some information? Maybe you could coordinate with Chief Tripp, or maybe you already have the numbers. On these fire station renovations or rebuilds on 6, 9, and 10, can you come back with actual what the needed numbers for fiscal year '24 would be to advance those projects? And then what you would see is like how many fiscal years we'd anticipate having to fund to get to completion, at least those 3 buildings, or more if we're able to fund them. But if you could come up with a ballpark so we know what we need to fence to be able to make sure that happens.
So could we do like 3 fire stations in FY '24, another 2 in FY '25, you know, stack it like
After
that?
the break,
Because I think we're on a break
No,
now, but if you could have that data for us when we come back.
Understand it, and I had this conversation with Chief Tripp offline before tonight, expecting this, and I think it's a great approach. One of the things that I have not heard talked about, and I think President Stocco would agree with this as well, is that when you're renovating, rebuilding, whatever, you've got to do something with the current crew. So whether it's, and I know it seems obvious, but is there going to be a cost there? And whether it's a temporary site nearby because drive time is all proximate to the station, and so you have to have the quarters to go with it, so.
It all rolls up into the cost. That's
It
why
does.
That's sometimes we get
And
sticker
the
shock when we see
opportunity
these numbers.
to-
You don't
yeah,
realize
to
the
fill it,
logistics, like a sidewalk, you don't realize the engineering, utility
So-
relocation, all the things that go along with it.
So
yeah,
while
it's
we could add that, it's also the ability to make sure you have the logistics around that off-site for however long.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to break, 15 minutes? 15-minute break, thank you. All right, I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting back to order. If we can have roll call, please.
Carlson. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical forum.
Thank you very much. All right, this is how we are going to start the second part here, the second item. This is where council will begin discussing changes to the fiscal year 2024 budget and capital improvement plan for the city of Tampa. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my comments and suggestions. My legislative aide Lisa is going to write them down on this board. Council members will continue on that board, and then we'll see where we come to somewhat of an agreement in a straw poll, a non-official vote, and we can take it to the second board. So a couple of things.
May I ask a question before you do that? Are you?
Yes, Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am. I'm just giving my ideas.
In dollar figure or just general ideas?
I have a little bit of both, but
Okay,
I'll kick
all right,
it
I
off so
just
you
was
can see.
seeing what the routine is. Thank you.
So I had mentioned looking at our reserves, and I had mentioned 1% and what that equivalent would be if that was at $6 million. All right.
Are we gonna vote on it?
We're going to give our ideas, we're brainstorming, and then whatever we unofficially agree on, we can move it to the second easel there and then narrow it down. So I'm not done yet. Yeah.
Oh, you're done.
No, I'm not done. I'm just starting. So we mentioned the reserves. The second thing is in regards to the pay raises. After thinking about it, if we go to zero, it gives us X amount of dollars. But if we reduce it from 4.5% to 3%, it frees up almost $2 million. We'll get an exact dollar amount there. We can discuss that further.
What do you mean, 4.5%?
I'm sorry, if you could just as we're writing them down, if numbers are mentioned,
Cost
if
of
you could
living
put them down
adjustments, pay
perhaps as
raises,
well.
stuff like that.
For non-union.
What did you?
Non-union. These are
you
non-union.
mentioned 1% for reserves, I remember that.
Taking it down, you would Mr. Hare would clarify, but taking it down from 4.5% to 3% instead of just taking it down to 0. That would free up 1.3 million. So 1% of the reserves would be about 6 million. This reduction from 4.5% to 3% would free up 1.3 million, giving us $7.3 million.
Did you follow that? On the top line, Ms. Edwards, he talked about 1% being, how much did you say? 1% of the reserves, you said, was how much? You mentioned that.
Just put $6 million and $1.3 million.
Well,
It's just $6 million and $1.3 million. That's it. It may not pass to the second board.
How is it going to get to the second board?
Why is this so complicated?
Because you're not a teacher and you didn't provide the instructions.
Yeah, you need.
You didn't provide clear instructions.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
Point of order. Point of order, let's let the chairman finish, I would suggest, and then we can.
All right, let's start again. Let's start again.
Point of order, I would like for the chair to finish, but I would like for him to provide what we're actually doing. How is it going to get from that board to that board? Yeah, I know, but he said that we're gonna write them down there and they're gonna make it to the second board.
Thank you very much.
Just to
So,
clarify.
tonight's activity consists of 2 boards. On the first board, I will give 2 ideas. One being taking from the reserves at 1%. The reserves is basically our savings account. 1% would be the equivalent of $6 million. Reserves equals 1% equals $6 million. Please write the word reserves.
You don't have to write the council members necessarily, they'll know whose idea it was.
Reserves, now equal sign. 1% equals $6 million. Regarding pay raises, you can put pay raises, reduce from 4.5% to 3%, equals $1.3 million. 4.5% to 3% equals $1.3 million. $1.3 million. That is my contribution, do not write this, which would free up $7.3 million. You don't have to put the total, but $7.3 million.
Can I just ask a question about that?
Yes.
If 1% of our reserves is $6 million, that means we have 600 million in reserves?
No, not 600 million. You only got 23 million.
I thought we had about 150 million in reserves. So 1% would be 1.5 million. Am I doing the math right? Like, I'm just confused about where 6 million is coming from.
We've got about 155 million in anticipated fund balance. And 1% is about $6 million.
Mr. O'Hara, that includes is it 22 million the additional you were going to put in this year? So without the increase, how much is it? How much is it today? How much is it today? Do I remember correctly? It was 22 million you were going to put in this year. So what is the number right now without the additional amount added?
I don't think I understand the question. So.
The fund balance, what is it we have in the budget, I think, to add, if the new tax went through, we would add another
understood.
22 million or something. So what is the fund balance today? Is it like 130 million or what is it?
I don't know. Do we know? Do you have it right there? We'll get that to you in a minute. Have to look at it.
I still can't figure out that math. 150 million, 1% of 150 million is 1.5 million.
Total budget.
Yeah, maybe, and perhaps I'm not understanding the question.
Good evening again, Mike Perry. The fund balance percentage is a calculation of the unassigned fund balance divided by the total expenditures of the general fund and utility tax funds. So when Mr. Maniscalco said 1%, it's not 1% of $150 million. It's reducing that relationship between the fund balance and the expenditures by, in this particular case, we would increase the expenditures by 6 million, which will drive down the amount of fund balance by 1%, bringing it from about 23% down to 22%.
Okay, can you email me that math, just so I don't want to stop anything, but I just.
Will do.
Yeah, I appreciate that, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And I apologize if I was misunderstanding the question.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but I have a different opinion of everything. The administration sent us a budget. The council, rightly or wrongly, didn't accept it 4-3 vote. In my opinion, it's got to go back to them to send us a budget. If we're going to do the cuts, we should have done the budget then. But we don't do that. It was an administrative budget to us. It says we review it and either approve it or disapprove it. But I think it's silence after that. It doesn't say what happens. My opinion, it's got to go back to the administration to present us with another budget because we refused that budget.
Yes, but at this point, and what we're doing in, for example, this money here, which is $7.3 million, it's allowing for $7.3 million in flexibility. We said no to that budget, but my contribution, because there's 6 other council members that can add to this, is here's $7.3 million that is now available that wasn't there as we look at, where to put the money at.
And just to clarify what the charter provides, it does not provide that you reject the budget and the budget comes back to the administration. It provides that the mayor proposes the budget and then council considers the budget and makes whatever alterations it feels are necessary to the budget. So this is what you all are supposed to be doing at this point in time.
Well, I agree in theory, but it didn't say that then it's the council's budget, it doesn't go back. It doesn't say, it's silent on that. It's silent. It doesn't say anything.
But you don't reject a budget and have the administration come back and propose another one. That's not how this process works.
I learned something today.
Councilman Clendon.
Yes. So what I'm seeing is we're developing a way of cuts, and I think this is the smart thing to do. And then after we finish this exercise, we can start adding things back in. So with that light, we had a mill increase that the administration prepared a budget that included $45 million in extra expenditures. I think for this exercise, and I don't want everybody to get all excited because things will get added back in, but I think for this exercise, we need to take that put that 45 million on this board as well to figure out where we are as far as cost savings. And then we can go back in, identify once we're finished with any cost savings that my fellow council members can find, we can go back in and add things back in based on what we've heard and what all of our individual priorities are. So I would like to put the 45 million on that of the increased millage, yes, on that board.
Just put it as, in parentheses, 45 million, because that was what was proposed. So
That we rejected.
That we rejected because we rejected the millage. So my goal, and I will then defer to other council members, is how do we get to the housing number and the public safety number? And as part of my goal, we have differing opinions. We now have $7.3 million, and I don't know what other decisions and comments will be made that we can put towards public safety, housing, or whatever else we decide. So we're finding the money to meet these goals and obligations.
Yeah, and I have a whole list of things that I want to make sure that we protect in the budget. So the same thing, I think that'll be our next step. But as far as like where we can find right now to get us to a base level, because if we start trying to rebuild a budget, a $2 billion budget, the 7 of us sitting up in our days, we will be here until this calendar date next year. So this is just to get us to a baseline that we can structure and build upon. And I think it's a logical, less challenging exercise if we do it this way.
All right, Councilman Moran, I'm going to start with you. If you'd like to make any comments, suggestions, add anything.
No, I don't want to do anything because I think differently. Budget originally.
Turn on your microphone.
I'm not anti or pro anything, but that budget was created by a group. I'm sure it wasn't one person or two persons. They gave it to us. They knew from way back what was happening. All right, they knew there was going to be a minus of some sort because they created the budget. So they knew at the time they were doing it. Now we get it, and I can't send it back, or we can't send it back for them to cut because they knew what was happening all along. So now I am the one that's got to make that cut, but I didn't create the problem. I'm part of the problem, I admit to that. But I did not create, as I'm putting it out, what it was and what the numbers were from day one. But now I'm the one that's got to do that. And that's not my style. That's all.
I understand. Councilman Vieira.
Yeah, and one thing that, and thank you for your suggestions, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure that in one form or another they'll see life, so thank you for that. One thing I would also take a look at, so we're looking at pay raises reduced from 4.5% to 3%, which would save us $1.3 million. This would increase that I think if we take a progressive position on that, and I don't mean progressive from a political perspective, that is that the more that somebody earns, the less of a income increase, a cost of living adjustment they'll have, that maybe taking a look at some even more reduced COLA. So Lisa, and thank you as always for your amazing work. You can put additionally reduced COLA, C-O-L-A, reduction for employees earning over $150,000. That will save us a significant amount of money. Again, I wouldn't swear to this, but I found about $14-15 million in salaries over $150,000. So that can save us some additional money because every single bit obviously counts. So just something I would amend to that.
Remember, we're giving our suggestions. Once we go through all the council members, we're just going to do a show of hands of if we get 4 votes. These are not official votes of what we would support, and we move it to the next sheet. So if somebody says, I'm not supporting X, we raise our hands, and it doesn't advance to the next round, because we need 4 votes to pass this budget. Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. In my opening statement, I said it at the very beginning, and I stand by it. I think that we should, the total 45 million was the millage that was voted down. So that is 17.8 million in transportation, 9.5 in public safety, 8.6 parks and rec, 9.1 in housing, totals the $45 million. The millage that we asked for that we didn't get is what I'm saying we should do to reduce it by $45 million. So I don't know how you need to write that, just everything that was.
It's already there.
Who wrote it?
$45
I
million.
did. You don't listen to me?
Well, it wasn't your turn, so I didn't know Lisa wrote that down. Because he went in order, we were following his instructions, so he didn't call you out of order, so I didn't realize it was up there.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire?
Go ahead.
Yes.
You raised the total amount. It sounded like what you did was you made it more
I was very specific, yes.
with regard to the minus whatever in each of the categories. There's
This
four
is what
different
the mayor and
categories.
staff presented, these actual figures, that's the total that gets us to the 45 million tonight.
So that again would be a percentage of how many millions for each category? We'll take it, so
Yes, I can, 7.8 transportation, 9.5. 17.8. That's what I said.
and this is a minus number.
I'm sorry,
Is that-
I said, okay, well, I'm sleepy, I guess.
That's a minus
Did I say
number.
17 or 7, Robin? 17.8 transportation, 9.5 public safety, 8.6 parks and rec, 9.1, sadly, housing. I said housing. The millage, what the millage asked for, with the increase in millage. that's
And I
what-
have it here on a piece of paper if you need it.
Yeah,
9.5 was public safety.
yeah.
That's good.
We're only doing one recommendation?
No,
Okay.
whatever you want.
I'll just wait and hear what everyone else has to say.
All right, Councilman Clendenin.
I was recognized here. Yeah, exactly, thank you. Yes, I want a clarification from our legal staff. And as much as I actually appreciate what was presented as far as limiting the budget, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but it's my understanding, reference our authority and with charter of how this is administrated, we can cut budgets, but the mayor has to make a determination of how we spend that money once we cut that budget. So is that correct?
She presented what she wanted.
So in other words, because I think one of my fellow councilmen suggested that we limit increases based on pay scale. Are we able to do that?
So Andrea Zellman, Legal Department. As you know, I provided a memo to council yesterday, just reminding you what the charter says about hiring, firing, and compensation.
Yes.
Not about the other budget categories. And that is within the exclusive authority of the mayor to set the hire, fire, and set compensation.
Yes.
However, as part of this exercise, this workshop, I should say, where you come up with proposals, it's certainly within your purview to ask the mayor to reduce certain salaries. And Chief Bennett can address, to what extent she's amenable to that. But that's certainly something that you could ask, but you can't line item, cut salaries, cut departments. You have the ability to make cuts in certain budget items, but not those that are exclusively within the mayor's purview.
Right.
As is compensation.
Okay, thank you. That's how I understood it. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly.
Yeah.
And I disagree with that, so.
Yeah.
If we could have a clarification with regard to, Andrea, if we could just, Ms. Zellman, with regard to even salaries, city council does have purview over the allocation of funds for those purposes. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand.
For the broader pool.
The broader question. I understand the position that you're taking with regard to specific line items dictating costs of living to particular for lack of a better word, forgive me, to micromanage that down to that level. But with regard to, let's say, a determination of an allocation of resources, an allocation of revenue to be able to fit the public policy of the city with regard to allocations, city council does have control over allocations to salaries, let's say, within a department perhaps. Not necessarily line items, whatever, and we can discuss that if you want further, but it almost sounds as if you're saying that salaries as a category of expenditure is off limits to city council in consideration of its budget. And if that's the case, then we need to have a discussion, because I believe that is going further than I believe what the charter says is the purview of this legislative body.
Yeah, and as you and I discussed, I sent the memorandum because I was starting to hear murmurings about this process being used to change some people's salaries or remove some people's positions, and I just wanted council to understand what the parameters were in the charter. I had no desire, and the last thing we want to do tonight is get into a charter argument. So, you know, let me just make that clear. That was not my intent. I was not asked to send the memo to create any kind of division. I did it, again, because I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that. I think what you're saying is, you know, can you, like, for instance, in my office, we have personnel and we have operating costs. And if you wanted to cut the personnel, the problem that we start getting into is trying to do indirectly what you can't do directly. So if you start, for instance, cutting all of our operating costs so that we have nothing to use to operate the office without reducing some of our positions, then in effect, you're bleeding our department dry, or, you know, with any other department, and that you can't do. You know, because again, the management and control of all the departments and divisions of the city is within the mayor's control, hiring, compensation, salaries within the mayor's control. But again, I would rather we not debate this. I think what is appropriate is for you to continue what you're doing, identify those things that you want to make cuts to, and then if it gets to a point where we have to say, that's something you can't touch, let's talk about it then. Can we do that?
I think then it's too late on this, because I think this is a question that has to be answered. And it's my understanding of this process and the charter is, let's say we have a widget department. And we have whatever is happening in that widget department, and there's X number of dollars going to personnel. I don't believe this council under charter can identify individuals in that department, whether it's based on pay scale or whatever quality, and specifically target that those salaries. But I do believe under charter, this council can cut the personnel cost, how we allocate budget. So if the widget department gets $10 million, I do believe this council can budget $8 million, and then it's up to the administration to manage to that budget.
But then again, you're doing indirectly what you can't
But
do.
that's still what we can do.
If I have 10 employees.
I understand what you're saying, but there's still I would still stick to my guns and saying that is within the purview of this council.
Yeah, if I can, and I certainly want you to know, council, of all the things that I do in this job, these charter discussions are what I dislike the most or like the least, but it is also the most important discussions that I.
It is. Oh, it wasn't.
It is also under my purview as one of the most important things with regard to city council's authority. And I don't want to belabor this. We may get to this point, because the issue that I have is the bottom line is under the budget. The first sentence is very clear. No money may be dispersed from the city treasury except in pursuant of appropriations made by the city council, period. And that's where I begin. And the question is, where expressly does it prevent that from happening? Right. And that's a discussion that we can have later on. But if we can reconcile without that discussion, I'm more than happy to do that.
Well, I can tell you it's very clear in section 4.01 of the charter. It's clear in section 6.06 of the charter, and it's clear in section 7.03 of the charter all of which talk about the mayor's control over compensation. Very clear.
But she
No
can't spend
question.
money that she doesn't
So there's
have.
no reason to go to what I would argue is an ambiguous statement about no appropriations can be made without, when you've got clear language saying that the mayor controls.
She controls the
compensation.
money that we give her. She can't control money she doesn't have. I mean, this is such a common sense thing.
It's also common sense not to take food off the table of people who work hard for us every day.
Councilwoman Hurd.
I will not support
Thank you.
this.
And I understand that, that is the position. The unfortunate reality is that I believe the increase in salaries alone this year was about 54 million. And if we continue along this path, we're gonna have a great staff that literally can't do anything. Because we
Okay.
aren't gonna have, I'm sorry, I'm not arguing, I'm just making a statement. And so this year might not be the year, but going forward, we're seriously going to have to look at personnel and the amount of people, because we all, well, at least I believe that we will be entering a recession. And then we're gonna have to cut people. And that's exactly what we don't wanna do. I'm just making a statement, then I'm moving on to the things that I want
May
to.
I add one more thing?
Go ahead.
I think you can go to the end of my memo. Forget the charter discussion. There's 4,592 full-time employees as of yesterday. And HR wanted me to make sure to clarify that all those numbers that I gave you and they're giving you are a moment in time and they fluctuate. But as of yesterday, 4,592 people, 997 of whom have a salary that is not contained within a collective bargaining agreement. So I think you would agree that you're probably not going to want to touch the salaries of those covered by a collective bargaining agreement, because then we get into the issues of whether we're violating the terms of the collective bargaining agreements. So now we're left with the 997. If the question is, do we or don't we give them a raise, I believe the administration is prepared to talk about, or Chief Bennett is prepared to talk about what the mayor may be comfortable with if that's the cut you're asking for. But if what you're talking about is something greater than that, you know, cutting the overall personnel budget, then number one, you're starting to get into the area of the CBAs, or you're basically telling everyone who's non-unionized, your jobs are on the line, because the only way the mayor will be able to keep the city going would be then to cut jobs from the 997 are left. And I don't think that's what council wants to do. So I just, you know, we can, my point is we can avoid the
Well,
charter discussion and just deal with the reality we have.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, we do have to revisit it because we've hired too many people, we have too many employees, and this is simply not sustainable. And it's not a values judgment, it's simply numbers. So this year may be this year, but we simply aren't gonna be able to afford it going forward. And so I appreciate it, but I'm ready for my stuff. So I'm looking at this differently. And the way I'm looking at this is that last year, we had a certain amount of money in the general fund or as a budget. This year, because values did go up, we had about 30-some extra $1 million that's not included in that 45 million. So 9 million of that goes to CRAs. So the way I see it is that we have $26.2 million to do different things that we want to do with. The mayor sent her priority list, which totaled 32 million. But so I'm looking at it differently. I'm looking at it, this 26.2 million that we can use in different ways. And the first thing I want to do is to talk about parking. I had a couple of citizens email me and research statutes and find out that, you know, parking right now is an enterprise fund. And it brings in money. And I don't remember the exact amount we have right in there right now. But basically, we can take, we can cut, okay, sorry, reading and thinking at the same time. What we can do with that parking money is that instead of necessarily using it just for parking, statutes seem to suggest that we can use it for both sidewalks and paving. And we just simply haven't done it. So for me, that's one of the areas I'd like to look at. It simply says, this is the Florida statute, municipal parking facility space surcharges, section 166.271, authorized uses. The surcharge proceeds are used for the following purposes. No less than 60% and no more than 80% are used to reduce the municipality's ad valorem tax millage or to reduce or eliminate non-ad valorem assessments. Number 2, no less than 20% and no more than 40% are used to improve transportation, including but not limited to street, sidewalk, roadway, landscape, transit, and streetscape beautification improvements in downtown or urban core areas. So for me, that says that it may not be a ton of money, but it will certainly free up some money to do those paving and sidewalk that we would like to do. So again, this isn't really part of the budget because we haven't mentioned sidewalks and paving, but I think it enables us to use some of those funds in the sidewalk and paving manner that we would like to. So that we don't have to worry about that. It's not even part of that $26.2 million. Next, when I'm looking at 26.2, I've talked to different departments, and I would like to, in that 26.2, you can kind of like do a inside like indent here. For fire, I'd like to allocate $9 million for Fire Station 24.
Because I'm confused, because I thought all we were talking about is our cost savings.
Yes, but see,
But we haven't gotten to the allocations. The next page is going to be the next
But
phase of
this,
this.
to me, this is the way I did it. I didn't do cuts. I did allocations of the money we have.
But, well, I mean, I questioned the staff about whether that 26.2, is that money actually there?
Yeah.
But I mean, we need, before, I mean, honestly, then we need to go back and revisit everybody, because if we're gonna do the additions now, I thought we're just going into the existing budget. This exercise was to talk about where we could find cost savings, and then we're gonna do round 2 about what we wanna add back into the budget. I've got a list of priorities here too.
I think what she's saying is we take existing money and allocate it for something that we would have allocated to.
Well, I got that in the parking, but when we start talking about the other stuff, the addition
Okay,
of
well, then that's fine. I'll wait and I'll give where I think that 26.2 can be put to best use.
And where is that
later.
26, can you ask staff where
Yes,
the 26.2 is?
The 26.2 is the extra money we made from the additional increase.
Which, okay, then we need to get Dennis.
Yeah, it's
or-
35 million.
That's right.
If I can, while he's coming up, I don't know the number in the parking fund, but I was trying to motion that I could save you some time. We did do some research at the request of someone who asked this. I believe it was you, Ms. Hurtag, I can't remember now. Typically with enterprise funds, we tell you can't touch them because they were either created by statute for a specific purpose, or we've obligated the funds from them to pay for a particular purpose. Parking is the exception. We did determine, the legal department did determine that the surplus in the parking fund could be used for other purposes. What I would ask that you do, after you clarify how much money there actually is the reason all the department heads are here is they would like to be able to talk about, for instance, I believe Mr. Beatty would like to talk about what he was planning to do with that money. And in other departments, you know, just as Chief Tripp and President Nako talked about the fire wants and needs, there are other department heads that I hope you'll give them the opportunity, if you are talking about their budget, to explain what their intent was with that money.
Real quickly.
Yeah, Ms. Scharf has it on the screen.
Morris Mass Legal Department, just real quickly on the parking issue, again, the statute you cited is a surcharge that certain local governments, depending on their size, are allowed to charge, but there has to be a referendum of the voters before that surcharge is made, and we've never done that here. So that statute's not applicable.
Okay.
Mr. Pide.
Well, can we clarify, because we have this up here, because I just want to make sure, because what I don't want us to do is go down a rabbit hole. If that's good figures, that's really good to know. But I wanted to make sure before we go down this rabbit hole, this is additional property tax revenue. It's my understanding that this pays for our contract labor costs with our unions, all those increases that were, so most of that is, it's already obligated money.
No, it's not. They have very clearly stated that this is our budget now.
Yeah, but we've already contractually, like the firefighter raises, the police raises, the ATU,
Yes.
So of that 20, how much of that $26.24113 million dollars is hanging out there in non-obligated funds, contractually obligated funds, or other? And it's not in an enterprise fund.
All of the 26, I mean, the numbers are absolutely correct. If I'm not mistaken, they're from our slide. But the $26.2 million has been allocated as part of the proposed budget. And if I can explain it this way, if I can have the Elmo again. Thank you very much. Again, I intended to kind of level set just so we're all on the same page. The proposed budget is unbalanced. We've said that where it's confined to the general fund, our expenses are now greater than our revenues. There's been no action to reduce the number of the amount of expenditures in the proposed budget, but $45 million of revenue has been reduced. And so you see the variance of, I'm sorry, what's wrong? Can you not see? Oh, thank you. I apologize. Thank you very much. So what we have with the proposed budget that was given to council, we have a $45 million deficit. That proposed budget used all of that $26 million. So any dollar taken from that $26 million at this juncture contributes to that deficit.
Adds to it.
Yes. The deficit becomes greater.
Then I'm simply just gonna add personnel, because that is going to be our biggest cost. One of the areas that I wanted to consider was increasing the pension years from 6 years to 8 years going forward. So in order to vest, you have to put 8 years in instead of 6 years. Again, going forward, not from now. Again, these are ideas. I'm sorry. We're just putting ideas down. This is not debatable. We're not debating yet. So increasing pension from 6 years to 8 years, possibly 10 years. Another idea was to have personnel in the future pay into part of their healthcare funds. And again, we can't do this in this contract, but going forward, it's something we're going to have to look at. And so to me, the biggest issue is personnel. It's the biggest chunk. It's the chunk that keeps growing. And if we don't control it soon, it's going to absolutely, it's already snowballed, but we're going to be overwhelmed by it, and we're not going to be able to do anything in 4 or 5 years.
Mr. Massey, aren't pensions governed by state law?
Correct. Any change to the pension plans will require a special act of the Florida legislature. You don't have the authority to change that, so.
Okay. Do we have the ability to put an ability to, or a requirement for people to add to their pension instead of just being the city? No. Then really, we are looking at personnel. That's the reality here. Yeah.
Councilmember Carlson.
I just want to remind everybody with the 45 million that Dennis just showed, that 45 million is not attached to anything. It is a 45 million reduction in a $1.9 billion budget. And we can take from anywhere in the budget that we can legally take from. So it is like I said before, it's like if you take a bucket of water and pour it in the lake and you pull another bucket out, it doesn't mean that it came from, it's the same water. And so that, unless we assign it, those things are not connected. That 45 million is not connected to the 5 things that the mayor talked about. Those are the things she chose to promote, but we're not gonna, we've all said those are our priorities. We're not gonna pull from that. Most of that is the same exact budget or less than it was last year anyway. So what we need to do is look at the increases. The biggest increase is salary. And the other thing that I said last week is, this is like if you have a staff member for your company and they come to you and say, I need a raise. And you say, why? I said, well, I maxed out my credit cards and I bought a house that was too expensive and I bought a fancy car. Okay, well, that's not my fault. I shouldn't have to raise give you a raise for that. And we've given the administration a lot of leeway. We have not held them as accountable as we should have, and we've got to do that going forward, partly because we didn't have the votes. The other thing is, in terms of the charter, I agree with Ms. Zellman, and Ms. Zellman has been great at working with us, so has Morris and some of the other folks. It's been a kind of a new day as we've talked through and discussed many of the charter challenges, like who has the right to approve settlement agreements, who has the right to do naming. First, there's one presentation as we discuss through it and talk about it legally. Finally, we come to an agreement on it. In this case, I went back and forth with Ms. Zellman last night on the narrow area of our ability to cut the budget. I think the charter clearly says that we have the right to do that. We cannot go in and say we want a specific person cut. So if we cut a line item, the mayor could give the same person a different title. So we can't go in and fire a person. But it is the way we hold the city and the mayor accountable. If there's a staff person or more who are doing unethical or illegal things, or overtly working against city council, and there's evidence of that, then the only recourse we have is to cut the budget. And I think we 100% have that. I went back and forth with Marty and Ms. Zellman last night. When I saw that memo, I wanted to hire a lawyer and file for an injunction this morning. I mean, it's a very serious thing to challenge city council's authority. We do not have the authority, once we approve the department heads, to fire them. And that's a big issue, because they can get away with whatever they want if the mayor doesn't work with city council. The staff that work under them, the staff that work for the mayor, we don't have the right to hire and fire them. But we do have a right to cut their budget. That's the only power we have. This is our once-in-a-year opportunity to do that. And I absolutely will not give that up. And I hope I don't have to spend a lot of legal money to argue that point, like I've had to do on the other things. We agree with the other thing. In terms of the charter, I have the charter in front of me, 7.02. The council is authorized to make such changes in said budget as it deems necessary for the proper and economical operation of municipal government. We're authorized. It doesn't say we must. We can, and the point is we can work collaboratively with the administration. My request, which council supported, to ask the administration to give us the budget without it, first of all, I thought they had a plan B. I didn't know that they did it. Second, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. Instead of us sitting up here line-iteming their budget, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt to propose something if they wanted to propose a change. They decided not to do that. So now the burden is on us, and we have to decide. None of us wants to go through this, but we can. We already have agreed with the administration that the mayor's going to cut that $165,000 position. So we have one success for the night. We don't even have to vote on it because the administration has agreed. So we are at 45 after 3 hours or 4 hours. We're at 45 million minus 165,000.
What about my stuff? That's 7.3 million.
No, I'm talking about
No, but we're, it's bigger.
We don't have to vote on it because without our agreement, the administration has agreed to it, so we're ahead. I want to ask, there's another position, CAD comms coordinator, and it's like 110,000 or something like that. Can you put that down there, CAD comms coordinator? That's another unfilled position, a new position.
Councilman Carlson, not to interrupt you, but I had asked the Chief of Staff and Mr. O'Hara if they would be able to provide us, and it won't be tonight, they need time to get the information, but perhaps by Friday, any proposed new positions that are being proposed in the 24 budget, meaning they have not been fulfilled, that we can look at what the total dollar amount is, so we can say, we do a hiring freeze this year for.
The point is that
it would be included in
the
that.
point is that that's like $120,000 or $110,000. My industry is communication. CAD doesn't need communication. What they need is they need new ethical guidelines, and we've got a great new administrator, but we need ethical guidelines, and we need to have transparency to city council, and then ultimately the public. But that's not about communication. You don't hire a communication person to do that. You present information in an effective way. I would rather go on and just leave that as a placeholder. If they want to respond, maybe respond at the end of my.
110,
let's say. And then Vic, somebody proposed there's a $7 million parking app. Can we delay that by a year?
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Council. Vic Bide, Director, Mobility Department. The $7 million is not for a parking app. It is for a parking guidance system. This was first recommended by the Downtown Partnerships Parking Study, and we've developed it since. So to answer the question simply, can we delay it by a year? Yes.
I
Because
love
last
those.
year, we didn't have that money, but I do want to provide some context.
I love those systems, and I really want it, and I'm all for new technology. I think it would be great. But if we're at the point where we're going to have to cut people, I would rather delay that by a year.
I understand. If I could get 60 seconds just to
Go ahead,
share
sir.
the.
Yes, sir.
Just to share a background on this system. While this system is a bunch of signs that tells travelers to the urban core where parking spaces are, what it has demonstrated to do is increase parking efficiency, which, looking long-term, allows us to do better parking policy and parking strategies to foster urbanism, to foster density, to create more space, to build more housing. That's the first thing. The other is it drives revenues, which, yes, can be reinvested into mobility priorities. And as we mentioned at the last workshop, we are investing in sidewalks with the parking fund. We're investing $700,000 a year for a 4-year program to mitigate 90% of trips and falls on existing sidewalk. We're investing in transit with the streetcar, with the rubber tire extension from Station 11 up to the Heights. We're investing or planning to invest in other quick build opportunities as well. But parking has, because of decades of lack of investment, accrued its own deferred maintenance. And some of it are critical deferred maintenance to the structures of our garages and our lots and all of that. And how do we know that? Because in 2017, we did an engineering report that categorized these.
Vic, I think if I could, so we can go on, you've shown great leadership in proposing rate increases and new technologies and everything, and I appreciate all the work you do. If we have a choice of people or other, I would rather do that. Can I?
Councilman, I apologize if I could just say one quick thing about the Parking Enterprise Fund. Just want to mention Gene Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure Mobility. Thank you for the moment here. The rates for that parking division were approved by this council based on a strategic plan that was developed for how those funds would be spent. So despite the law that our legal team referenced about the flexibility, we want to stay true to the reason why those rates were increased and how much they were increased. If we start taking those funds and just applying them to other needs across the board that we have, our business case for why they had to be increased a certain amount goes away. And we come back in the future to make a case to increase them, we've lost credibility. Well, this is going to become a slush fund, quote unquote, which we do not do slush funds. So I just want to caution, we don't want to take these funds and take them outside of the mobility space for that reason. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we could use it on whatever we can legally use it for to offset, because transportation is one of the 5 buckets. Not really transportation, but roads and sidewalks.
Did you put the app, Lisa? The name of the app, sir? Or the
Just call it Parking App?
Parking App, $7 million.
Is somebody here from Parks? Oh, I didn't see you back there, sorry. No, I apologize, I didn't get to ask you this in advance. We talked to when we were talking about Villa Brothers, for example, before the rest of the park got done, I think there was a pickleball court, and pickleball is the thing that everybody's talking about. But is there, I couldn't find in the budget, is there buried in the budget pickleball courts that we can delay? I know people love pickleball. Some people love it, but people don't like the sound of it. But if I have a choice between pickleball courts or losing staff, I would rather cut the pickleball courts. So is there any pickleball courts this year that we can delay for a year?
Osea Wynn, Administrative Neighborhood and Community Affairs. So if we have the pickleball courts, Councilman Carlson, they're associated with a project. So we don't have just a line item for pickleball courts. Now, we can go through to see which projects we have that are associated, that as we're building out the project, that we have pickleball courts, but we don't have just a whole line item for pickleball courts throughout.
Thank you. So I would just put that down, and we don't know the dollar amount, but we could go back and look if,
I would tread carefully with pickleball.
I was gonna say, man, you have just entered
I
into
don't
sacred
care.
area.
I
They're coming
don't
after
play
you.
it, but all I hear is
I don't care
pickleball.
because in 3
Two-term bill.
years nobody's going to use them anyway. It doesn't matter. This is a fad.
Baseball
And in 10 years, you guys can record this and come back and tell me I was wrong. That's fine. Can you put down the lobbyists too? We've debated it a little bit. We can debate it more later. If you all want to cut half of it, we can. But if the lobbyists, yeah, it's $1 million. If the lobbyists don't listen to us, and if the staff don't listen to us in relation to lobbyists, then we need to teach them a lesson and cut half their budget at least. I didn't ask for any staff report on it, by the way.
Chair, may I?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to the suggestion of the cut. If I could throw this on the Elmo.
Go ahead, we can see it. Please put it on the.
It's
the
interesting
screen.
that you've never shown this to us before, and you seem not to want to present anything to city council, but now you come to try to justify this cut after the lobbyists have
Point
worked
of
against us
order,
for the.
point of order, we've
for
read the
last
rules. Point of
4
order.
years.
Yes,
Point of
let's-
order.
Let's not do personal attacks.
Point of order.
I
Thank
would
you.
rather that I go along with my list instead of listening to this propaganda.
So
He doesn't know what he's going to hear, Chairman.
Please let her speak. Thank you.
That is
this
unacceptable.
is the slide, if we can look at the Elmo, this is the slide from the budget presentation from Dennis. So we do, contract lobbyists at the federal level and at the state level. And since 2019, we have been able to increase our capacity at that level. And I'm happy to go through a few other slides as well, but I just want
Point
to.
of order, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go through my list, please.
Let her finish. I'd like to hear this.
So this is just quickly the breakdown of those grants. And actually, the total is 226. We just received another $1 million in the last hour.
And we could equally pay a lobbyist firm that listens to us. And we could equally
Thank
pay
you
staff
very
that
much,
listen to
sir.
us.
I understand. Let her
I'm
finish.
happy to take questions from anyone else.
I'd
but-
rather go through my list, thank you.
Okay, I see.
I know
the
you think it's
RO.
funny to fight against city council, but that's not what you're hired to do. You're hired to represent the
I'm
city.
happy to
Enough.
I'm happy to
enough.
address anything, but I think we should stick to the budget tonight. Maybe we could talk offline.
All right.
But,
What is next on your list, sir?
You think it's funny?
Enough. We have to get this budget done. Let's go.
I have Mr. Chief of Staff. This is another one I couldn't find in the budget, but can you tell me the status? There was and this is the last one and we can come back later. There was a consulting firm that was split between the city and the county that was paying for advice on baseball. City and county together were paying them $250,000 a year. Is that contract still active? And if we cancel it, can we save $150,000 to $125,000 a year?
John Bennett, Chief of Staff, I'm not familiar with what you're.
There's a consultant that was advising the city and county, you and Bonnie Wise, on possible funding mechanisms for baseball. And
I thought that was, maybe I'm wrong if I'm misunderstanding, but I thought TSA pays for that, Tampa Sports Authority.
okay, I couldn't find the budget, so that's why I
Yeah,
want to
no,
clarify.
I think it's Tampa Sports Authority, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
I thought we can start it back this way.
I just wanted to say that it's very interesting that we have been given this budget to do, and none of us up here are budget experts. So the whole point of this was for us to brainstorm ideas, but every time we brainstorm an idea, we have someone from the department come up to argue for it. And while I respect that, and I respect people's desire to keep their department going in the direction they want it to, that's just simply not the reality of this year. The reality of this year is we're going to have to make cuts. And if you want to start arguing with us about it, that's fine. You can get your soundbite. But here's the thing, we're gonna make cuts. At some point, cuts are gonna have to be made. And, I mean, everything is valued. Everything has worth, but that's not the issue. You know, it would have worth if I had a pool in my backyard, but I can't afford that. So we're gonna have to cut. And it would be great if we could just have a conversation without staff unless we ask, while we debate this, because the administration has clearly put it in our hands. And it just seems like this has kind of gotten out of control with what we're not asking for. I don't want to have to ask people to leave, because I don't think that's appropriate or necessary, but I think that this is the time that we're talking, that we're debating, that we're throwing ideas out. And before we add it to that second sheet, yes, then that's the time to ask. That's the time to pull department heads up. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda Vieira Miranda Henderson.
And mine's very brief. I mean, so we're getting a lot of ideas up here, and that's great, and I think all to varying degrees have some level of worth, and from debating and maybe tabling for another time to supporting now, whatever it may be, you know, but whether the administration takes it as the 10 commandments or the 10 suggestions, there are things that are coming from Tampa City Council, and that's certainly something to look at. My only challenge is that if we debate every one of these, right, we're going to be here until probably 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Very, very, very likely, I'm thinking. And we have to use our time effectively and wisely. Because, for example, some of these I need more time on. I'm not prepared to vote on some of these. Pickleball courts, for example, a worthy suggestion by Councilman Carlson, potentially. Where are the pickleball courts? How much are they? What's been promised to the community? This and that. The issue with Tampa Fire Rescue. Does the Tampa Fire Rescue want to, if the money's going to come out of the police department, do they want to do that? There's a lot of different things that people got to, you know, what amount's going to go to affordable housing versus this versus that. So in other words, you know, we should have a robust discussion, but let's make sure that it is orderly. It's funny, I almost wish we had a facilitator here. That's the first thing I thought of, that we had a facilitator here. Because, and by the way, whether any of us, that's not a comment on our good friend.
I'll volunteer.
Chairman Maniscalco, who does a great job. Any 7 of us who are here would be very disadvantaged by the great weight of the many, many issues that we're discussing. Just to take it off this poor man's hand, and we all owe Chairman Maniscalco a debt of gratitude. But again, just some thoughts that a lot of these we need more time to look at, and to have a position on some of these this evening, need more time on some of these.
Councilman Miranda.
Well, thank you very much. And along the same lines, I mean, and I have no qualms with the city attorney, Andrew Zellman. She wrote what she believes is the right way, and she read that part of the charter. But if all this is true, and I believe it's true, because I was told it's true, and it's come by a very reputable person who I've known for a long time and tells it just like it is, then what am I doing here? The question to myself is, what I didn't make that document up. It came to this department, which is the city council. They said 4-3 vote. No, we don't like this. We're not going to apply the millage to meet the demand. But then I don't know what happened between 2023 budget and 2024 coming up budget. I wasn't there. I don't know if anybody else was there. And I'm not questioning the administration. They saw what they needed and they asked what they wanted. Now, if I can't do anything what was said, what am I doing here? You better ask yourself that question before you go any further. Because if you can't cut the employees, you can't cut the salaries, you can't cut whatever I read here a little bit ago, then what am I doing here? What are you doing here? Listening to us debate something we can't do? No, not you, Mr. Robinson. You'd fix it in 2 seconds. But, I'm not quarreling. I'm not arguing with the administration. I'm not arguing with the city attorney. I'm just saying, if the facts are what they are, then what am I doing here?
If I could, Mr. Miranda, I didn't say you can't make budget cuts.
Well, I understand that.
There's lots of other things to cut other than personnel and salaries.
But if I do that, from what I hear, I don't even know I think, Mr. Carlson, honest, I pass by there every day coming here, and I think I saw some people playing pickleball even if they didn't have a court. It was on the basketball court. I saw that. I said, what's going on here? But I think I saw that. I'm not sure. But maybe they thought the basketball got real small. But it is what it is, brother.
So I have before I go to the next speaker, which would be Councilwoman Henderson, from what I'm calculating with the $7 million app, if we delay that, whatever, that's $7 million. So if there's 7 million and there's that 6 million from the reserves and that extra 1.3, that's 14 million. That's 30% of the 45 million. That would be the equivalent of doing a 0.3 millage increase, no? And it would essentially, in a way, I'm just throwing it out there, but we're making progress. Either way, anyways, thinking out loud, Councilwoman Henderson. And then Chief of Staff, did you want to say something, sir? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, it actually is my pleasure that anytime, I don't mind anyone from staff coming to support a comment that's made, because I can pull the tape to prove that collaboration is something that we said that we desire. But nevertheless, the thing that is interesting to me is that when you say that we have too much staff, I'm unwilling to accept that point because it hasn't been proven. There's no data to back that up. And just a generic comment about it because it comes from a council member does not make it true. That is unacceptable. That is not how it's done in the business world. You have to look at the data. Hillsborough County Public Schools spent $1 million for someone to look at every single staff member to determine if we had any waste. And guess what they decided? That all the media centers didn't need administrative assistance. The media center specialist can work in the library by herself, no matter how many classes come in there. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we are overstaffed. And I just don't like the implication in making decisions about staff. You already know how I feel about the money part of it. To say that we're overstaffed and that we're wasteful in regards to the people that we hire is just not fair. And it would be disingenuous to eliminate incomes for people who only received a 3% increase last year. Everybody did not get 9.5. And why is the solution to look at employees first is just so unacceptable when there are other things that we could do. Chief, I would like you to come to the podium, please. At my pleasure, maybe not anyone else's, I don't know. The increases for the that was in the budget that were presented, because it's a baseline, whether we accepted it or not, it is a baseline for us to work with. I think that's a fair statement. The general fund budget increases, for example, let's just take the very first one, not that I'm picking on arts and cultural affairs, but there is a line item here where there are 5 positions. Are these new positions that you're recommending?
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. So just going on the
You
line
said this on
items.
Sunday, by the way.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay,
This
yes.
list. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. And of course, Administrator Nguyen is here to speak to her portfolio. But based on the line items here, they're either reclassifications or programming. I mean, there's 5 things, but I'm not sure. One is a full position, a couple are reclasses, and then the other 2 are programs. So there'd really be 3 affected positions, 1 actual FTE and 2 other reclassifications in that list of 5.
Why did you provide us this list?
Well, it was, again, the way the budget's constructed, it's, again, we did it from a bottom-up approach. I don't want to speak for the CFO or the budget officer. But we went through, a rigorous process to figure out where the level services are, depending on the categories, and we felt that for the most part we were aligned, and when staff comes in, they make level of service recommendations, Many of them get cut right off the bat within the administration and staff process. The ones that survive are basically the ones that the administration, through those portfolios, want to try and defend to council to have a balanced budget. But overall, that's part of the reason that staff is here, so we can answer those questions at the right time, which is what we professed we would do a week ago, is to support you to make the decisions.
Understood. Did your staff answer questions from members on this council to help them make the decisions that they're presenting on this paper today?
If I understand the question right, everybody on
Every
council
budget
is
question that was asked from members of this council, were they answered by the people that work for us, the city staff?
Yeah, so each council member who had reached out to staff, either globally or on a particular piece of the budget, staff had responded to that.
Okay, so I would like
Or
for
at least
the,
attempted to. Now, I will caveat, some things were a little more laborious to pull out the data, so some things are still IOUs between now and possibly Tuesday to give more decision support.
okay. So this is kind of like my Beyonce Taylor Swift moment. So Ms. Marley, I would like for you to come back to the dais, please, for me. Because the lobbyist cut, there was a general statement made about disrespect. I have no idea what that means. Just because a council member says something doesn't mean that we need to eliminate someone's job. That is really important. So not that one.
Okay.
Not that one, the one where, that shows the return on the investment.
Okay.
Okay, so over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, plus a new one that came out today, we're at $227 million. Right, 226 million?
Yeah, we just got another million tonight.
Okay, and competitive grants over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. The salary of this individual or group of people, how much is that?
So, I'm not exactly sure what.
How many
Councilman
people are they there?
Carlson's
Are
referring to, but
strategists?
we have a federal lobby team.
Okay.
And then we have a state lobby team.
Okay.
And we pay it's 120 for federal and 120 for state. So it's 240 total.
Okay, so the general comment that I want to make is that I can't support moving the lobbyists over to the next paper because someone up here says that they're disrespecting us. I don't know what that means. It's not quantified. Have they been reprimanded for it? Is there any documentation of it? The very specifics of it, I just can't seem to do that. But what I do see is, and I appreciate you standing up, indicating the federal and state breakdown of the dollars that we've generated because of the position that you're actually talking about. So the lobbyist stays in the building unless there is documentation and a reprimand from council that this, he, she, whoever these people are, don't deserve to work for us, even though they generated $226 million in the past 5 years. The other thing is that the employees, I said it at the beginning, the 997 people don't deserve to lose income because of this budget. When we have generosity, which I brought up and I didn't put it on the board, but now I need, I don't know if you have that number for me, Mr. Herrero, but our social action obligations, some are mandatory, I believe, but a lot of them are not. The $5 million that we budgeted to just give to people just because. And for the record, I discovered this in the budget process as a neophyte. I asked for $50 million for 6 organizations, but other people ask for a lot more money for the things that they believe in and support. So I just want to know that it was reduced from 6.2. You did reduce it for 2024, but exactly how much of that? Some of it you said we're obligated to give, and it hurts me to put this on the board, by the way. But I have to put it on the board because I have to choose people, our employees, over our charitable organizations that we don't have to give money to. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Council. Dennis
Good
Herrera,
evening.
Chief Financial Officer. Yes, we have a number of agreements in place within this fund. Again, I can't speak to the ability to get out of the agreements that we're currently in. My presumption is there are out clauses that can be pursued.
Understood.
But the amount that we are tied to via agreement is $1 million.
$1 million, no, so $4 million of it is available for, Ms. Edwards, I would need you to write $4 million to charity that we're not required to give to, even though it hurts me to do it, because I am very charitable, but not when it comes to people.
And I'm sorry, and I know you know
Yes.
this, but for the rest of City Council who perhaps have not seen the list, or maybe the public, we also have, part of that is $2.1 million for what we identify as city assets, the aquarium, the zoo,
Yes.
thing, just so you know. But again, as far as I know, we're no
But aren't those
obligation.
enterprise businesses that we're giving money to, are they considered, they're not considered
They're
enterprise?
they're not enterprise.
But they're assets, they're our assets.
They are our assets. I don't know that we're obligated to give them the funding, but I do want to point that out.
Yeah, so let's just take the Strats, for example. We give them what, I have my own, if you don't want to tell me, it's 1 point, what do we give them?
We give them,
Here.
I'm sorry, say again. 625, or we are anticipating giving them $625,000.
But we're also anticipating giving them $25 million.
That is from the
So
Community Redevelopment Agency, but yes.
Okay, yes, it's
A
different
bit
funding,
more,
I
yes.
understand, but I'm just trying to make a point, you know, whatever. So it seemed like the bigger pot would be much more amenable to those people than $650,000. So you can put the $4 million in our social action. Ms. Edwards, you did it already?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, you are fast. And I mean, I feel like Muhammad Ali, but I'll come back for some more.
No. Councilman Clendenin, Councilman Carlson, Councilman Clendenin, Carlson, Hurtak, Miranda.
Okay, I want to be clear that my observation and my knowledge of this is we can cut department budgets, period. We can cut department budgets. We cannot target individuals, and this is what I would caution my esteemed gentleman to my right, is even if we were to target a budget, it doesn't mean the mayor is going to fire the person that you want to be fired. So we can cut back the budget of that department, but it doesn't mean it's going to get the outcome that you desire. So on the lobbying, and I don't know enough about the issue with our lobbyists and what happened, especially specifically when it's about the Pure project and those sends. It's my observation again that we have a good return on the investment from our lobbyists. Has been demonstrated by the staff. I think those concerns that you expressed, Councilman, are very valid, but I think that is a political concern between, I mean, really honestly, not just you, but this entire council and the administration, to ensure that we somehow, and I understand that our biggest hammer is this budget, but I don't necessarily know that we're looking at this in that right way. But I think that we have to be able to work, somehow find a collaborative relationship with the administration so that never happens again. Because when we hire, the lobbyists that we hire don't just represent the administration, they represent the entire city and every resident in the city of Tampa. And there's 7 elected leaders sitting up here. So we need to make sure that our agenda is the same as the administration's agenda, or the administration needs to ensure that their agenda is the same as our agenda when we leave the city of Tampa. So the voices that leave the city of Tampa to go to Tallahassee or go to Washington, D.C. need to be reflective of the voices that sit up here, as well as of the voice that sits across the way on the first floor. I really kind of will circle back, because we are going to be in an endless discussion. I think we've heard a lot of things, so I think we should move on now. We've identified some cuts, and I think with all of those items that are there, we have enough money if we're willing to swallow that really nasty pill to be able to start from a foundation and start adding things back in when we cumulatively see that. Let me say one more thing before I go, because I had asked for an IOU from the break. Staff came up and asked for 24 hours to look into that, and that was the cost of the tearing down and rebuilding 2 stations, refurbishing another station, to get the actual dollar figures. So I don't really have that, but I want to clarify that I think that is an important priority that we need to make sure that we ensure the 1.9 million for our police officers to match the grant. There's lots of things that I don't want to get into because I know we're moving on to the other piece of paper that it'll be included in. But I think this is the time that we have that baseline. We've identified ways to find money in the budget in a very loosey-goosey kind of way. Now we can start identifying things that and prioritize what this council sees as a priority, must-haves, so that at least when staff leaves this room tonight and goes back, and we have a lot of very smart people, they're going to help us get to a budget that will balance, because I have absolutely 100% confidence that on the 19th, the city of Tampa will have a budget, and it will be balanced. And it's going to be balanced based on the due diligence this council's doing and also what the administration is going to do. So I think right now we need to prioritize our spending priorities to give them the type of guidance they need to help us out.
Amen. Councilmember Carlson, Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilmember Miranda.
Councilmember Henderson, I don't want to go around and around with you, and I'm not going to discuss personnel issues tonight. If you would like to put this particular topic on the agenda for another day, I'd be happy to bring all the evidence. In fact, there are multiple media outlets that have pulled public records on this particular issue, and I've got plenty of documentation. And however you might know people or like them, this council has suffered, and the public has suffered, the community has suffered through a lot of bad situations in the last 4 years, and you're new, and not many of them have happened since then. I personally pleaded with the mayor for collegiality. I personally pleaded with the chief of staff, and either we make big changes in the budget to bring people who work with city council and the mayor, or the mayor has got to stand up and ask her staff and her consultants to get along with everyone. And in the absence of that, there's plenty of evidence that I can show you. And I don't want to go through all of it right now, and I would need to talk to Ms. Zellman before I went through any personnel issues here. But there's plenty of records about and I would encourage you, ask anybody in the community, ask any of the senior administrators why there's conflict between city council and the mayor, and you will get lots of evidence about why that's happening. And I would, and you can see why I reacted the way I did tonight. We have to work together, and we have to figure out how to move the city forward, because what we have to do is work in the best interest of our community to get things done. It shouldn't be driven by politics. The last thing I'll say is that I talked to chief of staff in the break, and I've got other ideas. Other people have other ideas. What I said to the mayor when I met her earlier, and I said to chief of staff, what I'd like is for us not to have a news day tomorrow where somebody from the administration goes and says, well, there goes city council. They didn't solve the problem last night after however many hours. And the administration said they spent months and months and months going through this. And my response to the mayor is, next time, can you please include us? Because that would avoid this issue. And I think she's going to do that next time. But you see what they've done in months, we've tried to do in a few hours. And it's not easy. What I would say is at some point when everybody's given their input, we could spend all night here. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to go through the other ideas. And I think we've all got plenty of them. But what I would suggest at some point tonight, maybe sooner than later, that we ask the chief of staff, by charter we are authorized by the charter to spend the rest of the night editing this. But we also can ask the administration, based on our feedback and our priorities and our values, can you take that and talk to your staff and figure out how best to do this? I legitimately, I'm not trying to hand it off to them, but I don't like having the staff members stand up, like Vic Beedig standing up and defending. I hate doing that because I like the administrators. They work with us every day. We partner with them. I don't want to have to go through and cut all this stuff. If we have to, we will. But now we profess certain values, and if as soon as the chief of staff feels comfortable that he could go back with his team, I would say let them come back and they can talk to us bilaterally, and then hopefully we would have something we could work with on the 19th.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you. I had a quick question for Chief of Staff. Or yeah, I guess. So these general fund budget increases for $32 million, where is this money coming from?
Well, that would be, I would give that to the CFO.
Oh, okay, then
However,
I'll ask
just
Mr.
in
Rivera.
just in a broad sense, if I could maybe lead in before we get to that point. As you mentioned earlier, so there was a mill slice, and then there was what we would argue is this, the normal, I think it was 12.3%. And then you have your core budget. So this is the increases that were vetted by staff over those months. That would have been part of the increase without the mill.
Yes, but if we only have 26.2 million, where does the 32 come from? Where,
And that
where
I
is
will
the
let
plan to get the
CFO
extra
unpack.
6?
Yes.
Thank you, Chief. Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. Let me just get my list. I got mine, thank you.
You must be bored to come to this meeting at this time.
Always been drinking.
Yeah.
And you're referencing the $32.1 million total of that sheet,
Yes, that's
correct?
in the,
Yes.
yeah. So that's what I'm just trying to figure out,
Understood.
because, yes, so where does the extra 6 million come from?
And let me, and again, I'm not attempting to muddy the water, but this is the list of our budget increases submitted by administrators, reviewed by the mayor, and into the proposed fiscal year '24 budget that you all received. And with one exception, these are all increases, okay? And that one exception is overtime. We treat overtime differently than everything else because it's the only item we start with a zero-based budget. So although this is a $32.1 million figure, that's because it has the entirety of the general fund overtime budget in it, which is a little over 8 million, 8.4 million.
Okay.
The actual increase in overtime was, I shouldn't say only, but 1.2 million. But the way this is input into the system, because we do a zero-based budget for overtime, the amount of the increase is a little exaggerated. The actual increase is 24.9 million.
Okay, so
Yeah,
basically.
So I apologize for
so
it
it's-
being confusing, but
So it's 24.9 million,
Yes.
and then the overtime is the extra.
The-
Is that basically the,
it is, but with one the 24.9 million includes the increase in overtime. And as I look at this, again, because we pulled this out of the system, and we pull out of the system what you put into the system, and when each administrator does their budget increase, it's their whole overtime budget that gets scrutiny by me, by the chief of staff, and by the mayor. So the 24.9 million includes the increase in overtime.
sorry, I just had to write notes. But again, you said these are all, increases
Yes.
in. Yeah, so I think this is where
Can I-
we,
yeah.
because,
No, go ahead,
because here's the thing, I mean, going back to just looking at the first grouping, arts and cultural affairs, cultural programming at Hannah City Center for $29,800, that's not an increase, that's a want.
Well, and I think, at the risk of reading the chief's mind, many of these, and I'll give you an example, and that's a good example too, but I'll give you a larger example. You'll see dozens of budget increase requests by technology and innovation. $2 million of that are increases in contract just to maintain the existing levels. So you're quite right.
Yeah.
Much of this are cost increases to maintain the current level of service, and I think that's what you were saying also.
Yes, and so what I would love is a differentiation of costs that are going up and wants. Wants are new personnel, these new projects that we could pause for a year. The cultural programming at Hannah City Center doesn't exist yet, so postponing it for a year doesn't hurt anything. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, is a division of that. Because saying that these are required increases, and not that wasn't the word used, but these are increases, isn't necessarily the case, and I want to be able to divide that. And that is, again, where I got my focus for money from. So I would love to know, I believe Council Member Maniscalco already asked for the new personnel and costs associated with that. Because I mean, I think that is exactly where we are. And I asked for it to be pulled out with the enterprise funds and the CRA being separate, because those, again, aren't affected by the general budget, which is what we're looking at here. So, I mean, CRA can afford their 8 people, parking can afford their 8 people, and the ROI on both of those is going to work out. But taking some of this stuff out is, again, where I believe we can find money for both a fire station and housing.
Understood.
So-
And I'm sorry, and if I may offer a suggestion, again, my intent is to make it clearer, and you can tell me if I'm actually muddying it. Since you've asked for the bifurcation or differentiation with this list, might we also replace the total overtime figure with just the increase?
Awesome. That would be fabulous. Greatly appreciate that. I know that takes a lot of extra work. You could, yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much for that and that explanation. And I want to make very clear that I value and appreciate every member of our staff. And I can see that cutting actual people is not something anyone wants to do. I don't want to do it going forward. I don't want to do it now. But I'm very clear in saying that we absolutely, in this next fiscal year, have to look at personnel and moving things around, because we cannot continue on this level. I can't get the image out of my head, maybe I'm online too much, of the the railroad with the bifurcation of, are you gonna run people over or not? And I just feel like we're in that position. We're about to run a bunch of people over because I don't wanna have to fire anyone. And if we don't control our personnel, that's where we're gonna end up, especially if we enter into a recession. And it's just something I don't wanna do. So as people move on, as attrition happens, we really do have to look very carefully this year at how we're going to handle our personnel. And I mean, for lack of a better word, it sucks. Like, I want to hire a ton of new people and have the money to do everything, but we just don't have the ability for that right now. But the public has made it really clear. So we need to find a better balance, and I greatly appreciate your help in doing that. And I have a couple other questions in the pipeline right now, and I just want to thank my fellow council members for a really phenomenal job and digging stuff up. This is really hard to do with, I'm not speaking for everybody, but basically like a high school or college level math class and understanding. And this is a lot of work, and I just want to thank you all too.
Can we start adding stuff to the other board now?
Wait a minute, yeah, I was gonna say, let's go to Councilman Miranda, and then we're gonna start.
Thank you very much. And both gentlemen, only please. What we're talking about is overtime pay in general for city events, sponsorship of parades or something like that. Is that part of it?
Yes.
What about, there's one event that happens so many times in one area that they tell me that it costs $250,000 every time there's an event, and it happens there 10 times a year.
I think are you talking about maybe a stadium deployment or
I'm
something?
not talking about anything, I'm just telling you what I heard in the street.
Yeah.
250,000 times 10 is 2.5 million a year times 30 years. You got the drift?
I understand where you're going, yeah.
I'm not saying that, it's what I heard. So that's $75 million.
Understand, and just, you know, one of the things that the mayor has always done, and we try and do it,
I
is we
understand.
look, you know, if you take a large-scale event, the police are really have mastered this as well, where they take days off and they come back, so they avoid overtime.
It's
I mean,
needed.
All of these things
You
happen.
gotta have police, you gotta have fire, you gotta have the amenity. I'm not questioning that it's not needed, it is needed. The problem is who pays for it. The need is there. I don't want anybody getting in any riots and that kind of stuff. I know that everybody's doing their job, and I appreciate it very much, I really do. But these are things we gotta think of in the future. You can't do anything now. I'm just saying that when you brought that up about overtime, it clicked on what somebody told me. And I'm not gonna see who that somebody is.
I think if I could make one point to that, one of the exercises we do over FTEs is we balance, like I call it like the management triangle. We talk about what does overtime do as it relates to the contracts and level of service, what does an FTE do, but also what does outside outsourcing do? And if it's a short-term problem, long-term problem, whatever, and we triangulate that, and that's part of the ROI justification of the FTEs.
I'm not questioning the need.
No,
for
I'm
the
just saying how
overtime.
we
I'm
do
just
it.
questioning who pays for it, that's it. So I'm just looking at way things beyond my scope. And I'm just saying what the public, some people told me out the street years ago. And when you started talking about overtime, it clicked back, and that's why I asked the question.
Understood.
But there's, and that's it, thank you.
Councilwoman Henderson, and then Councilmember Hurtak, you're gonna close this out, and then we're gonna go to the board. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Since we can't talk, behind the scenes, so I have to say things publicly. Councilman Carlson, I appreciate your passion, on, all of your issues, but I need things to be quantified and have meaning. If there are people who don't deserve to be employed by the city of Tampa, it just can't be a blanket statement for me. I have to have the support that follows that, and that should have already been done before I got here. If the lobbyists didn't support Pure or went in a different direction on Pure, you won that battle, even despite the fact that they may not have done what we like. When you work in a collaborative environment, you need people to disagree with you so that you can find balance. You have to, you can't have it both ways. You can't just have people that are on your side all the time. You have to have people that have the courage to stand up even to their bosses. That's just, the system that I've always been successful in. Other than that, I want to ask you about the reclassification on your general fund budget increases. Some of them are reclassification because they're small amounts. That's someone's job that's being reclassified, and this is the increase. So, and some of these jobs are not filled.
Well, if it's a reclass, it either is not filled because the scope of services are demanding change.
Okay.
Or the individual could be working out of classification.
I understand.
And then in addition to that, there's a whole nother HR process to validate the employee's ability, or they have to compete back for the reclass. So there's a lot of things that go on behind a reclass. And, we have asked, during the COVID years, of course, the filling positions, we've tried to keep a 5% vacancy rate because council is so good at supporting us on the budget. We want to give the highest level of service possible. So we try and set that bar at 5%. Anything that comes to us for reclass goes through this really rigorous process of budget availability, talent, scope of work, all of those things before it gets approved. But what we have asked this year of staff is that everything tries to go into the budget on reclass. And then if something happens in a mid-year process, we want to be very transparent about it to Councilwoman Hurtak's point of view. And even the mayor said, we are going to look at these things. But when we went through almost 36 months of COVID, trying to keep the highest level of service in the city, things are a little bit different during that. Nobody's ever faced a pandemic like that. So we're really in a unique spot. But coming out of this, we do want to have a higher level of quality assurance, quality control going forward. And I'll just hold there for a minute because I have a few other points.
Thank you. The other thing that I wanted to ask, do we contribute any money toward Gasparilla? Because I did not see that in this budget.
So I'll just break it down two ways. There's hard costs and soft costs. Our soft costs would be in-kind costs. Because Gasparilla is a city charter event, we have a handful of city charter events that are fully co-sponsored, or fully sponsored, you would argue, that we would pick up 100% of the costs of that event, both in hard costs related to what services we do, plus the in-kind costs of the personnel.
Okay. I didn't get to say this in my opening statement, but I want to say it now because, we're getting at the tail end of, moving on. There's this thing that is floating around called public-private partnership. And so there are things in our budget that the corporations who do business in our town, I think that we should ask them to take on some of that fiscal responsibility, to be just like how we raise money for the American Cancer Society or when, Red Cross or whatever the case may be. We have to get creative in our approach to this budget. And so I would like to also recommend, I know that we can't necessarily put it on, how we could list it, but there are things based on our mission and vision that we should ask for private partnership, private donations to cover some of the costs, because it's the things that make our city great, like Gasparilla. It's a charter, but it may cost us, you didn't give me the amount, and I think that was intentional, because it probably costs a lot of money, because I know that when Gasparilla is over, we wake up in the morning and Bayshore is clean.
The whole city is.
Yeah, I mean, that big party is messy, but yet, and that takes an enormous amount of staff to make that happen, and that's at a cost. So things like that, where I feel as though we could probably find, $10 million in partnerships, just like we do with grants. We're gonna have to have our city business partners support us in things that really we shoulder the responsibility, but we could use some support on. And I would like staff to consider creating a list before we come back on the 19th of some of those things that we could make public to our community, to see what business partners are willing to take on those tasks. And I know that because, we have to think outside the box as well. We can't afford every single thing. I want to keep every employee. I want those who are non-union to get their 3% increase. Some people, from my understanding from Attorney Zellman, don't get increases at all. So it's just too generic for us to say we have too many staff and we are not able to prove that that is the case. And so I just don't want to eliminate someone's position. And I actually want them to get their increase, because employee morale is also very important. And just like expenses are going up for everyone all over the city, they are a part of that. Those 997 people are a part of that as well. So thank you for the time, Chair, in making those comments. I do appreciate all the council members. I've learned so much. Charlie, I really appreciate your perspective. I could feel the dragon blood reaching out over here over me. And I really appreciate it, because your experience, when I committed to Nick, I said, Nick, I commit to you, but Charlie is right. We got to have the revenue to make the commitment real. And so, thank you so much. That's all I'll say.
Councilwoman Hurtak, what would you like to add to this?
I was just gonna actually kind of following along with what Councilwoman Henderson said, but I'm just gonna be more blunt about it. Public events. I mean, if the public is saying we need to cut, then maybe we don't do Boom by the Bay this year. Maybe we don't do the River of Green. Maybe just for 1 year, we say, hey, this is the kinds of stuff we're cutting. And I know there are things that everybody enjoys, but everybody also then has to participate in some of the rollbacks. So that's just my possible suggestion.
Should I offer some framework on that to support you?
Sure.
So there's really, every month we have a special events meeting, and in line with the city code. And then there's, just to break it down, there's the charter events, which are fully sponsored. Then there's a larger group that are co-sponsored, could be soft or hard costs. And then there's events that we would permit through council that they're paying their whole way. Could be a run, it could be a fundraiser. So those are the larger buckets. And we, again, coming out of COVID, we talked about special event reform, updating the code, going through there, but more judiciously, or maybe with more fiduciary responsibility, we have been making those tough call on events and saying, if there's a hard cost, you've got to pick it up. We may be able to pick up something that really doesn't put a burden on the tax dollars of the city or people that aren't going to that event, But if there's hard costs, we've been moving that way, but there's more room to go.
Well, that, and I'm thinking soft cost as well. Soft cost is if I'm correct, like in-kind personnel.
Or like if it's just, you know, not so much a fee, but if there's something that can be negotiated as part of the, and a lot of this is historical because what we've been trying to do with the events is create like anything else, even with the social action and arts fund, is maybe you get 100% as a startup, and then you get 75, then you get 50, then you get 20. So we're trying to get it a little more systematic, to your point, so people can grow out of their events.
Yes, and because I'm also thinking about overtime in that.
Yep.
So, again, for a year, not saying cancel things forever.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson, final comments, and then we're going to go to the board.
Yeah, just two things. One, just following on the events thing. I think that a mayor deserves to have his or her signature event. So if Boom by the Bay is one of this mayor's signature events, I think we should support that to whatever extent the mayor suggests. Gasparilla is an important part of Tampa, and we need to support that. But there are other events. Councilmember Hurtak mentioned River of Green. There are other events like that they're way past the multiple year investment. They should be 100% private funded. And there may be other examples of that, but including, she talked about overtime and everything. I mean, they need to pay for garbage and police and everything. And those events like that are mature need to do that. There's a lot of private sector money out there. The other thing, though, just to talk about the budget, and I'm glad Councilmember Clendenin came back. My understanding, and CFO can correct me, if we add up those things that go to the next slide, they've got to add up to 45 million just for us to break even, to have a balanced budget. If we cut more than 45 million, then we can start looking at spending more. But unless it adds up to 45 million, we're not even broken even yet. And then if it's 50 million, then we've got 5 million that we can put back in if we can still cut all those things. But unless we cut more than 45, we can't put anything else back in.
Yes. Well, see, if we take again, it's on the board there, we take 45 million off that was budgeted as just a lump sum, and then we can start adding in what we feel our priorities are from that. But 45 million plus all these other cuts, whatever we can get to, and then we can start adding everything back in to get to that dollar.
If we cut more than 45, right?
Right, 45 million plus the added, so 45 million right off the top.
Where is that
start
coming
to be able to get to a building, a foundation to start building back up from. Because, I mean, some of that stuff that's in that $45 million, I'm sure we're going to add back in. But to get to that foundation, let's make an assumption that we slice that up right off the top to get to a net, that is a net budget of zero. That is a balanced budget. Then we start looking at the other cuts, which will get us actually positive revenue. And then we go to our spending priorities based on that revenue that we come to.
I think that is totally incorrect. Maybe I'm wrong, but $45 million equals what that millage increase would have given us.
Which gets us to a net, which gets us to a balanced net zero budget.
Okay.
So we get to about now if we take that assumption off right off the top, 45 million right off the top, we are now, I mean, honestly, if we wanted to give up on everything that's in that, we could go, we're done. But
there's nothing in it. It's like I was saying.
Well, I know, but I understand. But yes, there is and there's not. They targeted budget priorities to get to that figure. They said they were going to allocate it versus those things like the fire and all this stuff. So,
but you can allocate it to whatever you want.
You are correct. But I'm just saying, let's say right off the top, we're cutting $45 million. The easy way to do that is to say we're slicing everything that was in there, and then we're going to build it back in.
I'm not agreeing to that. We need to find 45 million. If you look,
good luck with that.
Maybe it's a bad analogy. This is the whole purpose of tonight. That maybe it's a bad analogy, but if you take a bucket of water and you pour it into a lake, you don't know where the bucket is. You don't know where that water is anymore. You pull out a different bucket. We had, what was it, $28 million in salary increases. You could say arbitrarily that the increase was related to those things, but those 5 things were already in the budget last year. So the big increase from last year is the salary increase. We can't cut the salary, so instead, we can't cut those 5 things, we can't cut the salaries as much as we thought, so we have to find $45 million somewhere else. If we find more than $45 million, then we can talk about things to put back in.
Okay, but again, Councilman Carlson, if, you're right, it's $45 million of a bucket in a lake. So maybe throw out the idea of how it was allocated. 45 million gets us to a balanced budget. So let's just say right off the top, we're cutting $45 million to get to that balanced budget. In addition to that $45 million we're going to cut, we're going to find money in the, theoretically, we're going to find money in the reserves, we're going to find money in decreasing pay raises, we're going to find money in, Lisa, turn over the thing, the page.
I don't think we're at 45 million yet, without cutting those 5 things.
Well, we're not, that's what I'm saying. So, but, no, so what I'm saying, if we start with 45 million, then we add the savings that we're, the reserves, we add the money that we're gonna shift from parking, we add all of these things. Now let's say we have found $15 million. Now we have $15 million to go back and revisit police and fire, housing, parks, transportation, or whatever priority is here on the dais. So that's how we can come back and find what our priorities are with what that excess, what we find here on top of that initial cut.
What you're talking about is, I understand what you're saying now, but that assumes zeroing out those 5 things. And like
But we're
I
gonna
said,
add it back in.
yeah, and then you can add in how you want. But the other way of doing it is forget those 5 things and just try to find 45 million and cut somewhere else.
Then we've been here since 3 o'clock and it's what, almost 10?
All right, that's good.
And we haven't
should
done
take a
any
vote.
of that.
Very good.
We probably got half of it.
No.
All right, what we're going to do is Lisa is going to begin from the beginning of the first page of what you've written, and I'm going to ask for a show of hands of what council supports making it to the next list.
But that's like voting.
It's not. It's just hands and it's unofficial. Straw poll, straw
Yeah, but what
vote.
if it doesn't make it?
I thought we were gonna go with our
Then
budget
that's a
priorities
vote.
next. Mr. Chair, I thought we were gonna go with our budget priorities next.
With the what?
Our budget priorities. We need to give the administration budget priorities so they understand what our priorities are.
We haven't even started that.
No, we haven't even started.
Council,
that.
if I can.
I haven't put mine up there. Remember, we were gonna do
You
the
had
cuts.
more?
No, we're gonna do the cuts first. I haven't put any, I
Okay.
haven't put any
Excuse
budget
me, I'm
priorities
sorry,
up there,
Mr.
only
Chairman,
cuts.
if we can, just, I'm hearing noise in the audience, and I can't determine what's being said by council, and I don't think the people at home can either. So I'm just gonna ask if you could just, and if the people in the audience could just, please be quiet, and if we could just, Mr. Chairman, if you could just recognize
Okay,
whoever's going to speak.
Councilmember Miranda,
If
what
I-
are your budget priorities and what would you like to see?
I would like to see the whole figure there, at what we have without taking a vote, just by going and adding those numbers that are there, and then we go back and realize, I don't know what figure we have there.
That's
And-
why
and
we
here-
should take a straw poll
No, I don't want to.
It's not a straw poll. Here's my question, council, for you. Because this is outside of the official budget hearing process, this is a workshop tonight, and there is no vote and there is no motion. So what you in effect are doing is you're coming to a consensus
Yeah, a
as to
consensus.
what then moves forward in some form or fashion with the cooperation, if the administration so chooses, to bring back something on the 19th. And if they do, then it makes your job easier on the 19th. If you don't, you still have the 19th to do it. What you're doing is you're not binding this council to doing it. You are not voting as to the way you ultimately will vote. What you are committing to do is to move it forward to return on the 19th. But no, not necessarily, because you're not being bound to it. And council can get additional information that may or may not change its mind. So it really is not binding anyway, it's just forming a consensus and.
I have my hand up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can't
There's nothing
everything-
official. You need guidance of what to do to come back with on Tuesday, and
Yeah.
that's what we're doing.
So why can't we give them the entire
Mr.
list?
Can I offer some feedback?
Chief of Staff, yes, sir.
So, in trying to support council, obviously through all of this, and that's why we're all here, I think council's done an amazing job bringing up the initial priorities. What would be helpful for us to help you further
is that if there is a general consensus, and I like to think of it as a three-layer cake, that's what I've been talking about with our staff, is you had the mill layer, you had the increase layer, which is the list that Councilwoman Hurtak talked about, and then you have what would be argued as just the status quo budget without the increases and without the mill. And so there's services through all of those, right? But you have to get a balanced budget. If we can get 80% on the highest priorities, then we're willing to go back and take, that's what we've needed all along, was the priorities. Once we know council's priorities, we can start doing the smoothing and get you close to where you want to be for Tuesday night.
Councilwoman Henderson,
Thank
did
you
have
so
your hand
much.
up?
Yes, I did.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Even a straw poll is still voting, and I feel that everything that went on the list is what should go to staff. So that we're not eliminating anyone's input from council. Let them work with the entire thing that we've already provided and come back with the recommendations based on all of our feedback with anyone, without anyone's, the ideas being eliminated. Even the ones that I don't like, I just think they should get all of them in.
All right.
That's just my
'Cause
recommendation.
there's some things that I don't agree with.
Right,
but-
and you don't agree with and I don't agree with, so we'll be up here going back and forth to make that final list. And so let's just give it all to them, is my recommendation, sir, please, so we can go.
So let's move on to budget priorities.
Okay, so I'm just gonna take this and run with it
Whoa,
for
whoa, wait, Councilman Clendenin was waiting.
Okay, well then I will go,
Okay.
I will have my hand up next.
Yay, we're moving forward. We'll be out by 3 a.m.
I know.
Yeah, you think this
We
was...
should still start on the other one. though.
Councilman Villa,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
gonna-
let's start on the
Start on the new one.
new big paper on the other easel, Lisa. On this,
Councilman Miranda is looking at something first.
Oh. Okay.
we'll see. Well, we'll see what the real number, what it is, really.
100 million.
Okay, new
New
because
board.
now we're gonna start, these are our subtractions. Now we're going to highlight what we see as our priorities in this budget, like what can't we live without? As individual council persons, knowing we're one of 7 plus the administration.
All my recommendations need to go on that side.
They're
Right,
gonna take
exactly.
that list. They're gonna take that.
So why are we doing that when they can just keep going?
Budget priorities. Okay, I don't have a dollar figure yet, so I'll have to defer to the IOU that I was given for 24 hours from now on the reconstruction of 2 fire stations and the rehabilitation of 1 fire station.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Mr. Shelby, if you look at it up close, you can see it. I know it's light, but you can see it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
All right, we'll go with the
Thank
darker
you.
color of the mark. Is red okay? Can I get a consensus from council? All right, go ahead.
No motion.
I'm sorry, what shade of red?
Try, do a test, do a test.
Are you just renaming the things that you named earlier?
This is the budget priorities that are not captured on big paper.
I see.
Okay, tomorrow, the administration is gonna have a dollar figure for the reconstruction of 2 fire stations and the rehabilitation of a 3rd station.
Put fire station, reconstruction and rehabilitation. They already know.
Okay.
Can you give the numbers, just for clarification, which numbers fire stations you're talking about?
It was fire station 9, 6, and 10.
Okay, 9, 6, and 10.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Okay,
9, 6, and 10.
yeah, things I can't live without. $5.2 million for homeless and vulnerable population. $5.2 million for homeless and vulnerable. This is a social responsibility of living in society, is we have to help the weakest part of our society, and this is the most vulnerable part of our population, and I think it's someplace that we have to invest in.
I agree.
Lisa, and it's plus 10 too. 9, 6, and 10.
Yeah. Okay, $1.9 million for matching funds to be able to hire the police officers.
I agree.
Yeah, $1.9 million for the matching funds to hire the police officers. And I don't have the cumulative dollar figure, but I want to, I think our youth is our future, and they're the most, again, part of our most vulnerable population. I believe the addition of the Police Athletic League is important, and I think it's something for building better adults. So I want to make sure that we reserve the funding for the Police Athletic League.
I will always think about the kids.
PAL. Just put PAL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much is PAL?
It's a lot.
there.
It's there, but.
It's for the kids.
It's multiple items. It's for the kids in the neighborhood. And this is, it's gonna make me look like a hypocrite, because I ran for office saying that I was gonna pave your roads. But you know what? Now we're back again. We're prioritizing needs. And even though the city of Tampa has great needs in road pavement, the money ain't there, y'all. With the budget that we're dealing with, it's not there. And so I'm not gonna put that on my priority list, although in my heart and soul, I believe our roads and sidewalks are priorities. I just don't think that we have the money to do it. So I'm going to leave my list there and let other people add to it, but knowing that this hurts. It hurts bad.
Mr. DeMaio, I see you in the audience. Columbus, Howard, and Armenia, from my understanding, is in the county budget. So you live around there, and it's not us, but that was Harry. So
We're going to dig up your road.
Councilwoman Hurtak,
this is the
Sierra,
priority.
Miranda,
Anderson.
Thank you. I know we kind of talked, no, we're not quite adding anything yet, because under PAL, from my understanding, we were doing a gradual movement from parks to police. So I want to have PAL in parentheses, just Parks and Rec, to make sure that we are, because some of that we're just not going to be able to afford this year. We're not going to be able to redo an entire, building. A lot of that is salaries, and those salaries are coming from Parks and Rec. So it's really just a movement of money instead of reappropriation, if I kind of have that right. Yeah, just put PAL/Parks and Rec, because from my understanding, when we approved it, they're moving a bunch of things from Parks and Rec. So I want to make sure that, because some of that we may just have to pause on. We may not be able to redo the entire building this year, but the building is fine. It could be something we do in the future. Councilmember Clendenin mentioned reconstruction and rehabilitation of fire station. I simply want from the administration, as much as I would love to pay for this in cash, I just want from the administration the cost that it would take to bond it, so we can get that started this year. So Fire Station 24 bond is what you could put. TFR bond, 24 bond, if you want to shorten it. And I greatly understand and respect that the parking division believes strongly that they increased the fees because they wanted it to go towards something. But I do not believe that we are going to hurt our trust with the public when we say, hey, yes, absolutely, the 6.5 million or thereabouts that you need for structural improvements, 100%, let's not touch that. But the beautification of the outside, let's take that money and maybe pave some things or add a few sidewalks this year. I think the public would be more than happy to see that. So I just want you to add parking / paving / sidewalks.
Councilwoman Hurtak, do you mind if I just make one sentence statement so I can use the restroom?
Oh, yeah,
Please.
go right ahead.
Okay, Councilman Clendenin mentioned the 5.2 million for housing. There's another listed 1.8 in housing. Okay, well then.
I promise I'll get to that. Okay. Yeah, that was going to be my last but not least. So, okay. And then and for this, I wanted to have Ms. Travis come up, because I would just want to talk to you and get this clearly understood by the public, that this $5.2 million for homeless and this one, oh God, just too many papers. Too many papers. You thought you were sitting here and we're going to get called up.
Listen, I drank a 5-hour energy drink.
So when we're looking at this, it was a $5.2 million for homeless and vulnerable, but we also had quite a few other things in here, including a housing program budget of $1.88 million. Mm-hmm. Is that money enough? What else do we need?
Oh, man.
I know we need 9.1 million. We need that. I get it. But what I'm asking is to bond, to buy those hotels, to focus on this homeless issue. Can we somehow work on that 5.2 million for the homeless vulnerable, include it in that 1.8, and bond to buy these hotels that would be kind of a two birds, one stone thing? I just wanted you to talk about that because
Sure.
I'm not the expert.
Okay, good evening, Council. Nicole Travis, Administrator of Development and Economic Opportunity. So the I think on the list, it's listed as 5.2 or is it 5.2?
Yes, 5.2.
5.2 would be, so the programs that we have in place already, you guys already know because you send people to our office that we run out of money mid-year. So we would essentially double the programming that we do. So that's owner-occupied rehab, down payment assistance, RMAP, and the infill housing program. So we essentially double the people that we would be able to help with that $5.2 million. And so the other line item of programming budget, that's $1.8 million. That $1.8 million is a debt service. And so when the mayor presented her budget with the 1 mil, it also showed that we could leverage the money, the $9.1 million to get 134. The $1.8 million is debt service coverage for $50 million. And so that $1.8 million, it doesn't get us the 134, but that's what you would pay on the debt for $50 million. So that 1.8 would get us 50 million.
Okay.
So to your point, would we be able to do acquisition for those temporary housing? Yes, with a $1.8 million. That's debt service.
Yes.
That's what this is.
But again, that's the priority of this council is those fire stations from, I mean, just like, and housing. We've heard it from the public. And that's what I wanted the public to understand, that 1.88 million can go toward getting, and we wouldn't necessarily need all that 50 million, but if we do, we can do it.
Right, so, Mr. Perry is like the expert on this, but, so it's just like if you did a home equity line of credit on your house, it's a HELOC, right? So you take down what you need at a time. So your payments are relative to how much you need at the time. But this would essentially cover, as we acquire up to $50 million, the $1.8 million will cover the debt service for that.
And that actually makes me feel so much better, because my stress was if we buy these properties and they're not habitable, so we can draw down a little bit more money to work on habitability. So thank you so much. I just wanted you to come and say that. So for me, the other absolute, like I wish I could circle this in red, is the 1.8 million, I'm sorry, 1.888 million. 8888.
I heard somebody in the audience said to round it up to 2, but.
Yeah, well, and hey, that would be nice if we can find that extra 200,000 or 121,000. So it's the 1.88 million, Lisa, for housing bonding. Would that be I mean, that's, people will understand that.
I think if you put the, in parentheses, the $50 million for the CLT,
Okay.
that would.
So it would be we could use it for CLT as well.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much. I think that is
It's all right. I drank a 5-hour energy drink. I'm good. I'm good now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And those are my priorities.
Huh? Yeah, turn it over. Yeah, thank you. Councilman Vieira, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's interesting going here today and seeing where we started 2 months ago or so on this budget, when a 1.0 mil was proposed and where we're at today. I think if there's something that comes from council, it's to start early in working with city council. I gave my feedback 2 months ago, and again, we're over here right now going through this, not last minute, but almost last minute, because certain things that, in my opinion, are common sense weren't followed. And we're here for that reason. I don't think this is a good process, but being here, it's not good. It's not good in my opinion. And mind you, I think everybody's doing a fine job. Just being here isn't the best, last minute. Couple of things, and a lot of good things, support all of them. In fact, I think they're all great. I also would like to, and this is, it's a bit unorthodox, I guess, going through, hey, what do you want, and putting it up there, but I guess we're here. Design money for downtown fire. Something to get started on that if that hasn't gotten up there, because I know we're going to be talking about, we have coming back to City Council in October, November, bonding for fire stations. But at least if we can get, something started for downtown, and the bonding issue is a whole different thing. Disability parks access. I mean, if we're talking about things that we're
Bonding for fire station downtown.
yeah.
Disability park access.
Yeah, disability park access, just to move forward on that issue. Like I said before, and I say it again, and I just say it with vigor, that ADA accommodations on playgrounds shouldn't be contingent on a tax increase. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
ADA
accessibility.
ADA accessibility playgrounds.
Yep.
4 playgrounds.
Yeah. For example, we had somebody come in for South Tampa, New Tampa, but especially for areas that are not covered by CRAs, because we do have a plan for CRA areas for disability accessible parks. So looking at New Tampa, North Tampa, South Tampa, different areas throughout the city of Tampa that are specifically not covered by CRAs and whatnot. For Fire Station 24, again, obviously been working on that for a while, and that's why we have the bond coming back to us in October, November. So if we want to talk about that, that's totally fine. Obviously, the police cars, something that's very important that we can't give up on, and that's it at this time. I mean, a lot of other stuff has been put up there that I agree with. Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda.
I'm here just to understand what taking the paving off, it's going to cause irreparable harm, because the way it is now, the second layer is already coming up. And once you do that, it's going to cost you 3 times the amount by the time you go to pave the second time, because you got to take the whole street out, put it back, and then put the asphalt over the top. So it's going to be an enormous cost if you leave that one out.
There's nothing to write other than to take into consideration the paving of our roads, road paving. And I know we have $4-some-odd million already allocated towards it, so. Councilmember Carlson, do you have any budget priorities, sir? And then,
Yeah, I can do the rest. I just want to.
yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, the premise that Councilmember Clendenin presented was that we would take the 5 things out and that were in the budget, and these other things on the list, and start over. I would like to keep the 5 things in the budget as proposed, and cut other things. So, can you just put
Turn the page.
maintain budget of 5 things? The mayor calls it 4. I call it 5, just because I separate.
Maintain core budget priorities. So it could be 4, it could be
And
5.
I don't, as I said like 10 times tonight, I don't assign those 5 things to the 45 million or the new tax. It's an arbitrary thing that we can assign whatever, but I want to maintain those things as presented, because those are our priorities, they're the mayor's priorities. Staff has given input on what should be spent there. Obviously, we need to move the fire stations forward, especially Station 24, because we promised to do that. We all thought it was going to happen last year. If we have extra money, though, we need to put in road repair. And this is not just a nice thing to have. It's essential for our economy. Everybody thinks that only their neighborhood has roads falling apart, because every neighborhood has roads falling apart. And the reason is that the road repair budget hasn't been increased, I don't know how long, probably since the Great Recession. So talk about kicking the can down the road. It's kicked to us, and there's no way that we can fix it. We can't raise however many billions of dollars we need to fix it. That's money's not available. All we can do is fix the small parts that we have. And I think we can find the budget within the existing budget. But why is it important? Because the new economic development is about entrepreneurship, And we've had lots of entrepreneurs here. We have entrepreneurs that moved here. A lot of them live in my district. And if you have a $5 million home and the roads are completely disintegrating, you're going to move. People aren't going to stand for it very much longer. Their cars are falling apart. Other things are falling apart. They're going to move. If we don't have the economic engine, we don't have jobs. If we don't have jobs, then more people can't afford homes. So we've got to fix the environment because we're subsidizing companies up to $100 million in the last administration, and we need to make sure that we support neighborhoods. Housing is included in the 5 things, and I don't think we should reduce that budget. But as Mr. Robinson said, we can't make decisions on the CRA, but I can mention it. We put in a record amount of money in the CRA toward affordable housing. We need at least $5 billion for affordable housing, but we are not going to come anywhere close to that. We've got an extra 8 or 9 million in CRA money that is coming in just because of the property valuation increase. And so we can talk about that, and we, as CRA tomorrow, can talk about how to reallocate it. If we could take even 4 or 5 million out of it, that'll be more money than the city was putting in affordable housing just a few years ago. So we're not going to come anywhere close to what we need, but we can add more money in. And talk about buying motels or any of them that are in the CRA districts. If we can have the money, realign the money, we can do that. The last thing is that I asked Mr. O'Hara the questions about bonding earlier, and we need to, I don't need him to answer it now, but we need to have a separate discussion about bond capacity, and we need to set some parameters and rules around it. We need to know, just like we find out that there's 26 million and 45 million that might be able to be spent in the budget, we need to know what the bond capacity is every year. And we shouldn't find out at the end that we're approving bond capacity. If there's bond capacity, if we find out there's $100 million in bond capacity, we need to be able to have input early on as to how to influence it. We might decide that we want to spend all of it on fire stations. We might decide that we want to spend it all on affordable housing. But we need to have input into it. Instead, things like Hannah Avenue come to us. And we're not presented with an option of how to spend the money. We're just presented an option with approving it. And we need to have earlier input. So I'm just saying, in the future, we need to have input into the bonding process because there's a huge amount of money potentially, and I don't know how much our bonding capacity is, but we shouldn't just arbitrarily bond things out. One of the bond issuances recently, like $2.5 million was put in Villa Brothers Park, although it was allocated in the prior budget the previous year, and it should have just been paid out of PAYGO instead of bonding. So we need to have input in that. Plus, as someone said, I think it was Ms. Miranda, bonding costs a lot of money. On Hannah Avenue alone, it's $53 million. That's a lot of money that we need to look at, and we need to not bond if we can help it. Thank you.
Everything that he said needs to be written down. By member. No.
In shorthand.
It's a joke. She's doing it.
Put bonding capacity.
Bonding capacity. Thank you, sir.
And the other one I said was allocation of the additional 8-9 million CRA money, which we have to decide in separate meetings.
So bonding capacity and additional CR. Oh, okay. Allocation of 8 million. You got it. Thank you. Councilwoman Henderson.
Yes,
Councilmember
thank you.
Clendenin has one little thing to add, then I'll do the closing remarks.
Yeah, I just have one thing to add as well. It's not little, it's big. I talked about it here before. Equal business opportunity has to be brought to the forefront and made a priority in this city. On the scorecard, inequity was mentioned, so I'm circling back to that word. And we need that budget analyst position, not just the search for someone. Maybe, I know that it's some very specific skill sets there for a budget analyst to look at EBO because it's everything that we purchase to make sure that minority participation is fair and just and all of the other things that go along with that. So with that being said, even if it's a person that we actually train, they may not have all the skills. That takes a long time, and that costs more money because we may have to do a national search. So look for someone with skill sets
that can be trained while we still have that seasoned staff on board that could fall in that analyst position. That FTE was there, and it was, I don't know if it was moved or changed. But I will say this, it must be a part of this budget. Amen. That FTE has to be put back on this budget.
Did you say a budget analyst?
Budget, EBO analyst, I can't think of the actual formal name for it. I will happily give that. The position existed at one time, and it needs to be put back.
All right.
So EBO, just put EBO analyst, FTE.
If there's any clarification.
And there was $2,500 allocated toward it under the word, there was $2,500 for advertising. I'm not sure what that meant. But EBO should be a priority, and it needs to be reflected in the budget with human capital.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Clendenin, you had one little thing to add?
Yeah, I may expand.
Yes, sir.
Now that I've got the microphone. This is not, I don't believe this is the same budget and analyst position that Councilwoman Henderson just spoke to. This council already weighed in, I think it was unanimous, that the city council within the charter has the ability to have a budget analyst. We need to protect that position. And what I wanted the microphone is I wanted to explain, especially because we're not allowed to talk about this until we're at the dais, how I envision that position to be. How do we get to where we are today with all of the concerns that Councilman Carlson, Hurtek, and Maniscalco, and Henderson, and everybody else has spoke about, is because a lot of these things, council's voted on these things in the past. I mean, it's either been in consent agendas, or they just keep adding things to it. And so you know what? We share the guilt. Well, I'll say everybody but Councilman Henderson and I, because we weren't here. So there's 5 up here that share the guilt, and then 2 of us that have shared the guilt since May 1st. But I understand. I can see how it happened. You know, I get these agendas every week, and the staff does a wonderful job of answering my questions and giving me the briefings when I need them on specific items, especially in land use. But it is very complicated. You know, I'm an air traffic controller, and I've had experience in managing budgets before, but not to this magnitude. So what I see this budget analyst for council doing is full-time, every week, going through our budget, going through our agenda, looking at every single item and kind of building on what Councilman Hurtek had asked for in a previous motion at another meeting about having the impact, the dollar figures attached to these items, but going through and looking at what each one of those items actually looks like, what it does, what the budget impact is, what the short-term implications are, and what the long-term implications are, and then individually briefing us about the budget impact of that council agenda. And I think that is something that it will be extraordinarily valuable to us as we sit up here every week and are dealing with these very complicated issues, that if we could have that level of expertise really going through and satisfying those needs that we need to be able to analyze the budget. And I suspect it'll go a long way in kind of being a little bit of prophylactic medicine so that we can avoid being here a year from today and having some of the same questions that we have today. Because a lot of those questions, especially with that voodoo accounting that accountants do, as they spoke about, you know, the shifting budgets and stuff, and it's all, and by the way, there's no hidden pots of money anywhere. It's all allocated. It's where it's just not as transparent. It wasn't transparent to the public. It wasn't transparent to me. And I think that's where a budget analyst will come in handy to explain to me, somebody that's accountable to me, that will explain to me, oh, they're doing this. They're putting money in X that's targeted to go to Y, and it's sat there because of this reason, or we've got this money, like you just heard about bonding debt. Now, that being said, so I just wanted to make sure I explained what I envision this budget analyst position to be. That being said, if this wasn't so tragic, it would be funny. Because we came into this meeting tonight, we had to balance a budget. And you cannot, I mean, and honestly, when I put my budget priorities up there, I really culled, because y'all don't know how strongly I feel about items that I did not put on that board. But I didn't put on that board because I felt like I really had to work within our means. I only put money up there that I felt that we could realistically find within the limited resources that we have now found ourselves in. But obviously, folks that I sit with didn't see it, so they threw the entire Santa Claus list up there for being good boys and good girls all year and everything that they wanted. We can't afford all that. The money's not there. I mean, yet do I want everything that $45 million and more? Do I want to do every single thing that all of that money? I want it all and more. I want to be able to provide for everybody. I want to do everything we could possibly do. But guess what? I've got X number of dollars to spend in fiscal year 24. X number of dollars. There are some, we've done a decent job, and I think there's some questionable things up there that I think the administration staff will be able to provide clarity in the coming days. But that ain't going to cut it. It's not going to even get to, unless we just make the assumption about that 45 million off it ain't going to cut it. I'm just saying, we are right now where we are with this list, we're handing the administration to ask us to help us an impossible task, because it is a gigantic wish list and a limited number of dollars available to us.
Council Member Miranda, Councilmember Vieira,
A couple
and
of
then
things.
I'll end this discussion.
Thank you. This will be my last conversation. I'm not against the budget analyst, but I think you have to drive a job description and exactly how you want it done, or the council exactly how we want it done, and then that, we got 7 people. I hope he doesn't have to answer all 7. Whoever the chair, well, if you ask for something and I ask for something, and everybody asks for something different, who is he going to follow? So I think it has a direction to somebody, whoever the chair is. We come up with the chair comes up, because if not, it'll really get out of line, and he or she won't know who to answer to. I think whoever the chairperson is at that time, we ask the chair what we need, and then he works with that on a regular basis. Because
And the chair is accountable to us.
Pardon me?
So the chair is accountable to us. So I mean, that's good.
Mr. Shelby's accountable to all of us. So I see.
I haven't spoken to Mr. Shelby in 15 years.
I use him almost every day, so.
He does say hello.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what I do.
That's it? No, Councilman Vieira, and I have one thing. Well, I have a lot to talk about. Yes, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, very much. Yeah, just, a couple of things that I always find in the budget, which is whenever you have something in the budget, you stay on it like white on rice. I'll give you all a good example, which is last year I got in the budget a program for a $15 an hour internship for people with intellectual disabilities for $100,000. Then I motioned, have it come back in 6 months, see where it's at. Okay, wasn't ready. Have it come back in 3 months, see where it's at. You gotta stay on things, because if it's not your thing, it may very well vanish. Just the way it is. Just the way it is. 3 things I did want to mention really fast. These are very, very low. I just put this so I don't have to send the administration a separate email, whatever. Money for a real public safety master plan. Please. I mean, we spent $99,999.99 for the Fitch report a couple of years ago. Let's have something that's real, and working with Local 754, et cetera, et cetera. Then I know we had money for K-Bar Ranch, the park in the budget. I want at least design so that somebody who comes after me can get that ball rolling and get it done for the good folks at K-Bar Ranch. And then lastly, and actually, for the Councilman Miranda had brought up as Councilwoman Hurtak did and Councilman Dingfelder did before, public safety impact fees. That will require a study, which will cost us money. And I'm sure the money that we recoup from public safety impact fees will be more than what it costs. But let's fund that so we can get it started now. So again, very small items, but I'll throw them in there just because. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And after I finish speaking, I'm going to adjourn, and that's going to be it. People have talked enough. People have talked enough. Lisa, in that list that you haven't read, was it accounted for the $1.8 million for police?
Yes.
I think it's at the beginning, correct? Or 1.9 million? Yes, okay, very good, I see it there. Everything that I was gonna add on that list has been added. I want to thank the council members for bringing up housing. Councilmember Clendenin, Councilwoman Hurtak, that has already made the list. And also the request for public safety regarding fire, regarding police, everything is there. So I don't have anything to add onto it. I think the council has made our priorities clear. We've also put down ideas of where to get that funding from, so we have a place to start. I say this with caution, but I'm hopeful. I feel good about Tuesday, that we can come to a consensus and get a balanced budget that we can approve. However, moving after October 1st, we should really, and this is not to offend anybody, you do a wonderful job in the budget office, but I think let's start on these discussions as early as we can so we can avoid this in the future. That's it, not saying that there's not transparency, but let's build better relationships so we're better prepared because we don't know what next year's going to bring. Other than that, thank you to Lisa Edwards, my legislative aide, and Sue Ling. Mr. Shelby, if we would have hired a professional facilitator, what would it cost us? $2,500 tonight? $4,000?
More than that. I contemplated it.
Well,
but I
anyways,
didn't price it.
I
And
don't
frankly,
need
it's a very short. It was a short turnaround to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Say that again. Was that a quote from a movie?
Yeah, we don't need no stinking facilitator.
That's what I thought.
So anyways, thank you to everybody, and Chief Bennett, and you and your staff.
Motion to receive and file.
There's no receiving file.
Oh, okay, well, motion to this, we had a document handed over to us. by
Okay,
staff.
motion to receive and file from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilman Miranda. I was just gonna say what a great job you
All those
did.
in
Thank you.
favor?
We are adjourned.
Good night.